Welcome in. 8 minutes past the hour. A brand new day has begun. We thank you for being with us. Good Time Gang is live, fired up, ready for another day with you. We'll take you however we can get you. If you feel sorry for us, maybe you're listening out of guilt. We don't care. We thank you for being with us. In all seriousness, thanks for making us a part of your day. We know there's a lot of choices out there, and we are honored that you chose us. Busy show on tap today. Willamette could spin. Rock and Roll City, the band that Adler has named, they could get in there and get after it. The drums, we got guitars. I've asked to maybe be a part of the band, but I'm not sure that's going to be allowed. Adler is currently shaking his head no. Can't really play anything but a tambourine, but there it is. We have got Phil Robertson on the show today. His new book, Uncanceled, Finding Meaning and Peace in a Culture of Accusations, Shame, and Condemnation. It is out today. It's releasing today, and it's called Uncanceled. So we'll talk to Phil Robertson. He'll return to the show today via Zoom, and we'll do that in about 2 hours from now, so you don't want to miss that. Without further ado, you heard me mention Adler, but to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right is Mr. Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey.
Hello.
Hello,
Hey.
sirs.
What?
How are y'all doing?
I was good till I got here and missed the Wordle again.
Buddy, you know what you need to do is just let it go.
And so, no, I'm not going to let it defeat
What
me.
happens if
I
you
like
get it
mas-
right?
Let the world go.
I feel better about myself.
Oh, you don't get a prize or nothing.
I'm just back there massaging my
Getting
brain
in
a little
there.
bit. Now, here's what
I'm scared for a second.
Yeah, wow, boy, you'll go there, won't you?
Here's what I will say. Those of you that get Wordles right, you don't have to send. You don't have to rub it in. You don't have to send me the email. You don't have to send me the screenshot.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I get that the word yesterday was elder, and I probably should have come up with that, but I didn't.
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
I didn't. Not
Well,
going
does
to tell
it give
y'all
you a
what the word is.
definition and you have to come up with the word?
No. I'm gonna sit y'all down tomorrow. It's a 5-letter word. You simply just throw a guess up there. 5-letter word, Greg.
There's no hint.
No hint.
Well, then how are you supposed to get
Greg?
that?
I'm gonna take. No, it's not as
Stuff like this makes me mad.
well. This is why I haven't brought you in my office yet and said, "Will y'all play Wordle with me?"
No.
Okay.
Wow, that's something I don't
Because
wanna hear.
first of all, y'all won't listen to the instructions.
No.
Okay, number one. Number two, you get too frustrated. See, I've said one thing and you're already mad
So
at
you're
it.
saying that 5-letter word, and it can be any 5-letter word. I have no hint.
So let's
or
say,
nothing.
for instance, you go, okay, I'm going to throw up house.
Yeah.
That's a 5-letter word. And so what it's going to do is it's going to say you have there's going to be 3 different colors, a green, yellow, and gray. Okay, and all the letters that are at the bottom of you have 5, I think it's 5 or 6 guesses.
Have you
get.
stopped listening?
See, that's what I'm talking about. So let's say that the word was not house.
Well, yeah,
But
it's not.
Mouse.
But the letter E and the letter H is actually in there. Okay?
It's
in
Wheel
the
of
word.
Fortune.
Would you listen for one
Buying a
dang
vowel?
minute? So if the letter's green, that means you're in the right spot with that letter. It is in the right spot.
Never mind.
If it's yellow,
You kill a fellow.
Then that letter is in there, but you've got it in the wrong spot. And anything that's grayed out, is not in there at all.
You okay?
And you
over there?
have, I want to say it's 5, it may be 6 tries to get it, but nonetheless, so then you work from that. And so you can see all the letters. It's actually pretty, if you'll give it I did the same exact thing you're doing, and now I'm kind of like, I want to get it right.
What if you don't know how to spell?
Well, that's going to be tough
Yeah,
for you.
see?
Yeah.
But that's why it's massaging the brain.
There's gotta be something better I
It'll
can
make
do
you
to do
spell. It's just a few minutes, Greg.
Wow.
Terry will do stuff like that over on the phone. She's doing something, and I'm like, what are you doing over there? She says, I'm working my brain. I'm like, my brain's been working all day.
You know what's funny?
What are you talking about?
What I think is fantastic about this game is what do most games try to get you to do? Continue to play.
Oh, of course.
They try to get you addicted to it, continue to play. So most games would allow you just to start over. It won't let you. You got to wait till 24 hours before you can do it again, which I think that's an interesting concept, but it actually seems to be working
Probably
because
a good idea, actually.
yeah.
You okay? So you've made him mad.
Because
He
people
was kind
will
of in a
go,
good mood.
like parents will go, well, I'll let you do that because you're going to sit here all day doing it.
Yeah.
Now, marketing-wise, that was a good move.
You were in kind of a good
so
mood.
tomorrow-
This kinda got you upset a little
Well,
bit. You
I can
okay?
tell right now I don't want anything
All right,
to do
well,
with
let me ask you this. Tomorrow, just for tomorrow's sake, do you want me to pull you to my office for 5 minutes and us try to do it together so
Okay.
you can at least understand the
All right,
concept?
I'll give it a look. I'm not going to get it on my phone or nothing, but I'll look.
No,
at
no,
yours.
no. It's not none of that. I'm not saying that. I just want you to understand the game.
Can we
what
blurt
we're doing.
things out? Is there certain rules? Are you going to allow us to?
You
get
can do
loud in
whatever you
there?
want to in my office.
Okay.
Yeah. Ask questions,
First
blurt
of all,
things
I
out.
got to count letters and words.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a little more difficult than I want it to be. Okay, and you people that get in
I
on
can't
the third
spell
guess.
very good, so
Well, Greg, I
know,
can't
it's going to be
either.
tough.
Well, let's change that. That's
do
why
you
I'm
think,
doing
Do you
it.
think the three of us can be as smart as one person?
Hey, Greg, you think I can? Hey,
Yeah.
you think I can spell good?
I used to could spell good, but I don't know what I lost that part of my brain or something.
Right. Well, you know what that is? It's like autocorrect. We don't have to spell anymore. we
Yeah,
just
I
get
guess
it close.
We're lazy.
I was missing one letter today. Kept getting it off. And then all of a sudden I was like, "Dang it!" And I missed it.
Is that why you were cussing from your office?
I was not cussing.
I
in
thought
my
I heard
office.
something.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I was like,
right
what?
the opposite, actually.
I was like, what the heck is wrong with Helmsy? He was like, so.
That's not true.
Blank, Wordle.
You know how I told you I had a self-study on how I interact with other people in the
How's that
building with
going?
my quiet voice, like I'm hunting or something. I used my normal voice yesterday. It was a little loud, I felt like, because it echoes in the halls, but it felt better. I
Okay.
didn't, but they whispered to me. They're like, hey, how are you?
They didn't whisper.
Kind of.
It's
And I think that's why I'm like, hey.
it probably sounds like a whisper compared to you.
But I went, hey, hi. Hey, hi.
Hey, hi.
Hey, hi.
Hey, hi.
That's
You're that's like an Indian.
Like, how you?
it. Hey, hi.
Hey, hi.
How?
Hey, hi.
What? No wonder they think there's something wrong with you.
I'm starting to think that.
No wonder that guy didn't speak to Helms. He associated him with you.
That was weird yesterday.
One guy was wanting to talk to me about Wordle at the the bathroom. I was like, hey, buddy, that's Helmsy. It's not me.
I'm not saying y'all got to play it, okay? But I just want to. Y'all are going to start. I'm telling you, it's a trend, and it's going to start coming in your world. And you're going to be frustrated with it. And what I'm trying to do is get out in front of it for you, so you at least know what's going on. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, big guy. Wordle.
Hey, hi.
Hey, hi. Good night.
Take a break. We'll come back. 866 We Be Big, the number. We appreciate you, as always, being with us today. Rick and Bubba is our website. Spell out and for all the information about Rick and Bubba. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
These mini satellites that go out, get essentially launched from the space station, gathering data. Some of them are very small experiments from high schools and universities and things like that.
There's a huge government scandal going on that you need to know about. The government is actually stealing money from American citizens.
Like that. So we're occasionally and getting more frequently releasing things from the space station, and normally it's all in the name of science. And some of these things, even our capsules, our resupply capsules that we end up putting our trash in and then disposing of those, we sometimes put an interesting experiment that we're doing now is called Sapphire. We actually are running that out of the NASA Glenn Research Center up here in Cleveland, Ohio as well. But that's to look at spacecraft safety and fire in space. And so once we release this, we have cameras and telemetry, and we purposely set the inside of that capsule on fire so we can watch how fire spreads in orbit, and how we can protect ourselves from fire inside the capsule, and how to extinguish those fires as well. So these are all nothing goes to waste on the space station. Even our equipment that we're returning, that's going to eventually burn up in the atmosphere. We sometimes do experiments on those returning items as well.
All right, Doug, I've been doing this a long time because I know as soon as you don't have any more time for us, we will get this call. And so just go ahead and take care of it. You've explained it. It all makes perfect sense, but that doesn't matter. Okay? So because if I want something to be something, sometimes I won't turn it loose, and I'm speaking for the UFO. They're going to say, well, he never explained how this thing seems to propel itself and go upward into another orbit. And they're even claiming that they can see some kind of green something shooting out the back like it's propelling itself. why does it appear that this thing shoots up as opposed to starting to angle back down toward
decay into the atmosphere?
Yeah. So explain
Okay.
what they think they're seeing here.
Sure. The orbital mechanics is an interesting thing. It's actually quite counterintuitive when you get to space. Things, F still equals ma in space, of course, but things operate in the absence of a gravity vector. We're actually still within the capture of the gravitational pull of the Earth. But orbital mechanics works. The easiest way to visualize it is like watching a track meet around a track. Let's say it's more than, or say it's like one lap. You see that the outside, it looks like at the start gun that people are out ahead of the others when they're in the outer lanes, and so
I got you.
Right, and so this is really the simplest way to understand orbital mechanics. That it looks like when they're on those long stretches before they get to the first turn, that hey, those guys got like a 20 meter
Yeah, I got you.
head start or something. So the same is true for orbital mechanics. If you're in a higher orbit and you're traveling the same speed in a lower orbit, you're eventually going to overtake. So you're going to fly out in front of that. For instance, this piece of hardware that we release, we normally release. You say like, well, if you want to return it to the Earth, why don't you just like throw it or jettison it straight down towards the Earth? Well, when you do that, it's actually got the same orbital velocity. So if you throw it straight down towards the Earth, it's now coming into an inside lane, traveling at the same speed. So it's actually going to go out in front of the space station. And then if you throw it backwards, it's actually going to go up. So it's it's gonna maintain that same speed. So it's gonna essentially just change lanes.
It's an optical illusion. That what they're seeing is that it's not happening the way they think it's happening.
So if you throw the trash down, you're actually going to run into it. So you throw it up, and it goes back behind you.
That's correct. And so what we usually do when we jettison something, we normally try to jettison at like a 45-degree angle.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget, a little bit later in the show, we'll talk to Phil Robertson with his latest book coming out today, Uncanceled, Finding Meaning and Peace in a Culture of Accusations, Shame, and Condemnation. It is out today where books are sold, and he'll be with us, New York Times bestselling author Phil Robertson. He delivers the blueprint for standing up for the truth of Jesus Christ in a culture that has forgotten how to have respectful conversations. He will elaborate on that today, and we're honored to have him back on the show. He'll be on via Zoom in about an hour and a half from now. Also, don't forget the Wheel of Meat could spin, and Adler's got a little bit of a different look in there for him, and I think it's kind of cool. A lot of you that watch us on YouTube, whenever Adler kind of shows a camera shot of himself, it's normally been coming from one angle,
Sharp,
but it's coming from another angle now because the cameras were mounted yesterday by Chief Engineer John Scruggs, and so we want to thank John for that. But I thought it was kind of cool how Adler was thinking, putting a little arm out so he can swing it around and utilize cameras more and stuff like that. So a little bit of a different look in here today for us, like what we're seeing. For all of you, it'll look the same, but that shot of Adler's a little different today.
I'll probably. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
we got you there, buddy.
I almost messed with you and said, "No, man, we can't."
I'll probably put another camera in here too to show Greg because
Yeah.
this angle's it's not it can't show Greg. That's
Yeah,
one
right.
thing.
Just the
That'll be
drums.
all right.
That's all right though.
And I'll probably like run the camera, like do like major push-ins and stuff, make you look cool, Greg. Like in a music video, you know how it's like whoa, we're rocking out here. I mean, it is rock and roll city. So
That sounds good, buddy.
I like those. Greg kind of described what we're looking at. These new cameras look like Darth Vader helmets.
They do.
And so they're now mounted on the wall.
Is the broken one still?
Yeah,
is
it's right up there.
Okay.
We're making the best out of it.
Okay.
But and
Mad about it.
Camera gate.
I just wondered if it was.
We've gotten
we
to the
were able
bottom
to
of
mount it
camera
or
gate,
not.
yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah, it's up there. I
there
can't
it
do
is.
anything, but it's there. You better set it the way you want it because you're not moving it. All right, so as we roll on, Super Bowl's getting a little bit closer. Super Bowl Sunday is here. There's a story out about Super Bowl and Valentine's Day or a day apart and all this kind of stuff. What will people do? And I'm like, that what? But we've talked about Super Bowl parties and we're not really into them at the house. Matter of fact, some of my most enjoyable Super Bowls are when we're just sitting down, just on the couch. You can hear the commercials and stuff like that.
I thought y'all'd have a big neighborhood watch.
I've got a website, and I want to know the two of you. I want y'all to know this because I know you hate when we do Super Bowl commercials. I've got a website.
Ahead of time, yeah.
I've got a website that has all of the commercials, and I've kept it from Bubba, just so you know that.
You and I wish they'd do. I wish they'd go ahead and play the game too now, and then show us who won.
Right? Yeah, that's
wish
good.
they'd do that.
That's good.
That makes
There's
much
one
sense.
with there's an extended version of one with the Eli and Peyton and the bus that has to do with Super Bowl.
Oh yeah.
And hey, it's funny. It has Terry Bradshaw. He makes a debut in it.
Oh, Terry. Yeah, Terry's
A
character.
little cameo action there. It's pretty funny, but I've tried to keep it away from Bubba, but I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to do it.
I know.
I just want both of y'all to know that.
Just
You know
go
what I'm
ahead.
saying?
That's fine.
Yeah.
It's part of it now. It's the way it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Have y'all given the Olympics
It's the new
anything?
normal. I just did
Anything at all?
what I was telling y'all. I didn't. I just happened to sit down, and it was like yesterday afternoon, and I'm not. It's almost like from the X Games, but when they do what they call big air, and I saw in the female they disqualified like 5 of them because their clothes were too baggy.
Huh?
Yeah,
Too
and they were.
baggy.
This is the first year they've had it in the Olympics, and they were like, well, one of them made a statement said, well, yesterday they weren't. Nobody cared. They say somehow the baggy clothes, I don't know how it gives them an advantage doing big air.
Resistant, wind resistant.
I guess maybe it holds them up in the air longer so they can flip more. I don't
I heard
know.
Speedy talking about this before we started today. You've trained all that. You've put all that effort and time, energy, the sacrifices you've made, and you get disqualified because your clothes are too baggy.
Like
That's
5 of
unbelievable.
them got disqualified.
See, no way. I've got to ask Olympic athletes this, and I don't know
I may
enough
have
about
that
it.
wrong, by the way.
And Helmsy, you said Michael Phelps did a special on it or whatever.
Who,
but,
ears?
Is it? I mean, besides the patriotism of hey, I want to represent my country, and there's honor in that, and all this kind of. Is it? I mean, being an Olympic athlete, is it extremely rewarding financially? Because why else would you? I mean, there's a lot of these people that train for years and years and years and years. It's just like there's one of the U.S. Olympic athletes tested positive for COVID while he's over there. He's been disqualified and all this kind of stuff from competing, and so he can't. So he's done this whole deal. He's trained for I don't know how many years.
The
to
money
do
they've
this.
spent training from the time most of them they were small
Yeah,
kids to
right.
now. Unless you're the Michael Phelpses or people like that who get huge endorsement deals and set all kinds of records, very few. If you think about the number, I mean, just a handful that
And you only
reach
have-
that status of a big time endorser.
You only have a short time frame to cash in on it.
Right.
You've only got 4 years, really, and usually it runs out by 2.5, the way they described it. But the living conditions, most of them come out of that in debt.
Yeah, all that
honestly,
training.
but
I mean,
I'm like you. That's
I
a
don't
valid
know.
question. If I'm sitting there today as a young kid and I'm looking to want to do something sports wise, the payout on that is not very good at all. And what you have to go through, put your body through, the sacrifices away from your family. I just don't.
I mean, I understand the aspect of whatever sport I'm in or competition, there's been a qualifying process to where, there's eliminations and heats, and I've done this and in world and all that. And now I'm standing, wherever the Olympics are, and I am one of the best in the world at what I do, representing the U.S. I get there's there's
you do, but
there's
you're
a little
talking
bit
about financially.
But I'm just saying there's that side of it. But then the other side is I've gone through all this and I'm finally there, and it's just ripped out from under me. And I'm like, how do you? I mean,
you
that's
got that. You got what about people when I'm finally there and then I fall?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
just,
tough.
You've worked there your whole life,
or
my clothes are baggy, and I get disqualified because I got baggy pants.
Yeah,
and a lot of them are in college or in professional sports that allow that, and so they just go back to that lifestyle, which is great. But some of them are not. They just train.
Once this is it, that's it.
It's that documentary I was talking about, and they do a lot of the mental health stuff too. The Weight of Gold, is what it was called. In ears, also as Greg calls him,
dude.
Michael Phelps.
I saw him in the commercial.
I think he narrates.
His mouth's weird. That's a weird.
Craig.
He's like almost like a Dr. Seuss.
He's the greatest Olympian we've ever had.
I don't know about that, but a swimmer.
Well, I mean, he's
swimmer, one of the most decorated.
I don't know that anybody's got any more medals.
I don't either, but he still looks like a Dr. Seuss character. His mouth. You watch when he talks.
Hold on, how's it doing?
I don't know. He was talking on the commercial the other day, and I almost didn't make it through it.
Can't imagine why I don't ask y'all to come in my office and play Wordle.
Be ready for that tomorrow.
So Michael Phelps isn't funny looking. Is that what you're telling me? He's like 6'8".
Yeah. Anything else you want to say? You got a couple seconds.
That'll do it.
Rick and Bubba.
To the rear, like retrograde and down. So that way you can use orbital mechanics in your favor. Now, we keep an eye on it. That's why we had the cameras trained on it.
Understood.
Yeah, that's why the camera zoomed in, just to be sure it was going.
You're
where it was
watching
going.
what you've released to be sure it's doing what you need it to do.
Rick and Bubba.
Why aren't you the landlord? Yes, you. Why aren't you the landlord? Every day.
Today, Hoyt is back. We updated Hoyt's situation. Hoyt is the baby Trump balloon slasher at the Tuscaloosa LSU game last year. Really predicted on our show that could be problematic. So Hoyt, we gave an update on today, the pre-trial diversion and what's going on with you. So Hoyt, can you give us an update?
Yes, I have entered their second chance program, and being that if I graduate that, the case will be dismissed and it'll be off my record.
Now, Hoyt, what exactly does that mean? What does that entail?
Yep.
I've got to be a good boy for 3 months.
3 months.
As
long as that balloon stays out of Tuscaloosa, you'll be telling you. Yeah, I was going to say, Hoyt, how do they define being a good boy that you pass the requirements of second chance? Just don't slash anybody else's balloons? I mean, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Just staying out of trouble, no slashing balloons, no drinking or drugs, which that wasn't a problem. Actually, when I went and sat down with my caseworker, I had to fill out all these questions and everything about drinking and drugs and all this. And then she asked them back to me, and I told her, listen, I said, I don't have a drinking or drug problem. She said, did I say you did?
Had an attitude.
No, listen, I'm not trying to be smart with you or anything. That's not why I'm here. Drinking and drugs is not why I'm here in this program. I have a problem with balloons.
Oh, my.
Hoyt, let me say again. Let me say again what Speedy prepped you with. Don't say anything's going to get you in trouble.
Does your legal team know you're on this show?
Yeah, I feel like you weren't paying attention. They probably said, "Now don't do any media. Don't be calling Rick and Bubba again.
Please don't call Rick and Bubba."
We're good. We're good. So she says balloons. I said yes, especially ones making a mockery of my favorite president.
Oh boy, watch out.
Oh, wait a minute. So she goes flipping back in her papers. She says, Oh, so you're that guy.
But you didn't know.
Yeah.
Grinning, giving her the thumbs up.
Yeah. Well, you're in Alabama, so you're probably among friends. But the
That's right.
did you just tell her, look, I got too much Trump in me?
That's right.
Right.
So Hoyt, they're trying to prevent you from getting your GoFundMe money.
Yeah.
How is that working, and what's the update on that?
They failed.
Okay. So
Yeah, they failed.
Have you gotten that money yet?
Just like they're going to do in 2020.
Hoyt, how long is your second chance program?
Till the end of May.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
You might want to pencil off maybe end of the year for this is over.
Have you heard from the what are they called? What kind of motorcade?
What was that group?
The People's Motorcade.
Yeah. The people you got to make restitution to. Did you write them a check yet?
Yeah.
No, I've got I've gotten all that. I just talked to my lawyer yesterday about what I need to do about going to pay that and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know whether I pay them or pay the court or who.
Right, you're just trying to say where do I write that check from that $48,000 I got over here?
Yeah,
right.
and Hoyt, let me ask you this: what is round figures, just for those of us that are trying to understand the complexities of this story? What is a good legal defense run when you've slashed a balloon? Like, what will that bill be when it's all said and done?
Yeah. Even with the
to your guy,
even with the diversion. So how much you think all this is going to run you?
I'm not even sure. I haven't even discussed it with my lawyer. We haven't even talked about that yet.
Mm-hmm.
But my restitution and court costs and everything, and second chance program has $5,028.
Yeah,
down to the penny.
Yeah, so we're down to now $8,500 that you're going to have to, and some change if you count the balloon cost. So
Right.
and then the lawyer.
Or did he include that in that?
25 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. As always, we appreciate you. If you've missed 30 minutes of this hour, you have not missed a thing. And no, I'm kidding. We have been having a good time hopping around, talking about some different topics. And one thing I have I've realized. Part of our job, besides doing what everybody sees and hears every day, is keeping up with what's going on in the news and having a stack of show prep that cover a variety of different topics. I'm really burnt out on hard news. I'm so burnt out on.
I don't even look at it anymore.
Unfortunately, I have to.
What little I get is here.
Yeah.
During, I don't know why, but the last few days I've gone to and I do it for this reason because I stay away from it. Otherwise, I'll go. You do a great job every morning printing off the stories for R&B, and so I've been seeing the stack there and grabbing it. And one of the reasons I'm grabbing it is to help you, okay? Mm-hmm. But more selfishly, I'm grabbing it because I don't know what's going on out there.
Right.
I am completely staying away from it.
Well, I mean, it's not like, we're doing, I don't feel sorry for Speedy. He's printing news that he don't want. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's just so here we go again. Okay, Biden said something else stupid. All right, that's odd.
It's
we got this going
door,
on. It really is. And but this one here, I enjoyed printing this one because of that guy over there and how he's going to react.
What?
Okay.
He's in rare form today too, so look out.
I know
and he's got coffee now.
I know a lot of everybody, a lot of folks try to do a little bit better. And what I mean by that is I'm trying to eat better. Yeah. I might try to run. I might try to do cardio. I might even try to lift weights. Yeah. Everybody has their own version of I need to do better.
Yeah.
And some people know they need to do better, but they just won't.
Yeah.
And others are trying.
Yeah. This story helps me, I think.
Yeah. And Greg, I've got an idea for you.
What?
Well, because I know you're flipping
You
houses
okay over there?
and you're doing
I'm
different
not
things.
flipping houses.
And are you not flipping a house?
Well, I mean, remodeling the house, but I mean, you act like I'm a professional.
Well, this could be the start of something special.
Okay, we'll see.
Huh? I mean, and when you need to help, like naming your business, let us know.
Okay.
We can maybe like it's naming an intern. We can ask the audience to help.
Okay.
Flip or drink. That's what.
I like that.
You see, I think Rude Tourette's needs to have it. But just put RT in there.
Yeah.
RT construction. I don't know.
RT flipping. How about flipping RT?
Oh, I like that. And I've got your logo. You want to know what your logo? Never mind. We won't do that.
We'll take that too.
I could see
We'll
that
take that. We'll talk about that in the
I could
commercial.
see that. I could see that on the side of your truck. But anyway, that has kind of gotten in the way of you going with us over and doing a little bit better. You doing your own version at the house.
I just don't want to do that anymore.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. Well, I got an idea for you. Okay. I've got an idea for you. You ready for this? I appreciate your honesty.
Well, I mean, you know what I'm saying.
Hell, go cancel.
Well, the point is, we could
you're
walk.
wasting $20 a month.
We could walk to it from the other one, and I can't walk to it now, and I'm probably not going to do it.
It's the same thing like a haircut with him. And Hobie even made fun.
I mean, that's true.
He said he talked about getting a haircut for so long, and then he finally did it, and he went, hey, no, that wasn't so bad. If he would finally go, you would realize, it's not that bad.
I don't know. It's something about this new location that when I get in the car, I don't want to stop. I want to go home.
I mean, you're not the only one of that, but you do have a first.
You got 3 hours in the car each day. I get that.
I totally get it. I understand. This is why I'm trying to help him. This is the whole point of me printing this story.
I know.
Lifting weights for just 3 seconds a day can
3
improve.
seconds.
You hardly got it out.
Did Bubba write that?
I'm trying to help
Is this
you,
those
Greg.
same people that claim that you it's better to walk than run?
That is true, by the way.
Better.
No time
As
for
far as weight loss goes.
no time for
I think it's
exercise,
better.
Greg. No problem. A new study
I
finds
can do 3 seconds.
you
I can do it. Yes, sir. I'm in for this workout.
A new study finds lifting weights for as little as 3 seconds a day can still have a positive impact
That's
on your
the
muscle
stupidest
strength.
thing I've ever heard. Think about it.
That's
Think about it.
only
That's
reason I
not
printed
real.
it.
That's not real. That's not a real thing.
I want y'all to know the only reason I print some stories is because of the reaction.
But that doesn't make that's not possible.
Researchers now get this. Researchers in Australia and Japan found that performing a single bicep curl at maximum effort can lead to a 10% increase in muscle strength in just 1 month.
Well, I'm going for that one, man. I think I might can
If you're
RX that one.
doing well, here's the thing: if you're doing nothing and then you go to
1, 2, 3.
there's got to be
1, 2, 3.
I know. I get that, Greg. I get that.
Look, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. That's
That's it.
That's
All
it.
right, I'm
We're
doing
done.
that. I'm doing that, and I'm running 30-10 again. That's where I run 30 steps and walk 10.
So you got these universities that have come together. They've studied 39 healthy college
they did this
students.
just to see if somebody would take it and print it.
39 healthy college students who performed one muscle contraction at max effort for 3 seconds a day for 5 days a week or for over 4 weeks. These students did their curls in one of 3 different ways, and it tells you all about it. But they found out that they all increased muscle strength after a month for working out 3 seconds a day.
And that's what they're talking about.
As opposed to none.
Nobody's.
Yeah.
That's the whole study, Greg.
But
That's,
so what? That you're still not doing anything that's going to really help you.
well, maybe it's just a
Right?
start.
You're really not.
Okay,
you're stronger than you were if you didn't do a 3-second curl. Okay, but how strong are you? Not very. You're just stronger.
Well, and that's what people are trying to do.
But we act like
we
I did 3
scream.
now,
What
I'm
do we
all buff.
scream? Hey, let's try to do a little bit better.
That takes
And
a
that's
little bit.
That's a little bit better.
That takes a little bit.
That's a
to tell
little
you
bit
there.
better.
And so this is why I'm bringing this up because besides
I'm
not
gonna
wanting to
start doing
go,
that
you
one.
never say you have time. And I'm thinking 3 seconds.
Can I run for 3 seconds too?
You might could.
Okay.
So what they did is they measured each person's
What if
maximum.
everything you did, you only did it for 3
That's
seconds?
it.
You got on the treadmill for 3 seconds.
I'm off.
On the elliptical for 3 seconds.
Dude,
Curls for 3
One
seconds.
squat. I did one squat.
Bench press for 3 seconds.
I'm the 3-second workout.
You rode for 3 seconds.
I'm on. You know what? I would be stronger than I was if I didn't.
You would.
But I
You
still
would.
wouldn't be a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wouldn't matter.
and everybody think you was loony.
Yeah, you're the
Greg,
idiot.
here's what I'd like for you to do, if you don't mind. I'd like for you to stand at the curtain and run towards the door and us count to 3 Mississippi and see how far you got and then stop. See, that would be your day.
That'd be the run.
One
That'd be the
push
run.
up, one sit up.
That'd be the run.
One
This is
jump
it.
rope.
All right, here we go. He's going to get at the curtain. He's walking over. All right, hold on. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi.
All right, you're done.
That's it.
Take a day.
You're done. You're done, buddy. You're done. Researchers measures each person's maximum voluntary contraction strength before and after the weightlifting program, as well as the strength in a group of 13 students who did not exercise at all for those 4 weeks. Results show that performing just one bicep curl every day led to the greatest increases in muscle strength in comparison to other 2 methods that, unsurprisingly, the group did not exercise, did not see any benefits, blah, blah,
Wait a
blah,
minute.
blah, blah.
You're telling me the ones who didn't do anything did
Right.
not see any benefits.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I'm glad they
Guys,
got that study worked out.
Hey, here's the deal.
Hey, researchers, put money to this.
R&B Army, hey, just do a little better.
Yes,
you will get some. You will.
I don't
you
even
will-
know if that
you'll get
qualifies
some
for a
victories.
little.
It
All right.
doesn't. I don't think it does, but
All right, so I got another.
I like that run, though. I feel better.
Do you really? Okay. I've got another a little bit better story for you. So, I just brought up Hobie, former intern, good friend of the
Hobie.
show,
Also known
Scott
as your
Laney.
daddy.
Yes, and now the only guy that will go do better with me because you've apparently stopped. But he said he's on a do a little bit better diet. And he's lost, I forget
Now,
how
what's
many
that?
pounds.
what does he do? Which
what is
one?
that?
Because
Did
I've got
he make this
somebody
up?
that's doing
Please.
something right now.
Did he make this up?
He did. And please listen to this. So
You eat for 3
So
seconds?
he's at a restaurant and it's time to eat. All right. So can I get
Greg,
this?
let
can
him
I
finish before.
I didn't say a word.
So instead of like supersizing something or regular fries or a soft drink, he might to do a little bit better. He'll cut back on one of those. Just listen
That
to
goes
me.
hand in hand with this workout we just talked
And so
about.
every time he's about to sit down and eat, he'll cut something out of the entree to do a little bit better. And he said it's working.
Well, if
My goodness. Well, first of all, Hobie don't need to lose
I
weight
was gonna say,
anyway.
And it's called his do a little bit better.
like he
diet.
needs to lose
Yeah.
weight. Yeah.
Yeah, and Hobie, if I think I set that up properly. If I didn't, I'm sorry. But yeah, he was telling me that workout, and he claims I do a little bit better after a month. I've lost, I want to say 5-6 pounds or something like that. I don't know. Please look at this face.
well, you
he's
will
giving me.
if you're eating that.
He
You cut
runs and all
something.
that.
He
Don't
does.
forget that.
No,
Right.
yeah. But
Yeah.
this is just
He
the
can run.
diet
He runs
part.
marathons, y'all.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. It's training for the
I
New
don't
York
want to hear from
Marathon
him.
now.
I don't want to hear anything from him about what he's training because it don't relate to me because I ain't running a marathon.
Right, but you are running for 3 seconds.
Nah, I'm doing that.
Yeah,
I like that. I feel better. I feel refreshed. I feel just a little bit stronger.
because you're doing a little bit
Just a-
better.
No, that's a micro bit better.
Yeah, but so he's cutting back once a meal, trying to do a little bit better on maybe not having everything.
And that's what most people, if they're trying to lose weight, if they'll just start there, they'll have
Yeah.
some success.
Yeah.
Especially guys, we can drop weight in a minute if we just do that.
Yeah.
I got
Anyway.
there's a buddy of mine right now, and I'll see him today at our little do a little bit better tennis clinic. He's doing some kind of Whole30, like it's I don't know, Whole30
There's
diet.
so many things.
And I
out there.
don't, but he's miserable right now. He's like day 10, and he's miserable.
Miserable.
Like I played tennis with him Saturday, and he was like, "I have no energy. I'm miserable." And I'm like, "Goodness gracious!"
They don't.
There's diets where you don't have to feel miserable.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's going to be miserable,
And I mean, it's
you're not going to maintain.
He's
it.
really putting himself through it right now.
Really?
And I think it has something to do with health.
At least
Yeah.
he
Like
says
he's got to have some tests coming up, and he's got. So this is a way for him to lose weight and get ready for that. But he's straight up. He called it hell.
So
He's
it's
like,
got
I
an
hate
end,
it.
but he has an end point.
Yes,
right?
he does.
It's one of those. So
I
many
think it's
days.
30 days actually.
Okay.
Why they call it Whole30? Maybe I might have made that up. I don't know.
So after this segment, you can go to the gym with me today?
Yeah, for 3 seconds.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No, I think he was including what it costs the for the second chance program and the court fees
just
and all.
court.
Yeah. So you still have you got balloon 3,500. You got a little over 5,000 of cost, and then whatever your lawyer charges you. Is that kind of where it's going to land?
Right.
All right, so I got to ask a question, Hoyt.
Hoyt,
Knowing what you're doing, was it worth it?
Speedy.
Was it worth it?
Yeah. Was it worth it? What you're going through now, was it worth it? Or don't answer if I'm going to get you in trouble.
Well, I
Hoyt, no comment is fine.
I'm not gonna lie. It was worth it.
No. I'm sorry, Hoyt. I hope did I just get him in trouble?
Yes. Speedy, you just penciled him into December.
Hoyt, you might want to look. You might want to look and see how much third chance costs.
Hoyt, this is what you said. I was kidding. I've learned my lesson.
Yeah,
Say that.
Hoyt, you're
But
just joking.
I didn't do that thinking. Let me clear a few things up. I didn't do that out of just recklessly for attention. I mean, I was driven by passion. I just, and I'll have everybody to know. Let me clear something else up for all the people out there that think, he's claiming to be a Christian and that might not have been the right thing to do. I'm not the first slasher. I'm not the original slasher. If you remember correctly, what did Peter do when they came to arrest Jesus in the garden?
Thank you.
Rick. Hoyt.
Rick Hoyt's got a point.
I'm just saying.
No.
Well, the comparison is.
Peter was a bad aim.
He
would have took the guard's head off.
Right.
Knows his Bible.
He definitely.
It's a little bit of a stretch, that comparison, but of course Jesus put it back on. Let's remember that.
He picked his head up and put it back on.
Yeah. You didn't have anybody there to take Baby Trump and fix your slash.
No.
But I don't.
The tire store across the road.
Yeah.
They could put a hot patch.
Oh boy, that's good.
There's a tire place across the road. Oh, Hoyt.
I'm just glad they're giving Hoyt a second chance.
Greggy's making the most of it.
He sure is.
Thank you, Hoyt.
It's all on me.
My goodness, Hoyt.
Hoyt, will they as a final agreement to this deal? Will they make you stay away from Trump rallies or Trump protests or anything, or how's all that wrap up?
They haven't mentioned anything about that, so I'm not going to press the question.
Okay.
Hoyt, it sounds like you're on the straight and narrow.
Sounds like you're really paying attention to everything.
Well, we learn our lessons, don't we, Hoyt?
Definitely. I told her my caseworker went to reading off all the things that'll get me kicked out of the program, and I told her, I said, listen, you can stop right there. I said, I'm going to be a good boy for the next 3 months. I promise. I'm not risking 3 months over 3 years.
Right.
So that is the catch there. If I mess up, I got a 3-year.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Hoyt.
Good night,
All right, well, Hoyt, thank you for the update, and I appreciate you.
Hey, before I get off here, I want to go ahead and remind everybody to get out there on vote day and vote for Coach Tuberville. Let's get all these politicians out there. Coach Tub 2020 and Trump 2020.
Thank you, Hoyt. Thank you, Hoyt. You got that in. Thanks, Hoyt.
Rick and Bubba.
Advertising on Google without ad protection? You have to try Clixies. Every time a competitor.
Oh, boy, big day, too, Bubba. Look, a big vote today. Look who's calling. Miss K's on the line.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Miss K?
Miss K's on the
Just
line.
get Coach Abbott to call right after.
Miss K?
Good morning, Richard. Good morning, Bill, Helmsy, and Mr. Speedy. How are you all doing today?
We're great, Miss K. Thank you for calling.
You didn't say hey to Greg.
Oh, well, after he said that stupid little thing, well, that man took him for all he's worth with the Uranus thing. I just was like, good grief, Greg, what is your problem?
Okay. So
I guess Adler's just mud.
That kind of law. And Adler, you didn't say anything to him.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But anyway, fellas, how y'all doing today? I just want to remind you to get out and vote today.
That's a big vote today.
It is a very big vote.
Amendment
very
1.
big. Yes, this is true. But I wanted to talk about something a little more important, like the man that called last week about the white knuckle driving on the Talladega Raceway.
Yes.
I was able to do that too on my 72nd birthday.
Wow.
My cabinet gave me the Dale Jarrett Racing adventure, and adventure it was.
Oh, I bet it was. Yeah. I mean, there you
So
were.
you enjoyed it?
Oh, my goodness, yes, I did. Well, let me just say, I smoked my motorcade like a carton of Marlboros. I left them in my dust.
It is 8 minutes until top of the hour, and this portion of the Rick and Bubba show is made possible by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. How about getting your day off to the best start possible? Because we all know that growing a small business is hard, and in today's world, it feels harder than ever to find and hire the qualified people that you need. That's where LinkedIn.com/Bubba comes in. They make it easier to find the people that you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes with us at LinkedIn Jobs to reach your network and beyond. Focus on the largest professional network, over 770 million people. Focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience to use screening questions and get your role in front of you with the most qualified folks. So you're not wasting your time. Use screening questions to get the people that are qualified. And I'm talking to them, and I could hire them if I feel like I need to because they're qualified. Use their simple tools to quickly filter and prioritize who you'd like to interview and hire. It's that simple. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing faster. Go right now to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. That's LinkedIn.com/Bubba, and you can post your job opportunity for free as a listener and viewer of the show. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. It's free, folks. You know we love that word, free, at LinkedInjobs.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under sponsors.
Free.
All right, so, as we all have gotten procedures done at the doctor's office as we get a little bit older that you need to kind of, not put off.
Elm's got a nose job.
Right.
No, obviously I didn't. The ski slope is still here.
One thing I've done better as an adult that I didn't do, at a younger age was keeping my dentist appointments every 6 months and the checkups and the cleanings and
Dr.
all that.
Dudney's frustrated with me right now.
Yeah. I get asked why you don't.
He and Chris. He goes as far to think I'm mad at him, and it's just I need to go get my teeth clean. I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I brush the heck out of them 3 or 4 times a day, whether they need it or not.
I saw some sweaters on them.
But I do need to go to a professional. Hey, Dudney, I'm gonna come see you soon.
Right. And
what's your problem with Dr. Dudney?
He does think I'm mad at him. He has asked me several times if he's done something.
Oh, that's funny.
And I'm like, no, I just
he must have missed a lot of appointments.
His kids come, but why won't he?
Yeah.
That's what I have to deal with when I go.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But
sorry, Dr. Dudney.
But another thing that I have to do, and it's an every 6 month thing, being bald and fair skin, you have to go get your skin checked.
This is what I've got to do a better job.
No,
of.
me too, because I've had them removed, had the Mohs procedure 3 times.
I commend you for this, and I should do it too.
Well, I don't like to do it,
and I hadn't done it. I need to.
This is nothing against where I go. They're great people. But I don't like it, I see it on the calendar.
Well, no, Speedy, you get naked and they look at your body.
I make you spread your cheeks.
Did you forget you were on air? Say, huh?
I was asking you
because you grabbed your coffee like you were ready to take a sip right after. Let me just tell you,
they
something.
do have to look in the crevice.
It is one of the most humbling experiences ever because
it is.
We're all a little bit delusional about ourselves and the way we look.
Yeah,
and they got you a full length mirror in there too when you when you kind of take your clothes off. Hey, you're taking your clothes off. You put them over on the chair and you go, "Hey, here I am."
Yeah,
and then
here I am in my drawers.
And then
they give you that towel,
and then they give you that stiff little paper towel that covers nothing.
I know.
And I've talked about this before. And then you sit on the end of the table, right in front of the door, and every time somebody walks around the door, you're like, "Oh, they're coming in." And you sit there and you try to sit like you're cool.
Hey, don't forget to cut your toenails because they're gonna go between your toes. They look between your toes.
I know, Greg. I do
you
this
don't
every
want
6
claw
months.
feet like a squirrel.
So I saw it on the. I went whenever before I leave Dr. Dudney's. They go, okay, let's go 6 months out.
Dr. Dudney's,
and I put it on the calendar and I stick to it because I see it coming up.
Yep.
I do the same thing at the dermatologist. And there's like, okay,
I'm behind on mine.
before you leave, let's look at the calendar. And I put it right there in iCal. I put it, there it is, okay? And so I saw coming up a reminder. Tomorrow I've got my skin check. And again, I know, buddy, just go in there and in 30 minutes it's going to be over. But I know they're gonna freeze something on my head. Okay, they find that, and then they're going to want me to do the blue light. I know the routine. I can handle with my neck up, but what is extremely uncomfortable is when you're laying there, and I don't know why, but they always have interns and people that are shadowing them. And before I know it, at one time I'm looking up and I'm like, "Are we at a meet and greet? What are we doing here?"
I know.
You know,
people are like shuffling for room.
Yeah, and you can't even close the door. And they're like, "Hey, y'all come in here. And look
come
at
on
this."
in.
Yeah, do you mind if they come in because they're here today and they're
we
part
got
of
a fair-skinned bald guy, and we need to look at that because he usually gives us a lot of things.
A lot
to
of
say.
skin in here.
Yeah,
there's a
lot of bumps.
All right, so I do need to go to do that, but I also
I'm behind.
I'm so uncomfortable.
I've got a couple of skin tags I need removed.
Oh yeah,
okay, there it is.
Scissors.
I know.
You just said
I know.
skin tags.
Isn't that what it's called?
Yeah, that's a tag.
Well, here's what's bad
It's kinda
is
gross,
one of them is in a location.
Oh boy.
That I don't know how comfortable I'm gonna be.
Well,
going.
I know where you're talking because you get, by sitting and scooting and sitting and scooting, I know exactly where it's at.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a common area.
Yes,
right.
yes, it is.
Not that I'm the skin tag.
They
So
they discover
I've
that
got
when
one,
they tell you to
hey,
roll over.
I've got one
know.
right here, and that's easy to go. Hey, can you take this off while I'm here? And by the way, I've got one, and it's going to be uncomfortable. So
Sure it is.
Plus, I need to do what you're doing. I need to be going regularly.
Me too. And I was told
Is there
to.
any way that Dr. Dudney could clean my teeth while this is going on?
I think you could combo it.
Yeah. But there's times when
Get
I
them to
walk
meet you
out of the
there.
dermatologist after these full bodies, and I just sit in the truck, and I just for like
Naked.
5 minutes. 5 minutes, and with nothing on, and nothing playing on the radio.
Sure.
I got clothes on, and I just sit there.
You're supposed to get dressed when you leave.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I think that even tickled Kay.
It did.
You all right, Kay? Well, she remembered, Miss Kay.
It was a wonderful day, and I was gripping that wheel as tight as I could. My bony fingers just holding on as tight as I could. It was wonderful.
I bet it was. What a thrill, huh?
Wow.
It was fabulous. Well, listen, I got to go. I got to run. I got a lot of places I got to be today to speak and encourage people to get out and vote. But I just wanted to say how to do. I miss you, and I hadn't talked to you in a hot minute.
Have you been out to vote yet?
Hot minute.
I have not done that yet, but you will know when you see the sticker on my blouse.
Bye, Miss Kay.
All right, y'all have a good day.
See you, Miss Kay.
The visuals. Because you got to go with the visuals.
Yeah. Let's see it.
When that sticker's on her blouse, we'll know.
Yeah, we'll know.
We'll be back. How do y'all feel about the I voted stickers?
It gets on my nerves.
I love it.
Do it.
I love
do
it. I'm proud to wear it.
I mean, come on.
I get one all 3 times I go through.
Rick and Bubba.
Now, these are foods that are supposed to make you less susceptible to coronavirus.
I am hoping and praying birthday cakes on there.
Yeah, well, it's right there.
If it is, you are safe, my friend.
It says what to eat to help protect yourself from coronavirus.
You are
I
safe.
have been tearing up that vitamin C, though.
Please tell me that you did not eat that cake again today. Bubba, it came in. We got it Monday. It's been
What's
sitting
today? I thought today was Wednesday.
No,
It's Thursday.
it's
isn't it?
Thursday. It's been sitting there on
Well,
that
we
table.
need to get rid of
It's
it.
been sitting on that table since Monday.
I got
We need to get rid of it.
By the way, you have a piece of icing on one of your teeth.
Okay.
So you have been eating it again today?
What's that list?
Bubba.
Let me ask you a question real quick, Blue Lips. Listen, was it as good today as it was yesterday? That's what I got to know.
No way it could
It's
be.
good. I like it. I like it after it's a few days old. Put the wire over the volcano.
If you could interview your stomach, what do you think it would say?
You'd like to hear that list.
You know what his stomach would say? Still persevering. That's a tough stomach.
Still here.
Still down here working
It's
hard.
been put through a lot.
What to eat to help protect yourself from coronavirus, it says.
By the way, this is such a scam.
I know.
And I credit whoever farms these products or makes them.
Right. And really, it just comes down to the health professionals and what they recommend, all this kind of stuff. It's basically antioxidant-rich live bacteria supplements, garlic, eggs. Is it turmeric?
There's the egg back again.
Turmeric.
Egg's a hero again, Bubba.
Yeah, I know what you're talking
Can help boost your health fast, it says. And it gets...
Spell it, Speedy.
Turmeric.
Okay.
Turmeric. But basically, it will help.
What about eggs?
Yeah, it's things high in antioxidants.
Is the egg on there?
I heard eggs, right?
Yeah.
Go back to
Is
It
eggs.
that fried or
says, hold on. Antioxidant-rich foods includes berries, garlic, and onion. They're essential for building up the immune system. It fights off viruses, nutritionists say. They contain vitamin C, B, and E, which help reduce, I should say, the risk of disease. The antioxidant-rich foods also include eggplants, pumpkins, and carrots. They should be eaten at least once a day.
Yeah, these are people who can't sell this stuff normally.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, carrots,
They basically want you to eat a bunch of
I ain't
gourds.
gonna love it.
You know where I'm on a carrot?
I'm not a big gourd. Anything in the gourd family.
No,
I'm not
I'm
big
not.
on.
I don't even like
I can eat eggplant if you batter it and fry it. But
See,
it's
the whole thing about eggplant, it's called an eggplant.
Yeah,
I don't get
it's
that.
terrible.
Bubba, here's your Juice Plus stuff here.
Is it in there?
Eating at least 5 vegetables each day can help fight inflammation. So they're your fruit and
Betty will be glad
vegetables.
to hear that.
All about that. They're all about fruit and
I
vegetables.
had
But who
broccoli the
isn't?
other day.
Greg, here's your favorite.
Bubba, there's life.
Bubba, I found cheese straws in it.
Greg, Bubba, he's done thrown broccoli out there again.
Oh, that's his go-to.
It's about the only one I
And he don't even like it.
No,
I'm okay.
for
with
some
it.
reason,
I'm okay.
Bubba thinks broccoli cancels everything.
Oh, yeah. Well, I ate some
Well,
broccoli.
it's
Now,
fine.
look, hey, Doc, before you start talking,
Hey,
I want you to know I had broccoli the other day.
on the vegetable wagon, it's way up there, Rick. It's one of the top ones.
How about this? Did you know having healthy skin will actually help fight off viruses because they attack the infected cells and it hits the skin and all this kind of stuff. You can absorb it. They say things high in zinc.
I bet it ain't never gonna get on you. It ain't gonna hit your skin.
No, I got some hair.
Not with that hair.
Yeah. I got, I'm going to keep on
Follow
going
down.
here.
I'm safe on my chest.
Hey, Philo Beto.
Right.
Where's Philo at, Clyde?
Hey, Clyde, you're safe.
Yeah.
Now, if it comes after your head, you got a problem.
Right. I'm just waiting.
No, I'm good. I'm done with it.
Bubba, go drop cookies or into there. Oatmeal in
Things
it.
high in zinc. Greg's favorite oysters.
You know what it sounds
oysters?
like? You know what it sounds like?
I don't like
It helps that gut,
Listen,
too.
if you're paying attention, and I know, Bubba, I think you'd already
You
picked
should
up
do
on
this
it.
every day.
It's the same thing that helps you with any cold.
Yeah.
It's the same thing if you're quote unquote eating healthy any day.
Basically, eat healthy.
Bub, here's eggs, Bubba.
Okay, bring it on, Egg.
Now, what
Eggs
kind? How
are
do
an
you do it?
extremely nutritious food containing more than 20 essential vitamins and minerals that have
So the
good
egg's
quality
back.
protein, good fats, and vitamin A and E, they say.
You remember this, and Greg just said it, and we've talked about it on there. At one time, goes back to this thing where everything changes. So don't lock in on anything and hang on too tight. Do y'all remember when they went after the egg? We got
We got fake eggs. We got egg beaters.
Hey, you got to get eggs out of your life.
Yeah, go to them fake eggs.
By the way, how does egg beaters even survive now? I don't know.
Oh,
Somebody
they-
allergic? Somebody.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Brand new hour has begun. Thank you for being with us. Much to do. Are you ready? Here we go. We start this hour with our national anthem. Eight minutes past Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us. Here we go. A brand new hour has begun. Things you need to know. Wheel of Meat hasn't spun yet this week. So Wheel of Meat is in play. You got that. We will talk to Phil Robertson today. He's got a brand new book. The book is called Uncanceled. So I'm sure Phil will beat around the bush. We'll have to really fight to find out how he feels today. Phil Robertson coming up next hour. So be listening for that. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, they've already given you a kickoff hour along all the Rick and Bubba platforms. They are here and ready to go. So let's bring him in. The other half of the 2 sexiest fat men alive. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. Well, here I am in the wind again. Me. For you or me, Bubba.
For anybody.
Yeah, that's when it was still called Dr. Hook and the Medicine Show.
That's right.
That's way back.
Boy, he had some hits, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, we had that 45. We had the 45 of Life Ain't Easy. Flip it over. Their version of the Wonderful Soup Stone.
Oh, the Wonderful Soup Stone.
I sang the Wonderful Soup Stone to every one of my kids. If you were in there and it was bath time and Daddy was coming there to give you the bath, you sat in your little tub and Dad sang Soup Stone to you.
That is so funny.
Soup.
You know, it's funny. We talk about records and go in the record store to get all that.
Oh, yeah.
Then there's going to be a generation that will talk about getting CDs.
Yep.
And the little shiny disc.
And
then the generation can say, "Yeah, I just downloaded it."
Yeah, sure. Then that generation will go, "Wow, that seems backwards."
Yeah, that's good.
Because they'll be on to the next thing.
Nobody's bragging about the 8-track.
No.
No one is bragging about the 8-track.
Everybody just skips it.
Cassettes were good, but the 8-track, not good.
8-track was probably the worst attempt to capture anything.
Yeah.
I know it.
Agreed.
I think that drove radio listening for sure.
Yeah, can you imagine when you're sitting in a meeting and saying, now there will be times when the song will not be done and it's going to have to jump to the next track. And you're going to go, what?
And you're going to have to wait and listen through a song you really don't want to.
Right, yeah.
Until you can get to the track. I mean,
if you had a fast forward button,
we did have fast forward. Not a reverse, but a fast forward.
Yeah. But did yours stop when it went to another track or did you have to kind of get?
I don't remember.
I think the one we had, you had to guess. Because it
we
would
did
click
too.
through the track.
We would punch in and punch it back.
Yeah. Remember
now the cassettes we had the auto where it would stop between.
Right.
It would cue it.
If you left a blank, you had to leave a blank.
Oh yeah, we thought, well, that's nobody ever get beyond that technology.
Talking
you
about
put fast forward and play, you pushed them at the same time.
Right.
So,
it's just amazing how unserving our music was.
I know.
I mean, it was difficult to listen to.
It really was. You had to work.
Yeah,
you had to really love your band.
Vinyl,
really
my
did.
goodness. Vinyl, trying to get it on the right one.
Well, it was interesting because I
then
told
the
you.
needle would fly across, got dust on it.
I told y'all when Howard, was it Hessman who played Johnny Fever? Is that how you say his last name?
Yeah.
When he went on in, I told Sherry, I said, I want to watch some WKRP episodes. And man, them showing that studio and us talking about it on the air all these years, and we've talked about it several times, but they showed him grabbing albums out and queuing them and taking his cartridges, which were 8-tracks, like cartridges, and putting them in for the commercials and the PSAs. And I was like, well, there it is. I remember that. I remember sitting there queuing them records up, getting ready to go. And
getting the queue burned.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, now here's something that happened yesterday, and it's funny we brought this up because it fits right in. So Sherry and I took her to, more physical, what's the training, the rehab. Physical therapy. And well, that'll go on. But anyway, so she's doing physical therapy. She can't drive yet because, they won't let her drive. Haven't released her to drive yet. And so we were going back, and she said, well, you want to stop by and see your mom and dad, because they live only a few minutes from the house now, not far from where we do the PT. I said, sure. So we stopped by on them, and Mom comes over and says, hey, I've got an envelope, bunch of pictures and stuff I found in it, going through all of our stuff in the big move. So Sherry and I, she's looking at baby pictures of me, and because she wanted to show her me with the cast on with my legs, my little legs had to be broke and all that. And so all of a sudden, I look in there and I see, which is another topic I want to bring up today. I see the logo on a business card, and y'all are not ready for what I'm about to say, okay? Because you ever had something in your history of a job that you don't even remember?
Right.
Yeah.
And I look down, and there is a business card, and it has the logo, from the Hot Rockin' 1390 WHMA AM.
No way.
Rick Burgess, and here comes the punchline. Underneath my name, do you know what it said?
What?
Music director.
Really?
What?
Oh, wow.
When was
you don't remember being
when was I music director?
at HMA?
I think it was a misprint.
You were programming music?
Sherry goes, were you music director? I said, not that I recall.
Well, evidently you were.
What am I doing?
At least for a brief moment.
Yeah.
You know what I would
music
love to do?
Director.
Speaking of those cards.
Was I creating the clocks? Can anybody picture that?
If you got a card,
I'm trying to think of the format on 13.
Did I rush in there and say, hey, that's not in the format?
It was AC, adult contemporary, for a while.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Do you still have business cards of all the jobs you've had?
No. I wish I did.
I tried to save some for a while. I've probably lost a few, but I'd love to just put them all together in a frame and look at all
it'd be
the
great.
jobs.
Well, Bubba, here's a great example. I don't remember being music director of WHMA AM 13.
Rick, to the point, they put your name on the card.
Yeah, and it had music director, and by the way, it was centered up. It looked, it was a pretty nice looking card.
Wow.
Now, why did Mother have it?
I don't know.
Okay.
You just she saved a little memento from Little Rick.
Yeah.
Little Rick.
Yeah, I
Moms do that. My mom does save a bunch of stuff.
What's my business card doing in here with a picture of me playing for Oxford Lumber Company?
Yeah. That is weird.
By the way, that wasn't there. 15, because I got to start adding into my story. I was once music director. Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Allergic to
the
eggs.
Same people that can't believe it's butter. Same butter.
But what I'm talking about,
know what I
if
think
you're
happened?
doing egg beaters just because you're allergic to eggs, because eggs aren't bad for you.
No.
You know what I think happened? Because these people that put out the list for the healthy foods, obviously none of them taste good, right? I mean, there's
very few.
Just you have to train yourself to eat them and all that. I think they saw people enjoying eggs and having fun with eggs, and they said, "We got to get that off the list."
Pull it off.
That is too much fun over there. They're laughing, they're frying them, they're cooking. I mean,
I think you're right.
Get them off there. None of that for you,
Too
sir.
much fun.
I heard Jim Gaffigan. I watched one of his older specials. I think it was older, but it was right when the kale phenomenon hit. He said, "Guys," and Greg, he sounded just like you. He said, "This is just somebody found this growing, and they got a bunch of them. They said, what am I going to do with all this?"
Exactly.
And somebody said, "Oh, wait a minute. I'll tell everybody you got to have kale."
Kale.
He goes, "Hey, we'll talk about kale being a superfood." And he goes, "Like, what are we going to do this over here?" I'll tell you what. Let's call it a superfood. He said, "This is some plant nobody could move."
Rick,
and then all of a sudden they started.
Marketing took over.
Right.
Did y'all know Brazil nuts are good for you?
I didn't know.
No,
that.
which
I don't like that.
You want me to tell you what?
is that the big one?
Yeah, I don't like this.
That nobody eats in the mixed nut?
Correct.
Yeah, the ones that you call.
Right. The one that you.
So it's the big one, right?
Yeah. Right. I'm going to stop there.
Yeah.
How y'all on
Greg,
green?
okay.
How y'all on green tea?
I don't really like the green tea. Everybody
Don't
gets
either.
fired up about it. I can drink it.
I don't.
But
green tea is
See
terrible.
again,
It's no deviled egg.
even back
Metabolism
even
booster,
back
it
to the
says.
mixed nuts. Nobody eats that big old Brazilian nut.
Nobody.
That's the one that's always left, so they go, oh, that's good for you.
No, you're 100%
Why won't
right.
somebody say cashew's good for you?
Hey,
Because hey, we'll tear them up.
How
They're
about a
delicious.
Spanish redskin?
Huh?
Yeah, you're 100% right, Bubba. Now, if you want,
Hey, they're enjoying those off the list. What's that one in the bottom of the bucket nobody will touch? Put it on the list.
you're 100% right. Has anybody ever seen
He's
a
all
pack?
over
You'll
that.
find a package of cashews by themselves, almonds by themselves, peanuts by themselves, Spanish reds by themselves.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever seen a packet of Brazilian nuts only?
Not that I can remember.
No, they have to pick them in with the nuts you like, hoping you'll accidentally eat it.
Yeah.
Not north of the equator.
No,
That's nuts.
that is. That old Brazilian nut is just terrible.
It is. It's
Rick, I bypass it every time.
I do too.
4-day-old birthday cake.
There it is. There, Bubba, you're in.
There it is.
We found it. We found it, Bubba. Bubba, we did it. They got it.
Y'all are so funny.
Sausage balls. Look.
Look at here, Milky Way. Nougat is a superfood.
I'll tear down the Nutty Buddies.
Add a little peanut butter to those.
By the way, I don't think Bubba knows that we had a box of those.
I know.
They're not hid, but you do have to. Or an Oompa Loompa. Bottom of the hour, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
People ask me every day, what do I do to look the way that I do? When I tell them it's 99% diet, they usually give me some kind of weird look and they say, oh, great, it's another one of these guys. But then I say, my diet is almost 99% superfoods. That's what makes it easier for me. Then they usually ask, which superfoods exactly are you using and can I get those too? Look, I'm not greedy. I want everyone to have the same advantages that I do. So here are my go-to superfoods for everyday use. And
You remember when I, for the kids, said I was going to read the new mascot for Helena on the air.
Oh, yeah, we've had some that didn't go
bad.
No, we've had some go bad.
And then, I mean, we had every school. We had the elementary school in Helena. Everybody went to the auditorium as a school and sat down and heard you say honkies.
I just said that
Okay?
maybe that would have been an original mascot if they were the Helena Honkies as opposed to, what was it? It was either
Miners.
It was going to be
The Miners or the
it was
Huskies?
It was going to be the Hawks or the Huskies.
Yeah. No.
And somebody, and it wasn't me. It was one of them on the air said, "Well, I hope it ain't Huskies." You remember that?
Yeah, and
I
it
actually
was.
think that was
and
Bill
it was.
Bubba Bussey.
And
The
it
whole school was
was.
listening, and that was the mascot they had picked.
They had, and that was for the kids.
See, Honkies wasn't really up. I was just suggesting that.
Do you remember? Do you remember the time?
Here's the
you
thing.
remember the
I'm
time-
going to go back to this
No,
again.
I got to get one more here, but I'll give it to you. Do you remember that Bubba? And I understand this. We call it history revision. We're revisionists of our Rick and Bubba history.
Right.
No, I don't think I said that, and we played it back. And Bubba said it as clear as you possibly could. And look, he had that look on his face. Yeah, I guess it is.
To me, that was the most damaging statement. Honkies
Greg, I
didn't.
don't know. Carrying on about honkies to a bunch of elementary kids.
I'll say this: to this day, I still think that was a better mascot because we got.
You've made that
Huskies.
clear.
We
Right,
got
but
Huskies
How many
everywhere.
kids got in the car that afternoon and went, Dad, Mom, what's a honky?
But, yeah, right. Yeah, and think
Name me
about
one school that's called the Honkies.
And
Well, there's none, and there's probably a
right.
reason.
Well, y'all get
Yeah.
y'all.
Greg,
but listen.
remember we said they run on the. "21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are back. 866 We Be Big, our number. Phil Robertson coming up next hour. Upcoming events next weekend, the Pursuit Men's Conference coming to Dothan, Alabama, the Dothan Civic Center. Did want to give you an update on that. Jonathan Evans will be speaking. If you never heard Jonathan Evans, wow. Andy Blanks from themanchurch.com be speaking. I'll be speaking. I'll be doing 2 sessions. And Charles Billingsley will join us this year and lead praise and worship. So Charles and I always have a good time together, too. But I want to make you aware of this. There will not be any tickets available at the door. All the different things people are doing now. But bottom line is, if you want to get a ticket, you need to register now. You can find that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. When you register, that secures your ticket. And then when you get there, they'll give you like an armband for the weekend for the conference. So if you're waiting around saying, well, I'll just wait and I'll just get me a ticket coming in the door, you don't want to do that. So go ahead and get your tickets now. And you can get them all the way through Thursday, the day before next week. But go ahead, get that done, get your group together, and we'll see you next weekend at the Pursuit Men's Conference, themanchurch.com. All of our stuff will be there. We'll be getting excited about our third and new curriculum that'll be coming out here in just the next couple of weeks. So anyway, all that information can be found, but I want you to be aware the ticket at the door option for the Pursuit Men's Conference is not an option. So go ahead and get that in advance. All right, so Bubba, you said yesterday that after the show, and we broke down the story of people that we won't, we'll just call them Kim and Jordy,
right?
That
just to protect them.
Yeah, the father and mother of a bride that the mom hurt was. The word being used is that she broke her butt.
Right. Right. If you missed that story yesterday,
go back and grab that archive.
Yeah.
While dancing, this is their third daughter. They'd already had the two other older daughters get married, and she said she was trying to give the same effort as you would to all three daughters, but something just broke when she was dancing, and she, I think she said when she did two hip swings to the right.
Right. We heard one description, the hitchhiker move.
Right.
And then, but when I saw on TV, it looked like the open the drapes move.
It did.
It
did.
But or in the video that her friend
medius,
was doing.
Gluteus medius,
or as they pronounced it, gluteus medius.
Okay.
So I don't know which one is right, but it's in the gluteus. Maximus area.
Maximus is the big old muscle, and medius seems to be the one just above it.
Right.
So what I heard last night was MRI today.
Are you kidding me?
Did not get to the bottom of it yesterday.
Really?
So MRI today, and she in a lot of pain.
So still struggling.
Yes.
Well, she gave all she had. And,
she left it on the dance floor. You
and
cannot say that is not the case.
And if you missed it yesterday, she was attempting to drop the bomb.
It was
from
during
the
the song.
Right.
You dropped the bomb on me by the Gap Band.
Yep.
Nah.
Gosh, what an effort, Bubba. So I was just talking to Adler about this. So I was mentioning our days of hot rock and DJ.
Right.
And you know how some things when they become outdated, if you'll just hang on, they'll then become mod. Do you know right? Is that accurate?
Well, there's a period like where it gets old and then it becomes junk.
Yeah.
And then it becomes an antique.
So I'm we're learning all the new neighbors that we have here and at the building and we there this area is all the Rick and Bubba show, but there's another area that connects to us where there are other studios and there's other properties here in Birmingham and other radio people that are in the same company with the company that we're partners
our
with.
Parent company, that we're partnered with.
So I'm getting to know everybody, and so the other day I saw someone in there representing one of the stations, and he had a really hip jacket on, and I said, hey, let me see that. Let me see that jacket. And so he comes over there. Now, when I looked at his jacket, it was a little more almost like a Letterman jacket,
right,
with logos and stuff on it, and it was very, very cool. But it harkened me back to these.
The silk jacket.
The satin jacket.
Oh,
yeah.
Old school, baby.
And I thought to myself, because I remember back to what I just talked about, I had a blue satin jacket.
You talking about a tour jacket?
Yeah, that on the back had WHMA 1390. Now, you understand, I understand that bands started using them, but radio people started.
Oh, yeah, we were
There's
first.
no doubt.
If you worked at a radio station and you were part of the on-air group, you had a satin jacket.
Rick, the Air Force.
That's when you were music director.
Boy, that's good. Thank you for writing that. Air Force. And I'm thinking to myself, listen, and it hit me because once this show started, all that was considered outdated and quaint.
Right.
Let's bring it back. What if we started Rick and Bubba satin jacket?
I'm good
let's
with
do
that.
it.
I'd love it.
And that logo right there on the back of it.
Hey, please.
Have a black one?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that just blazing
Just
on
blazing.
the big on the back.
Are we gonna do it? Oh, straight up.
Straight up.
I think we
who's
need to
up
have
for bringing the satin jacket
Oh,
back
I
here?
am.
Right here.
Well, guys,
Right
chalk line went out of business. Who's going to make it? That's a local joint.
Wow, that's a
If you're
callback.
from Anniston,
Yeah.
you know what I'm talking
forgot
about.
about chalk line.
Everything comes back around. I'm telling you.
We would be.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let me ask you
I
this,
mean-
though. I have a question. Do you go with the stitched logo, or do you go with that? It's more of it's not iron on, but it is. You know, it's that good. Well, I thought I had one on.
Yeah.
You thought you had one on.
Well, I have the shirts with that iron-on logo.
Yeah, I think
But let's not
would be better.
Let's not forget you thought you had it on.
Well, I thought, I wear them most
By the
of
way,
the
I
day.
did.
You
I
wear
did
the
that.
wrong shirt?
When I saw you the first time, I thought it was one of those two. I guess all I had to do was look. But
Well, I mean, some days I have one on. Some
do you
days
think
I
maybe
don't.
that is one that came off?
No. It would still be there.
By the way, Adler, you just showed that old band picture. Did you ever find that and put it in the YouTube version of Mr. Lucky Behind the Music? You did? Okay, I bet. So because we were on the air, we couldn't
Rick,
find
that
it.
was right across the street from Rockin' 1390.
Right, that's right across the street from the radio building.
Look at that.
But
And I'd clearly got a job with the power company. I had to cut my hair.
Right.
It's a little shorter than
because what was funny, because you realized when we did that podcast, we didn't think we were doing that podcast till 45 minutes before we did it.
Yeah.
So, but anyway,
It worked out.
And,
But
and
guys,
I went on that. Talking about that, I went back. I'm cleaning out boxes from the move,
Yeah.
which just takes time because I don't want to throw anything valuable away.
Sure.
And I've got all kind of pictures from early Fat Fest stuff.
Oh,
It's
do you
pretty
really?
funny, yeah.
Okay. Well, so satin jackets. Here's the thing.
like it.
Do we do the satin jacket? We'll have to look at the cost on them because they're probably, if you can find them. If we do the old school satin jacket, and the staff gets them, of course, do we make them available in
Do
the
we
store?
have to wear them?
Yeah. Well, of course you have to wear them.
Yes.
Yeah. We're
to an event.
Greg, we're the Air Force.
right. We're the Air Force.
Rick, I'm gonna tell you right
Remember
now. These
name right here?
right now, I'm looking. I just
Put your nickname.
googled satin jackets. I mean, they're very
Okay.
affordable.
Can I tell you this? I remember thinking.
Is this the same jacket that I wore back during the fall, and you and Greg make fun of me? It's
possible.
My Highlands, it was,
Yeah,
the
well, no,
Highlands
it's
College.
that style, but it
remember
wasn't.
that.
Yours
It's a
wasn't
silk,
satin like
and it
that.
has
No,
the-
it didn't have the shine, but it did have the.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
It has the elastics around the neck,
gotta have the
and
shine.
around the bottom, and around your wrist.
Most like baseball.
Y'all really made fun of
Most
me.
baseball
you were
players.
security.
It's their.
That was when he was.
their-
Wasn't that when we were
Okay.
calling him security?
Right.
Yes, it's their team. Like
It is kinda like
Letterman
security.
jackets for a
I
lot
got
of
you.
baseball
I got you
players or
now.
whatever.
Yeah.
Sergeant at Arms.
Cold
that's what
weather
we were calling
jackets,
it.
but satin.
Listen,
Yes, I
Sergeant
do
at
remember
Arms.
that. That's what it was. Please wear it again.
let me tell you guys, when I was
I think I threw it away because of y'all.
listen, when I was given my first satin jacket,
Oh, Rick, you'd
Oh,
made it.
I had a white one
that
at
I,
18.
yeah, I remember.
I bet
I remember
right
that
here
stuff.
was all about it.
Hey,
Rick.
right here, like you had written it in cursive, Rick.
Oh yeah,
And then-
it's got to be cursed.
Hey,
for some reason.
Epic Sports has them in every color. Look right there.
What if we bring back Rick and Bubba satin jackets? I mean,
Check with Kelly and see what.
don't you think it's mod now? Because
Yeah.
Absolutely, Rick. We do what we want to.
we'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Field to Freeburg.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So there's about a gazillion ways they could have announced this. Okay, they could have got on the intercom to all the classes and announced it or whatever. But no, the mayor calls me
Because you got caught up in it.
and he says, "I know you got kids in the system. It's a big
you
deal.
can't wait to come
We
through."
want to give you a like a box, and you unwrap it on the air, and inside of it is going to be the mascot, and everybody's going to tune in to the Rick and Bubba show, and that's how we're going to do it." And for the kids, I said, yes, that's what we're going to do.
You didn't want to ask to do it.
And
here.
when it was over, I was left staring at the wall like, that. Did that just happen?
Because what happens is
You said Helena Honkies.
yeah.
well,
And then
at least I didn't say. Well, I hope
and
it ain't
you-
the Huskies, which it was.
And you
Bubba gave a big
dogged the
speech.
name that we have.
They hadn't even opened it yet.
In all fairness,
Just choose your next words wisely.
in all fairness, Speedy, who had been, involved in this process, had showed me a piece of paper that looked like a football field.
Bubba.
And it had a logo in the middle of it for the miners.
Bubba, that was
and-
off the table a
and-
week before.
But it was cool.
And
It
it
was
was a
cool, but we were told that was
How about
not-
this? It was the best miner logo I'd ever had.
And
The
I thought it'd be a
pickaxes
great-
crossed, had the little car on it, had the
Besides
mine
honky,
number
that
that
would've
it
been a good
was.
They were going to be black and silver.
And I mistakenly thought Speedy was saying that's what it's going to be.
But Bubba,
And I misunderstood.
Bubba, you were
He
told.
didn't have a printout with a husky on
No,
the
but
field.
you were
didn't.
told it's
You're right.
down to the
He
Huskies.
had a printout.
Right.
But we were told
It
it's
was
down
color.
to the
It
Huskies.
was a coloring on slick paper.
And
it
the
looked
Hawks.
official.
right?
Huh?
Remember, we were
It
told
wasn't my
that.
I don't
fault.
remember any of it. I've tried to forget.
I will say this, and we've 12 years been working together, and we're
It's
running
not too
each other
late
a
to
lot.
go to miners, by the way.
Well,
No,
I think it is.
we're good now.
But we get mad at each other a little bit every now and then. But I've never seen him that mad.
Well, you
were
want to
going
know why?
We were
Yes, you
going on a
have to.
road trip.
Hey,
no.
Rick.
He didn't speak to us nearly to Georgia.
We were
by the
going.
way,
I
now
think,
they're making
no.
Hey,
Georgia's not that far.
Time
Georgia's
out.
not that far.
Here we
Georgia's
go.
not that far.
Hey, we stopped at that
We're
McDonald's and that Starbucks in Oxford, and you started speaking to us then.
That's not true.
That is true. That is absolutely
I think it was
an
at
hour
least,
away.
I think Carrollton.
mad.
Carrollton.
It was at least around.
I don't know. Here's the deal.
No, gave us the silent treatment for 1
That's
hour.
not true. I was dealing with handles of everybody asking me why we did what we did.
I know.
Give me a minute.
And this is what you need to know, Helmsy, and you already know this,
And
but I
you were
mean,
trying to buy some land for some reason.
Right, and Terry shut me down.
listen, I forgot about that. But listen,
I was going in at one point.
listen,
Right.
Helmsy.
I'd be back.
No, but you didn't have the money because you'd invested in the chicken cooker. Listen. But listen.
And you tried to buy the land from Aunt Betsy. You remember?
But listen.
I really think we need to do a video on Dan and Ease, by the way.
I do too. But what you're talking about, and it could happen to you today.
Yes,
You're hearing
that's
all
what
these
we're saying.
stories.
Yes.
Is you just want it to be good, but what happens is whatever happens here, the rest of the team, if it involves your family, your kids, your school, your team, fill in the blank, your organization, you're trying to help, whatever. Everybody else, they almost just carefreely go back to their lives.
Yes.
They don't even remember what happened on the show.
No.
And then you have to return to the community that is sitting there and answer all the questions, and it's a terrible feeling.
Yeah. Oh,
You know,
like right
everybody
now.
else just goes on back. Like you hear them laughing out in the hall.
Yeah.
And you hear the door shut, and it's just you.
That'd be like Maddie being excited that she's coming today, and Greg going, "Man, I'm gonna give so much," and she leaves crying.
Yeah.
I know.
All right. Oh yeah, no, that's what it
But
is.
we're all gone. Everybody's laughing. They disappear, and then you have to roll out to the tennis court.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I had to quit coaching tennis because of y'all. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Dr. Jody Dion Odom is with us, assistant professor, UAB. She's a professor of medicine in the Division of Infectious Diseases. And Dr. Jody, I know you're in high demand, so thanks for taking time to be with us.
I am, no problem. Thanks, Rick and Bubba. Apologies for being late. It's already been a crazy day.
No, look,
it's going to get worse, Doc.
Yeah. So.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 35 minutes past the hour. Relief Factor. Have you tried it yet? Have you done this? Wiggum, Georgia. Let's hear from Rhonda. Rhonda says, "Look, for years, Rick and Bubba, I've struggled with overall aches and pains all over my body, including a lot of muscle aches. My husband is a huge, longtime Rick and Bubba fan." And he heard you guys talking about Relief Factor, ordered it for me. By the way, props to Rhonda's husband. And she says, and this was the answer. This is working for me. This is giving me my life back, and it's all natural. She can take it every day like a supplement. I take a pack when I start the day. Just took one before the show started. And then tonight before I go to bed, I'll take another one. Now, if I've got something that's bothering me, I'll put a third one there in the middle of the day. But it's all natural. These are 4 botanicals, so it's not a drug. It's not a stimulant. And you can take it every day. So if you'd like to find out if Relief Factor is the key to bringing you relief, then go to relieffactor.com for $19.99. You can get a 3-week supply, and inside 3 weeks, you'll know whether it's working for you or not. So go to relieffactor.com. We also have a link. You can find that at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. I love getting these letters. And if you're not using Relief Factor and you're struggling, maybe this is the answer. I sure hope it is. It is for the majority of the people who try it. All right, so let's get an update. We it's almost to the point we may have to get a Joe Rogan theme song or something. It's a news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Rick, I'm confused. I'm still confused. Joe Rogan has the #1 podcast in the world.
Right.
And we've listened to some episodes of it. I don't listen to all of them. Greg was listening to one this morning when I came in.
Yeah.
He interviews people. He said a few things that people don't agree with. He's obviously used some language that was inappropriate. But on the big scale of things, does it seem like the effort to get him is not really worthy of his crimes against humanity?
Yeah, I don't understand. And this is, we got this Phil Robertson interview coming up called Uncanceled. I just don't understand the obsession right now with Joe Rogan. I totally agree with you. I can't even go back to classification point A and figure out what everybody's upset about when there were conversations going on all over the country about different treatments for COVID, and I've had COVID, and this is what I did, and this is what worked for me. And if I remember this show right here, we interviewed several doctors with all sorts of different points of view, some who I'm talking about 180 degrees disagree with each other.
Right.
But I kind of thought that's what talk radio did, like Rogan tried to explain. I kind of thought that's what podcasts are, is they're interview formats where you interview people, and then people hear the interviews, and they go, that guy's or woman, she's crazy, or
right.
or I agree with them, or man, I'm glad I found that out. I didn't know that if you said something that, a certain part of our society didn't like or whatever, that we can't just tell people not to listen to you. We have to say you must be removed from society.
Yeah, I don't get that.
I don't understand the obsession with Joe Rogan.
It's kind of un-American. I mean, I thought, within limits, we let people say what they want to say, and then we let the public opinion debate the value of it or the merit of it. Does it go back to when he got COVID and he took ivermectin, and he also did the monoclonal antibodies? Y'all realize the words we've learned the last few years?
Oh,
They're just secondhand now that we had no idea what it was.
Right.
But I just
and
don't
then
get
CNN reported he was, taking horse dewormers and all that,
which was journalistic malpractice.
Right.
Okay, they knew what he. You can disagree that ivermectin helps COVID or not.
Yeah.
That's fine. That is a fine debate. Okay, there's studies out there now. We're going to know more about it in the near future. That's fine.
Yeah.
But to say that anybody that took that is only taking horse dewormer is not telling the truth.
No.
Is it used for that? Yes. Is it used for humans? Yes. It's used for a lot of things. It'll cure river blindness too.
Apparently,
which we don't have a big problem with here in the U.S. Thank goodness.
To the tune of a Nobel Prize.
Yeah, it won a Nobel Prize because it was cheap and it was very effective in a lot of the third world countries.
By the way, did not
fighting a lot of viral infections.
Did not get a Nobel Prize for its contribution to the veterinarian sciences.
Yeah, the veterinarian medicine thing didn't even figure into it.
I think we're on to something because you just said it was cheap. I think that's why it's being demonized.
And maybe that's the thing, because it appeared we were to drive everybody to vaccines or bust.
Yeah,
which is fine. Look, vaccines have their place, but we got a defense. We got to have a lot of positions, a lot of lanes filled, and you can't fill all of them with one thing.
Well, this vaccine thing has just become lunacy. We now got Carville today. We'll do that story. Claim he wants to fight people that aren't vaccinated, which I would say, just tell me where we're supposed to meet.
But the Joe Rogan,
I promise you, I can beat Gumby.
Yeah, we'll get to that story. But on the Joe Rogan thing, I just don't understand it, because it doesn't seem like that, and even him saying he didn't want the vaccine, and even him using some languages that was not appropriate.
Right.
It still doesn't seem like that fits the avalanche that has come down upon him. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I don't get it. I don't fully understand what's happening.
It would be like me saying, that I hear there's things out there in movies that I'm like, man, this is just absolutely grotesque and crazy, and man, look at these agendas they're trying to push, and this is so counter to the things that I hold dear. It'd be like me going out and I just won't stop until these people are not allowed to act anymore.
Yeah,
I mean, and these producers aren't allowed to do movies anymore.
Yeah, it's like Whoopi, okay? Yeah. And you know who's been her biggest defender in this? Conservatives.
Yeah.
Because they've said, look, what she said was wrong, but she has the right to be wrong when she says it.
Yeah, of course.
And let everybody say you're crazy, you're an idiot, you don't know what you're talking about. But there's no need to cancel her and not ever let her do what she does again for a living.
How about whether
It is just nuts.
Whether Whoopi Goldberg gets to be on The View or not is the decision between her and ABC or who the syndicator is.
So Joe Rogan has been at the middle of this. Rumble, who is another streaming service, which I'm not really familiar with. I saw it in an email the other day.
Yeah, we're hearing a rumble of Rumble, but I tell you what, if they got this kind of money, maybe they'll get legit.
They have offered Joe Rogan. They basically have offered to match his deal at Spotify if he wants to come over to their place. $100 million.
Wow. So are they just a audio only, or do
I really don't know. I assume they do video.
Yeah, they're more like YouTube. Matter of fact, a lot of people ask us why we hadn't moved there yet.
Yeah.
And I've explained to them that that's a Blaze decision and how that
Right.
works.
Yeah.
And I'm really shocked, and they're probably doing that Blaze is probably going to end up going down this path.
of course they will.
At some point.
Hey, look, if Rumble proves itself to be a better platform, then we'll move to it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the thing. We've been on others, too. I mean, it all just depends on what's good at that moment.
But I'm not going to run from a larger platform to a small one just so people want to email me. I mean, I want to be talking to the largest audience I can talk to.
Yeah.
And Rumble is based in Canada. Do you know it's a Canada company?
I did not know that.
So, anyway, he's been offered that. Neil Young.
Wait a minute. So if we go to Rumble, we're settling out because you see how Canada's, how their government's working. You can't go to Rumble. You know, it's Canada.
Because all the other things.
You see where all this boycott crap that you can't be consistent with it. Yeah. So I'm going to run over to Canada to show that I'm a great American.
My favorite thing, as I expressed in an email to someone who was trying to make a point about this, is how can you say that when you're on a computer and you're on an operating system and you're using email from people who do not reflect your political affiliation? You can't work. You can't exist in a sterile situation. It's okay to try to. I got that. Your heart's in the right place.
Make your best effort. Yeah,
it's your choice. That's great.
Sure,
but you can't. You just can't be on us and everybody else to have a completely sterile working environment because it doesn't exist.
Well, it's like I've said before when people start talking about the biblical concept of God's sovereignty and man's choice, and I said, well, we got to talk about it because we can't even get out of the garden without a choice being made.
Right.
And so, on this point, we can't even get off the ground because we're all communicating on Microsoft and Apple products. And I don't know if you've took a gander at those two companies, but I can't think of many things we agree on with either company.
Politically,
so we can't even get off the ground with this.
not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Business wise, yes.
Yeah.
Politically,
well, morally too. Not just politically.
Well,
morally.
I'm putting that in the political column.
Right.
So Neil Young is telling Spotify employees to get this. Here's the quote: "To leave before the company eats your soul."
So we're down to eating.
So Neil
souls.
wants people to give their jobs up,
right?
Because he don't like it. Right. So I'm supposed to give up the way I make a living.
By the way, don't forget that the things they're most upset with Joe Rogan about, they've gone back in there and they've put together a montage of him using the N-word, even though he says he's never used it in a racial way. The fact that he said it, now they can put together a montage on him, which, that's just the world we live in.
12 years squeezed down to one clip.
Right. Yeah. But anyway, don't forget, take that out because that's new because the other one's not working. So so everybody can respond to that the way you want to. That's your right. But now I'm going to go over here. That the original problem, the reason why Neil Young is saying eat your soul, is because of something that Rogan was saying concerning treatments of a virus that really have not been unproven. And he also corrected that he said, y'all said I was taking a version of this that I wasn't taking. So really, if you think about the original indictment on Rogan isn't even factually correct. And we want him to be removed from society, and we say
there's not even a verdict on whether what he said is.
And he was just interviewing.
He just let people give their side of what they think.
I can't. Guys,
and celebrities that keep, after you've said something nice about him, now you're backing out. Do you not realize that people realize you're not being sincere? No. Won't you just stick to Andrew Yang? Have y'all seen him? The guy that ran?
Yeah.
He came out, has been on Joe Rogan's show and said he's not a racist. He interacts with black people on his show all the time. He said, I know black friends of him that will defend him. That was his opinion, his experience with Joe Rogan. Well, now he's crawfishing because everybody's giving him a hard time about it. And The Rock's doing the same thing.
Yeah.
First of all, when you say something and then you turn around and go, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that." What? You're not being sincere. You're doing it because you're catching heat, Yang.
Yeah.
And rock.
And the headline today is Trump urges Rogan to stop apologizing.
Yeah, of course. That's funny.
No, Rogan, they've got Rogan for the first time. He's starting an attempt to try apologize. Babylon B. Rogan said it best. Joe Rogan tries to apologize to sharks while they're eating them.
Yeah. You might as well not even.
No.
Yeah, good luck.
All you're doing is bleeding in the water now.
Yeah.
You know, you just keep explaining yourself. Keep getting your narrative right, and let people decide whether they think the people against you are not reasonable or you're not.
Rick and Bubba.
Now, that's the thing. You have the normal seasonal stuff, but raise your hand. Be honest. Raise your hand if there's been moments in the last 48 hours where you thought you had.
I thought I had that moment yesterday.
I've checked my temperature about 8
As I
times.
sit right here.
You got it right now.
COVID-19.
I've heard it so much. I've heard it so much. I feel like I have.
I do.
Greg,
Throat's a little sore.
Let me listen.
Can't breathe, shortness of breath.
Let me show you this. This is me. This is me all alone on the deck yesterday making spiral dogs. Okay, this is me talking to myself. I'm out there by myself. Look, and I'm over and I go. Been to the farm, a lot of pollen at the farm. That's what it is.
Yeah,
it's just some pollen down at the farm.
So it's not just me. It's not just me.
Look, Greg, and then I do this. And I go, it's just from the farm. And look, then
you get a little headache.
Hey, baby. Yeah, inside. Are they finished? No, they're not done. Could you come here just a minute? Hey, put your hand on my head.
That feels hot.
Do I feel hot? No, baby, you don't feel hot.
Rick, I always go, if I got fever, I would have chills. Right,
yeah.
What now? Well, I don't.
What about the time that they'll start changing the symptoms and realize that sooner or later they get you?
Yeah. I mean, whatever.
And then there's that guy yesterday that has it, and he said he hadn't had any symptoms.
Yeah, what about
he's
that
coming
guy?
off. He's coming off of it. Said he never had any symptoms.
Yeah, he kept testing positive. Him and his wife, and neither one of them had symptoms. What's that all?
What's
about?
that?
I know.
Huh?
It's
Well, that's
COVID-19.
what's scary because you can have it
And
but
not know it.
never know it and pass it on to so many
Did
people.
that
That's
poor
the
guy in
scary part about
Nebraska
this.
ever get out of being quarantined? He's been there since February the 9th, and he's still testing positive.
And he said he feels fine.
For what, Bubba? What's he
That's
testing
going
for?
along.
COVID-19.
That's going on a lot with the younger generation.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah,
Here's
they
what
towed it, and it doesn't
Yeah.
bother.
Y'all don't want to hip it up.
Still got a crutch on.
Here's what maybe
At
to
least
make,
y'all are all walking today.
here's what the young people listen. Y'all need to y'all need to listen to me.
Glad
me,
it ain't polio.
Hey, me, my, I, me, my. Here's what you got to understand. It doesn't matter how it's affecting you.
Right.
It's how you toting is going to kill somebody else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know how much more times we got to say that.
I know.
Yeah.
I had to have all the little Wilburn boys up yesterday. Hey, everybody up. But y'all love your mom and dad and your grandparents.
Oh yeah.
Care for us because you don't care for yourself.
I told Broderick too. I said,
And
Broderick.
possibly Bubba.
I told
Yeah.
I told young Broderick. I said, so your goal is to kill me.
Mm-hmm.
And he's Dad's in there saying I'm trying to kill him. I said, your daddy's 55.
Yeah, we're on the fringe.
Rick and Bubba.
We're cooking a lot of meals at home. With the family's back around the table. It's great. Like I say, we all were enjoying church online on Sunday, all sitting there together and had a big discussion after it was over. And, our lives are changing right now, and we're being forced into a different way of life, the good, the bad, the ugly. But it's caused some extreme attempts out there and some agreements and disagreements. We go to Shelby County, Tennessee, Memphis, and Speedy set this story up. Is it
Well,
set
Rick,
itself up?
I think, and we've talked about this. We need a little bit of comedy relief, right? I mean,
Yeah,
we
no doubt.
everybody does. We need to take it serious, but we also need to have just a little bit of
Yeah.
okay.
Well,
and
of course.
I think this
people
is one of
need both from us today.
And there's a lot of people that are very concerned about it. And Fox 13 did a story out of Shelby County, Tennessee, in Memphis that we wanted to bring to you. And it starts with a field reporter just asking people about different things, and runs up on somebody that's come up on their own way of protecting themselves from the virus.
Bring this on.
Enjoy this from Fox 13.
And don't nobody want their child to be sick, and don't nobody want to take that virus to their house.
Parents with children at Treadwell Middle and elementary schools are not playing around. Many wiped their kids down, and some even sprayed them with disinfectant spray as they took them home Monday.
I wiped my children's backpack down when I got them out of school. Sure did. Gave them gloves. Sure did.
Parents are doing this after they found out an employee who works at Treadwell Middle and Elementary came in contact with a person who tested positive for the coronavirus in Memphis.
Ready for this.
Some took more extreme measures.
2 garbage bags. My shoes and came and loose. 2 sacks. Another sack.
Leaders with the Shelby County Health Department say this is not necessary because it's a very low-risk situation for students. Still, family members tell me they don't want their kids in school.
It's messed up. The flu killing more folks than that is, so what's up? We're going to die anyway.
This topic will continue with Phil Robertson coming up next hour, his new book, Uncanceled. So the obsession with Joe Rogan is interesting because he really hasn't said anything that we haven't heard in various conversations. And now Bill Maher, we had some quotes from him yesterday, and we never got to them, but it never did work within the conversations we were having. But Bill Maher, who's certainly very, very far to the left and doesn't like right politics at all, but even he is saying this is all just now becoming absurd, as if we can't have a conversation and just honestly talk about. We've said these things on the show many, many times, that we're all going through a process of trying to figure out, how to combat, a worldwide pandemic. And he's like, and it's almost like we just won't, even when we learn things, it's like we didn't learn them. And Bill Maher is also confused, but I wonder why there's no attempt to cancel him. Bill Maher's becoming more and more level-headed as far as things that are just kind of common sense. So here are some of the comments from Bill Maher in his show.
It's time to do what a growing list of countries have done and announce we're going back to something more like normal. Beginning with recognizing that what we're doing to kids is unnecessary and horrible, and I don't even like kids. But making kids who have a COVID survivability rate of 99.98% mask up like bandits, unfortunately, the thing that's getting stolen is their education, their sanity, and their social skills.
Amen.
A study this week from a professor at Johns Hopkins concluded that the lockdowns we all suffered through had little impact in reducing COVID deaths. Okay, that's kind of a big one to get wrong. Last July, President Biden said, "You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations." Well, I already knew that was wrong then, and now we all do. The former director of the CDC, Robert Redfield, believes COVID originated in a lab, and now our intelligence agencies agree it might have. But for months on social media, it was banned to even discuss it. But how about just wrong? Wrong a lot. Wrong about HIV, wrong about lockdowns, wrong about kids, wrong about how you couldn't get it if you were vaccinated. Remember washing our packages? And there's never been any research showing that outdoor transmission is likely or common, yet LA County says we're still supposed to mask up for big outdoor events, like we'll be at the Super Bowl. Well, supposed to. It's all theater, watching athletes mix it up on the court and then mask on the sideline, not being able to touch a menu, but watching them touch my food. Maskless at dinner while sitting but not standing. And by the way, if Applebee's really cared about our health, they would make us cover our mouths after the food arrived. I'm just asking, how much wrong do you get to be while still holding the default setting for people who represent the science?
Yeah. I mean, we've said the same thing. I've said 1,000 times. I'm so thankful for our scientists. I'm thankful for our medical personnel. I'm thankful for their expertise and the lives that they have saved. But you got to drop the God complex because you've been wrong a lot.
Yeah.
And in this one, it's like Bill Maher now. I'm saying Bill Maher, not Tucker Carlson.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Bill Maher
Right.
is saying, look, you've been wrong.
Right.
And how many wrongs do you get to be that every time you say something, we all have to stop what we're doing, and then we have to be ostracized and canceled if we disagree with you?
Yeah. Well, and Rick, you've talked about this, the tribalism disease that we have in our country, where you have to be in this group or that group. This is a point of order in this, that even the left and the right, they are common things that we should, in the middle, agree upon.
Absolutely.
And just be we can still talk about things we don't like with the other group, crazy beliefs they have, things they don't like we believe, but there's just some things that we can't agree on. And Bill Maher hit it dead on.
Well, he was getting panned on social media yesterday. Hey, Bill Maher's turned right wing. I'm out or whatever, and everybody responded with going, "Wait a minute, are you saying right wing is common sense? Because that was all common sense. That wasn't right wing or left wing.
Guys, it was beyond common sense. It was factual.
But everybody's got to be put in a box. You can't just talk about
that's the problem.
Reality and the truth, and
it's okay to disagree.
Yeah,
it's okay to disagree.
I think some of the things we're continuing to do, and we've touched about this on the show, it's just because people are – I understand the deal that, hey, I want to do something. And, somebody says, why have you got people here in your restaurant with these cloth masks on unless they're sitting down? You remember Brad Stein?
Oh, that was
Brad Stein said,
funny.
he said all along we should have all just been riding around in wheelchairs. We'd have never caught it.
Right.
Apparently, it's
just
only
stay at a lower level.
Only if you stand up. That's where it gets you. And this is all lunacy, folks. And you know why they're doing it? I just feel like I'm doing something. Yeah, somebody got COVID at your restaurant. No, we told them to put a mask on.
Yeah, that's all.
And people do want to do something.
Vaccine. Yeah, well, people can still get it. Yeah, but it does something. I know it does. I know it still does. Yeah. It still does, Rick.
Rick, I don't think it's necessarily a bad response that you want to do something.
Yeah.
But the problem is people, they don't, you can't tell them, look, there's nothing I can do. They just don't want to hear that.
Well,
and that pressure to come up with something to do, even though it may not work,
Well, why not the way we handle, like we've said 1,000 times, cold and flu season, now that it's now gotten where it's not as deadly, to say, do common things to try not to get it, and when you get it, we'll treat you, and then you'll get better and go back to your life.
Right.
And stop all this other garbage that's doing more damage than the actual virus itself. We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, we're going to die anyway.
Don't get that plastic over your face where you're breathing, man.
Oh, my God. Ma'am, please be careful with the plastic bags.
Y'all.
She walked up.
Please be careful. Please be careful.
I sure did.
Y'all. Oh, my goodness.
If you could not see that, if you weren't watching on our YouTube feed.
I'm going to watch that over and over today.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch that over and over.
I will too. This person had taken grocery plastic bags and I think
made her a hazmat suit.
The fact they were yellow.
Yeah. I'm not sure she gets the concept of the surgical mask.
Yeah, it's under her nose.
Yeah,
it needs to be over the top of it.
Right. That is.
She claims we're all going to die.
But yet, if the people who say we're all going to die anyway shouldn't be dressed like that.
That's what I was saying.
Right, that was a mixed message from that particular person.
Don't you know, if you're the film crew and you see that walking up, hey, over here.
Yeah.
Can I have that one more time, Rick, please? All right, here we go.
Here, hang on.
Some took more extreme measures.
2 garbage bags. My shoes and came and loose. 2 sacks. Another sack.
Leaders with the Shelby County Health Department say this is not necessary because it's a very low-risk situation for students. Still, family members tell me they don't want their kids in school.
It's messed up. The flu killing more folks than that is, so what's up? We're going to die anyway.
While I'm under a bunch of plastic.
That message and your approach is not. They don't go together.
They kind of contradict.
I kind of like the woman said, "Yeah, I did all the stuff I did. Sure did.
Sure did.
Oh yeah.
Don't nobody want the kid.
What about the poor kid? His dad spraying him with all that spray.
That's something
Guys,
else.
I'm not saying that this was true because you don't know what to believe and not believe now. What's out there. But tell me it's not true that we've had to tell people not to gargle with Clorox.
Rick.
That we didn't really have to say that, did we? I saw some story that
Rick,
wait a minute,
we had people eating Tide.
Well, that's true.
Just for the fun
It's a
of
good
it.
point. It's a great
Just to
point.
make a YouTube video.
Right. And the other thing that got me was on the whole toilet paper and grocery store scare. So what we were supposed to do is not to get into big crowds of people. So what do? We hysterically all piled into the grocery store on top of each other.
Oh, yeah.
How about them airports? Did y'all see that? Everybody getting back to the country from Europe.
Oh, it looked like they were packed and they're like rats.
Yeah, yeah. It's sometimes I think the hysteria. You remember like this person that said we're all going to die anyway, but I've got various bags all over me.
Got a lot of bags.
Is if you're corralled into a big crowd of panicked people, isn't that exactly what we're not supposed to be doing?
Yeah.
Look at Costco there. Isn't that what we're trying not to do?
Yeah, how about if I pull up to Costco and I see that, I just keep going.
Right.
I go, I'm not getting in that. That's a huge crowd.
Because isn't that where we're not supposed to be?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're selling toilet paper. They're also passing virus.
Yeah. Hey, I got my toilet paper, but now I have COVID-19.
I'm just going to try to make it on the paper I got at the house.
Well, yeah, it's funny. When I made the corn cob comment in the grocery store, it owned the store.
Sure it did. Who amongst us had to get a handful of leaves before?
Look, see, these are people in line and on top of each other to get in a store so they can survive, I guess.
And stay out of crowds.
And stay out of crowd, but you're in a crowd at this store.
To stay out of crowds.
But we were discussing the people who do the sign language on all the updates. So I guess what we're doing is when you get into the subtitles, some people can only read sign. Is subtitles won't do it because I will tell you, watching it, if you're a person who can hear, it's hard. I mean, maybe
it's where they make them stand. I mean, they're right in the middle of it.
Well,
I mean, they're right.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're every now and then their hand nearly hits the speaker.
Right.
I still think this guy's my favorite because of his face.
Well, I go back to my original thought on that.
Well, there's some that really, really do animated facial expressions with it. Is that helpful? I guess
It's distracting to me. It's
right.
I mean, I get everybody needs to get the message.
Of course.
But I miss half the message because I get hung up looking at them facial expressions, and then I get hung up trying to see what the word looks like when it's signed by hand.
Yeah,
I try to figure out which word he's doing.
I know. I find myself trying.
They're always
to,
slightly behind.
Yeah,
but
I find myself.
Look at that guy.
Yeah, I find myself like trying to. I'm like you, Greg. Should we get people that maybe are less distracting?
Can't they just film them off camera and put them down the corner like they used to do? Didn't they used to do that?
Yeah, you remember that? Because Saturday Night Live used to do it.
That right there, Greg. Bo Bice at 55.
Bo Bice is now single.
Yeah, because when they stand, because here's what you have: when they put them right next to the speaker, you're now looking at two speakers.
Yes.
And they're talking at the same time.
It messes with me.
And it messes with you. And I would because. And then, like you said, I don't know what this is. Something kicks in where we start trying to learn sign on the fly.
I know. And it's like right there, you're showing me there's no way I'm listening to what that guy's saying. I can't because I'm looking at, like you say, Bo Bice's uncle. Back there in the
Sorry,
back.
Bo. I know you listen.
Greg.
Well, that guy's got Bo's hair. That's all.
Right.
There's nothing against Bo.
Right.
Bo on a stool.
Bo Bice's uncle. Greg.
Yeah, well, look, he'd be his uncle.
Right. But no, I saw one the other day. The facial expressions were
the best one's that tall, goofy. I think it was South Carolina.
Right.
It was back during something, and he was like lurch size. He was huge, and he was all humped over up there doing these crazy faces.
I know.
I think they try to outdo each other too. I think it's like, let's see who can have
It's
the
their
most
time to
animated
shine.
face.
I wish I looked up there and it was you, and you just somehow talked your way into it.
Here's what I would say. I would go, and this may go on too. I'd go, guys, watch this. I'm gonna really exaggerate my face. I want y'all to watch.
Right.
Some of my buddies could be at home getting a kick out of it.
Yeah. Do you think some of them do that?
I would,
because it does feel like. 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang, all here today. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Bubba, you know how you like to be a pioneer? Say, I was first. You know, this cancel culture that we were just talking about now has become such a topic. But, you know, there were those that there was an attempt to cancel them when really canceling wasn't even cool.
Right.
And Phil Robertson was one of those men. He has a new book called Uncanceled, Finding Meaning and Peace in a Culture of Accusation, Shame, and Condemnation. And Phil Robertson joins us again on the Rick and Bubba Show. Let's go, Phil.
All right, boys.
How are you this morning, Phil? Everything good?
I'm doing well. So this guy shows up, walks in the door. He's with a magazine outfit that I'd never even heard of before.
Right.
I said, what does GQ stand for? And he said, Gentleman's Quarterly. I said, Gentleman's Quarterly. I said, evidently I'm not running in the same circles you are. He goes to Jason, old Jace. He's the one that doing me and him cracking the stack of these ducks over here. He goes to Jace first, and unbeknown to me, he said, reporter asked him, he said, do you really expect us to believe that you didn't have sex with your girlfriend before you married her? Because Jace had written the book, something, that's what he was telling about.
Yeah.
They said, I don't care whether you believe me or not. We waited till we got married. So he went from that, he went to Jephthah, that youngest boy of mine.
Yeah.
Oh, they're making a TV show, some kind of one of them treasure hunter type deals, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, old Jeff, he asked Jeff, he said, when did you lose your virginity? And old Jeff just looked at him and just kind of went, ha. Well, then he comes to me. Question number 3, he said, do you believe homosexual behavior is a sin? I thought about it for a second or two, and I thought, boy, what kind of question is that?
Right.
But I just said, look, do not be deceived. Neither the sexually immoral, the idolaters, the adulterers, the male prostitutes, I said the homosexual offenders, I kind of did my hand like that, meaning that's the one you asked about.
Right.
Or the greedy, the thieves, the drunkards, or slanderers, or swindlers, they will not inherit the kingdom of God.
Right.
Then he said, the Apostle Paul, he said, and that's what some of you were.
Right.
But you were washed, you were sanctified, you were justified in the name of the Lord Jesus and the Spirit of God. That's all that was about. I just quoted a Bible verse saying, argue with God about it, but it doesn't make any difference what I believe. But God said right there, you got Romans 2, Sodom and Gomorrah. There's a lot in there about that kind of behavior. But so that's where all that deal. They clipped us for about 10 million, but we got plenty left.
So Phil, let's go back because we all remember that. And at one time A&E was going to take you guys off. Cracker Barrel wasn't going to carry your stuff, but you guys just stood, and said, look, if y'all want to fire us, we'll leave, and if you don't want our stuff, fine. But then the people who love what you do begin to apply their own pressure. And talk
they
about
rallied.
And they rallied, and you guys stayed on TV and stayed in Cracker Barrel.
That's right. So, here's what's interesting. Now, this may surprise y'all's listeners, but it's worthy of note. The reason I wrote this book is I said I've seen it accelerate this cancel culture, and the more the ungodly, the more they accuse their neighbor, I'm beginning to see that there's no forgiveness among them. None. I mean, zero.
Right.
So I want everybody just to realize Jesus said in Matthew 5, about verse 13 or 14, you've heard that it is said, love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, that you may be sons of your Father in heaven. Just across the way, that's Matthew 5 at verse 14. Matthew 6, here's how you should pray. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us today our daily bread. Forgive us our debts as we also have forgiven our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Then Jesus said this, for if you forgive men when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive men their sins, your Father will not forgive your sins. So here's the deal. This cancel culture outfit, I'm more saddened by the whole thing, by the way they're behaving, than I am mad. I'm more sad. I'm looking at these people and I'm thinking, I said, what kind of mind goes out here and robs their neighbor, murders their neighbor, shooting, robbing, shooting, looting, burning, and running around with a can of spray paint, writing FU on all the walls of the town. I'm like, I said, is this to America? I was born in 46, just right after World War II. The guys, I never seen anything like this. These people are just out, just rummaging through your stuff. I mean, canceling, from a mistake you made, you put some blurb on the internet, or some of the founding fathers might have owned slaves 200 years ago, and we won't forgive you of anything you've ever done. Right. So I'm just looking at it. I wrote the book mainly for the brothers, the saved, but it also goes to the lost people too. So it's a tough world out there, guys.
And Phil, while obviously our biblical convictions take priority, but just as an American, the concept of trying to silence these people that you don't agree with, and there's people we don't agree with, but can't we just disagree and keep moving? Why is it become so vile, you think?
Well, Jesus said, if the world hates you, keep in mind that it hated me first. If you belong to the world, it would love you as its own. As it is, you do not belong to the world, but I have chosen you out of the world. And I'm saying, thank God for that.
Yeah.
That's why the world hates you. Remember the words I spoke to you. No servant is greater than his master. If they persecuted me, they will persecute you also. If they obeyed my teaching, they would obey yours also. They will treat you this way because of my name, for they do not know me and are the one who sent me. If I had come and spoken to them, they would not be guilty of sin. Now, however, they have no excuse for their sin. He who hates me hates my Father as well. So the bottom line is, people are full of hate, and there's a gigantic love discipline deficit in America, and it's a scary thing to watch, guys. I'm going to tell you. Look, Romans 13, let no debt remain outstanding except the continuing debt to love one another. For he who loves his fellow man has fulfilled the law. The commandments: don't murder, don't commit adultery, don't steal, don't covet. Whatever other commandment there may be is summed up in this one rule. Now let's just look at the United States of America and what we're up to, and we'll slice it and dice it. Love your neighbor as yourself. Love does no harm to its neighbor. So all of this stuff we see, the swirling around us, guys, it's getting worse. So unless something is done, and I don't think the government can fix it, so I think they're just going to have to be a mass repentance and people turn back to God, or this thing is going to have the same thing that happened to all the other empires that there ever's been. It's going to happen to this one.
We'll come back. Phil Robertson is our guest, no doubt. The book is called Uncanceled. All of the information about the book and how you can get the book is at rickandbubba.com under show notes. We come back, we'll spend another segment with Phil. And one of the reasons that this cancel culture exists, Phil talks about one of the reasons for that in the book, and we'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can sign.
You
yes.
would hope.
Yeah,
You would hope they wouldn't, Rick, but I probably do.
Greg, I sign. Yes, I do. I sign. How about you? And it's like you're trying to outdo me. You're trying to outdo me.
Please go stand behind Rick and sign what he's saying.
You're the best at that.
We need somebody who does sign language or teaches it. Is the expression, is that something you get points for?
Or is it like a guitar player playing a solo and you don't realize his face does it?
Right.
I think
a little of that.
Kind of like Gary when he does his slate call, he does his mouth.
Exactly. They're so concentrating.
Yeah. I want, just for me, I want Rick to give about a 10 to 20 second statement on why we're not doing golden ticket seats and let Speedy stand directly behind him and sign it out.
Yes, because that's your wheelhouse, buddy.
I don't know if I can. I'll try.
That is your wheelhouse. In fact, this may be something you could do if you could learn sign language.
We want to be clear, Speedy does not know sign language.
No, he does not. He does not.
And you're probably going to get hate email for this, but it will be fun.
It doesn't matter. Well, I think you standing and him sitting is fine.
Okay.
But whatever you want, whatever is best for the camera.
Get right in the way because they do.
Yes.
You need a little closer.
Yeah, right there.
Wait a minute. Keep your 6 foot.
Yep. Social distance.
Right.
Social separation. No, you still keep doing
stuff like that.
Are you ready? Yeah, go. All right. Now, a lot of you have been asking about the golden ticket seats. There's a reason that we have canceled the golden ticket seats.
You need more face,
and it's just common sense.
There you go.
It's just common sense. We don't need to be bringing people in from all over the country and sometimes even around the world, because if the key is to keep people isolated, if you keep bringing people into the studio. And we don't know where these people have been.
I wouldn't hear a word Rick said.
Then this is not wise at this time. Yeah, right. That's not wise at this time. So it's just simple common sense precautions, and it's not selling out to the man or giving in to overhype. It's doing what we've been asked to do by medical professionals to minimize the spread of COVID-19.
Send an email to Greg directly.
Thank you for bringing that up. Speedy, well done as usual.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pandemic. We are your social separation connection. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, all here. Eddie Van Adler in the mix, and we welcome back Stretch Armstrong to Rick and Bubba University. I'm keeping my distance from Stretch because I don't know where he's come from.
Yep.
And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We know it is a difficult and strange world we're living in right now. We're very honored to have Dr. Jody Dion Odom with us from UAB. Dr. Jody, how are you?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you. Yes, there was a little pause there. We got you loud and clear. So, Dr. Jody, let's unpack a little bit since the last time that we've talked. I don't know if you know this. We're in a pandemic situation.
I did notice, yeah.
So people are, I think, as far as the United States, there's been some exceptions, but people seem to have gotten the message about social distancing, doing a pretty good job with that. I know that Governor Cuomo, it seems to tell the people in New York City he doesn't know what he has to say for them to get this. But Anonymous, Clanton, Alabama.
A lot of Anonymous today.
Yeah. Well,
Anon.
Well, if you see some of the questions, you'll know why.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I had to say Anonymous for, I'm just wondering, do y'all know if the state stores are open? I heard y'all talking about it, and I was just wondering Did you hear if they're going to be open ABC stores?
The liquor stores? Is that what you
you're
mean?
talking about the ABC state-run
Yeah.
liquor stores?
Yes.
I think they were doing curb pickup, last I heard.
Yeah, I'm Baptist, so I didn't even know those
shut it down.
existed. Huh?
When's the
Yeah, I
last
think
time you
they
had a
shut
bump?
them down.
Yeah. Are you need a bump?
When's the last time you've had a bump?
I sure do. Yeah, I need a bump.
Yes,
There it is. There's some honesty.
It's Friday, and I like the buttery nipples, so I need.
Excuse me. See
Well,
what
I hope
point-
you stocked. I hope you stocked up on butterscotch.
Yeah, you see what the pandemic's
Yeah.
doing. Wow.
Yes.
Well, I know that there's
well, yeah.
there's actually been some
If you're
distillery.
going to be locked up in the house with family, you need your bump, right?
Well,
You need your bump.
that's what I hear. My family's been a joyful experience.
Yeah, I
So
know.
I don't.
I haven't
Yeah,
felt that way at all.
mine too.
Yes.
Mine too.
So I know that some of the distilleries are actually, all kidding aside, they're working with the hand sanitizer because they have all that ethanol, and they're starting to make hand sanitizer. So. It is 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Phil Robertson is our guest. The book is Uncanceled. Like I said, he was one of the first in the crosshairs of the cancel culture, and knows what it's like to have the crosshairs on you, and how this behavior now, which has become so unfortunately common. Phil, you talk about in the book, because you got to go back to where did this cancel culture come from, and the attitude behind it is really not new. I mean, the cancel part of it may be new, but the attitude really isn't new. You know, if you go all the way back to the Garden of Eden, the step towards sin was really, if you break it down, the first man and woman saying, we don't really trust you, God, to decide what is right and wrong. We want to make that decision for ourselves. We don't really trust you to be God. We'd like to also be God. And you write about that in the book, that a lot of this cancel culture, the attitude behind it is, I want to be God.
Exactly. Now listen, here's what is a sad thing. I think I was about a sophomore in high school when they did this, but guys, we have not had God, the knowledge of God. They didn't think it worthwhile, just like in the Roman Empire. It's been 60 years since we've allowed God, anything Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, to be taught in schools. Well, if you think about it, you say, and we wonder why our children are behaving the way they're behaving. Everybody's got the little cell phone they run around with, and this and that and other. But no God for 60 years in the school system, none in these colleges. What used to be these Ivy League schools used to be preaching schools.
Yep.
Bible verses on the gates when you walked in there, training them to get out and preach the gospel. That's these Ivy League schools. Now look at them. They've taken all the Bible verses down off the gates. They've taken them all down. And now not allowed to even bring up Jesus Christ. So, Romans chapter 1, it's a sad read. They exchanged the truth of God for a lie, and they worship and serve created things rather than the Creator. This is the cancel culture. Because of this, God gave them over to shameful lusts. Even their women exchanged natural relations for unnatural ones. Lesbians. In the same way, the men also abandoned natural relations with women, and they were inflamed with lust for one another. Men committed indecent acts with other men and received in themselves the due penalty for their perversion. I didn't write this. This is 2,000 years old. The Apostle Paul talking to the church at Rome. It's written down. All scripture is God breathed. I'm just reading text. Furthermore, since they did not think it worthwhile. Now listen to this, guys. They didn't think it worthwhile to retain the knowledge of God. They said, Jesus, who's that?
Right.
We're not going to follow him. he gave them over to a depraved mind to do what ought not to be done. And the rest of that list, that's Romans chapter 1. They're senseless, faithless, heartless, ruthless. So what do we expect?
Right.
Where there's no God, and you said it very well, they're saying to us, they are God.
That's right.
And with all that sinful behavior, it's a sad thing to watch. That's why I wrote the book, hoping maybe somehow we'll start a mass repentance in America and we'll come back to our senses, for crying out loud.
Well, if you look at the generations, I think the last I heard this reference the other day, the millennials, they're at 53% of them now do not believe in the God of the Bible. But it's interesting, if you look at Gen X, it's actually starting to go back the other way, that more of them actually do believe in the God of the Bible than the millennials. So I don't. But it's a remnant. I mean, when the percentages are not. I mean, they're not
right.
Like, they're
small,
not stacked. But more
at
of
least
them
it's
do.
going that way.
Yeah. But I think you're going to see. If you look at Scripture and you see what Jesus says this is going to look like, there's going to be a remnant and there's going to be a revival, and that's got to come from the church. I think where a lot of followers of Christ, I'm not talking to those of you who don't believe, but those that claim to be followers of Christ or call themselves Christians, is I think we're starting to think there's a political answer to a spiritual problem, and there isn't. The church is the answer.
Yep, there is not. Governments, they come and go.
Right.
All of them. I had a history professor, research this for me. He said, Robinson, every empire that there ever was, because their view or lack thereof of God, every last one of them has collapsed, all of them. So we're down now, and I'm looking around, guys, and I'm saying, you know what? We're going to fool around and lose this country. Maybe I'm hoping some of these younger bucks will step forward and start behaving themselves and put their faith in God. We had a wonderful country for a long time, but I've seen it just go downhill. I'm 75. I'm looking at it. I'm saying, man, I don't know. This thing, it's going to get away from us. You said a while ago, the government cannot fix this. They can't forgive my sin.
No.
They can't raise me from the dead. Jesus showed up 2,020 years ago, and if you looked around, you'd think that he never even showed up the way they treat him. He showed up and he becomes flesh. God becomes flesh, dies on a cross to rid us of our sins, every last rotten thing we've done. I did a lot of sinning, boys, when I was younger. I was glad Jesus showed up.
We all are. We all are.
Phil, thanks a lot. The book is Uncanceled, and all the details are at rickandbubba.com and show notes.
Yeah. I believe they are closed. I'm looking right here.
Yeah, they may be closed.
COVID-19 store closures, and it's got a bunch of them listed.
Yeah. Does it have the state stores, ABC state
Yeah, that's
stores?
all of them. But
Is that your favorites?
Yeah. They're
Where are you at on the buttery nipple, Greg?
I've never experienced the old buttery nipple.
Rick. It's just being talked about, Rick.
Greg.
Is that it? I mean,
Yeah.
okay.
By the way,
you
right on the camera. You couldn't have been more on the
I can meet
camera.
you down at Rick's place at the farm and fix you up on the buttery nipple.
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you, but no.
No, I'm good. No, that's
probably not. No.
As a matter of fact, I just turned the security system on there again.
But it looks like the stores are closed.
I think we've got a
buddy,
record,
we
though,
got
for
that.
one phone segment for it being said that many times.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Yeah, sadly, it had to break a record from before. But
I didn't realize there's this many stores in the state. Wow, there's a lot of them.
Yeah, Greg.
That's a lot of buttery nipples.
And there it is.
Four times.
Yeah, I don't even know what she's talking about.
That's a drink, evidently. I don't know.
I hope it's a drink.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Otherwise,
Yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of names of drinks like that.
I want to be
you
on
shouldn't.
record. When I was saying it, I was hoping it was a drink.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, I think it's still incredibly uncomfortable, and
It is.
and it will produce email. But there's
Bad news, Speedy. The Helena store's closed.
Thank you, buddy. My wife is a lactation consultant.
How about that?
Different thing.
It is.
Yeah, this
totally,
is
completely different. But
Now, I'll tell you one thing. If
one goes through a shot glass.
I was about to say though, look, hey, if this woman drink, if these women drink enough of those, then they'll see your wife. You know what I mean? It's kind of like one leads to the other. Bubba, let's talk about where we are, and some of it we mentioned. The president had a kind of a town hall meeting yesterday, and really one of the things they're talking about is that balance that we spent a lot of times, most of the show yesterday, going, what is the balance of the safety of our fellow Americans and the economy being saved? And those there you go.
The term is acceptable loss,
right?
And people don't like to hear that word because it seems insensitive. And I saw Governor Cuomo saying, "Look, we're not going to trade life for stock price. We're not going to do that."
Well, they're the same thing.
The governor, though, while that is a great a great stump speech thing to cry, holler out and get a crowd to fire up, it's not true. And I think he knows that. Here's the deal. Here's where we are currently: 54,905 infected Americans. Deaths to date, 783. Yesterday, we had the largest number of deaths in a single day yet, and that's going to go higher. There's 190 yesterday. Even with all that going on, we do know some more things about it. Right now, it is tracking about 1.3% of the people who get infected, it is fatal for. That is a good number considering what some other countries have had. Now, keep in mind, stats and numbers are only as good as the people who are supplying them.
Right.
But as we talked about earlier, it looked like Italy was in that 9 to 10% range, which was very bad. Ours and South Korea have been the best so far, but that could change.
But to Bubba's point, don't forget what Dr. Jody said. Remember, when someone says 9 or 10% of what?
Right.
Was that elderly people? Were that people that were already sick?
The demographic of who that is very important.
It is, yeah.
And it does appear to be tracking still toward the elderly or those with underlying conditions, although there are still some young people that do not fit the profile who are coming down getting very sick. So,
yeah, I told Bubba about one they covered last night on Fox News, 25-year-old All-American lacrosse player. According to what everybody knows about him, perfectly healthy, none of the issues you would find, and he got it, and his parents said when he got it, it attacked his lungs, just like it has with the elderly, and he has been put in a medically induced coma, and they're moving him to try to get him to a hospital in Pennsylvania that has some of the drugs. And they think the drugs, are his best shot to not be fatal. That's a 25-year-old healthy athlete.
Mm-hmm. We are having some success with slowing the viral infection, the length that you were sick and the depth that you were sick, using the malaria drug in connection with Z-Pak. Also, they're having some luck with what they call high doses of vitamin C. Again, this may be back to just practical things we knew before.
Right. 866 We Be Big is a number. 30 seconds a pop. We got 10 lines, and they're open now. They go, open them. Bubba, release the Kraken. You can now come in, America, at 866 We Be Big, talking about whatever's on your mind, responding to what you already heard or seen today, whatever the case may be. 10 lines available. 866 We Be Big. Dial us up right now. We'll run through them quickly with the old buzzer. 1-800-Flowers.com. Fellas.
Why are you waiting?
Here, less than a week. Here we go. Get to 1-800-Flowers.com. Go to the radio icon. Put in the promo code Bubba. Go there, promo code Bubba, 1-800-Flowers.com. Get 24 assorted roses for $39.99. You can upgrade to 24 red roses for only $10 more, and you can lock a Valentine's Day delivery. Folks, do not red. If you want to go $10 more, you can do that. Get red roses. 1-800-Flowers.com. Get this done today, please, so you can enjoy Valentine's. Then you can enjoy it. Can I tell you the elation I felt when I actually remembered to get a dinner reservation for Sherry for Thursday, our anniversary? Once I remembered to do that before I forgot and then tried to call down there and they said, we don't have anything.
Rick, you remember that feeling when you do forget how bad, and you swear it'll never happen again.
It's awful. So go to 1-800-Flowers.com right now. Use the promo code Bubba. Get your Valentine's Day delivery locked in. All right, we got an email already, and some of you may not know how our content works, and then we'll get to these phone calls, and they're pouring in now, so we'll get there. Hey, y'all need to post online that entire interview with Phil Robertson. Well, we do. If you go to our YouTube channel or our podcast channel, every day there's an archive of the entire show. So you can watch the entire thing, or you can listen to the entire thing with our archives every day, either on our YouTube channel or on our podcast channel. Either one works. So any part of the show, anytime, and sometimes Adler will grab one and just put it out there on its own. Fine, if he wants to do that, that's fine. But just know, and he said he will, but just know it's always available every day. Whatever you hear on the show is always available on your own time. All right, so Craig in Gulf Shores is going to get us started. He's got us, Bubba, on Sunny 105. Boy, don't you wish you were down there right now? All right, so let's go to Craig. Craig, 30 seconds, buddy. Go right ahead.
It's actually not that pretty down here right now.
Oh, really? Okay.
Whenever I meet ordained clergy, I ask a simple two-part question. Do you believe in the Bible? And then how much of the Bible? And it's amazing some of the responses.
It's odd you have to ask that.
Yeah. That's now you're right. The Word of God, that's the one. Then you kind of know where the conversation is probably going to go, if it's the standard or not. That's a good point. You can tell you one that they Sherry said they actually used when they were in Europe, and they were doing door to door, and she said it was a very interesting question. I'd never been given this instruction to try this one. Do you feel close to God or distant from God? So in your life right now, do you think you're close to God, or do you feel like you're distant from God? She said it led to some very, very interesting conversations.
That's a relationship question. Is what that is.
Yeah, that's a real interesting. Let's go to Wes in Alabama. Wes, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I admit I don't know much about it, so I'm coming to the source. The Supreme Court ruling yesterday, are they blowing it out of proportion, or is it actually, or is the right trying to do something that the left was trying to do, back in 2020? I don't know anything about it, so I was going to ask you guys.
I don't either. What ruling?
It's the. Are you talking about the redistricting in Alabama?
He hung up.
Oh,
yeah. Okay. I don't know what he's talking about.
I really don't either.
Yeah. The Supreme Court stopped a lower court from. Hold on, I just lost it here, but I heard the headline. The Supreme Court stopped the lower court on Alabama redistricting, which they wanted to do. So the statement is I think that is what he was trying to say, or it might have been from Virginia. They had a ruling too. So
I can tell you in general what they usually say. Now I don't know what they said in this one because I haven't said it, didn't look at it this morning.
Yeah.
Usually in recent times, the Supreme Court has said redistricting is a political state issue.
Mm-hmm.
Let them settle it.
Right.
We don't want to fool with that.
Right.
And redistricting does happen.
It's a hard word to say, too, by the way.
Gerrymandering and all this is politics, and they've tried to stay out of it for the most part. Now, I don't know what they said yesterday.
Yeah, now the CNN, the way their headline reads is Supreme Court lets GOP drown Alabama congressional map. Like.
So that's what the guy's question is. Is this just the right attempting to do what the left tries to do? They get the districts and they redesign them so it gives them an advantage. And he's saying, is this just the right doing the same thing?
Yeah, the left wanted to redistrict Alabama to fit them a little bit better. And the Supreme Court said, whoa, we're going to let Alabama do Alabama, and we're not going to court order them to redistrict.
This is nothing new. This has gone on since the first time we had districts, okay? Mm-hmm. Whoever is in control tries to slant it in their favor. This is nothing new.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know the specifics of that case.
But I guess to his question,
gone on forever.
I guess to his question is whatever political party can get the district set up where it gives them advantage, they'll do it.
Yes,
so I think that may answer your question. To the phones we go. Alex in the great state of Mississippi. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
What's going on, guys?
Buddy.
Man, hey, look, I didn't know if y'all already talked about it this morning. I saw where, Lovie Smith hired with the Texans. Brian Flores' lawyer has to come out and say there was great mutual interest between my client and the Texans. The only reason that my client wasn't hired is because of the ongoing lawsuit. I just thought it was a slap in the face to the organization and the process that they're going through. They may or may not be some truth to it, but you just can't come out and say something like that.
Well, yeah, I know what you're saying, but I mean, we also have to talk about reality. Do I want to hire a coach of any ethnicity if right now he's got lawsuits going on, and every time he can get to a microphone, if something doesn't go right, he's going to claim I'm racist?
Brian Flores,
I probably don't.
Well, he even mentioned that when he started this. He said, "I understand this could hinder my career by suing the NFL."
Yeah, he does.
So he acknowledged it as well.
Yeah, it's kind of a poison pill.
And Lovie Smith was the defensive coordinator. They just kept and hired within to be the head coach. So.
Yeah. Phone calls 866-WE-BE-BIG. There are lines available. You can join us now.
And Rick, I don't think it's just tied to race. I think business owners in general do not want legal issues. Yeah. And people who have a history of legal issues, they try to stay clear.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I don't think
I said it doesn't matter about ethnicity. I don't really want to hire somebody.
Sex or
if I file
what football team you pull for.
I really don't want to bring troublemakers into the office.
If I filed
can
a
avoid
lawsuit against you guys and then tried to get a job in the same industry, one of the discussion points, and a big one, and should be, is, hey, he sued Rick and Bubba.
Oh yeah.
I'd probably want to go with the other guy.
Yeah,
there's no chance
you're going to have that conversation.
Absolutely.
And when I see people do that on the news, right or wrong, justified or not, I always think, well, they've just made it very difficult for them to be hired again.
Yes.
To Amanda in Florida. Amanda, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are y'all guys?
Fantastic.
We're great.
Good. I don't know if y'all have started watching the show Reacher on Amazon Prime yet.
Speedy's all about it.
I have not, and I'm confused because wasn't there a Tom Cruise movie called Reacher?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it was.
Is this different? This is different.
It's based
right?
on the same stuff.
Same character, different actor.
Okay. No, it isn't.
Is it
Is it
not?
not?
Well, no, this is off a book then called. Oh gosh, is it Murder Floor? The Murder
Speedy
Floor,
said
whatever.
that
This is based off those books.
Well, isn't this a little confusing?
And so this is not like the other. From what I've
Speedy
from what
said
I've
it
heard
was
and read about.
He said it was one of the best shows we've ever seen. I said that's a reach.
Well, now we're improving now.
Well, reach.
That's kind of what we do. I like that.
See, that's what I was after.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this though, it's based off a bunch of books that I hadn't read.
Okay.
Read.
But I've seen it being as an option, but I've never seen it.
It was just released the last day or two.
All right, so that's
on
not the
Amazon
one.
Prime.
That's also not the one that Jim from The Office plays.
No,
that's Jack Ryan.
Yeah.
I get that confused with Reacher.
Yeah.
What about the one that Keanu Reeves does, where he's some guy that everybody?
Where he's the assassin.
Yeah, I mean,
what is it?
I mean, business. What's he called?
I'm trying to place him. What he play?
Yeah, no,
they killed his dog. He was a retired assassin. And they killed
John
his
Wick.
dog.
John Wick.
Yeah.
Keanu Reeves.
All those are the same thing to me.
Right.
It runs together.
Yeah.
Right.
It looks like this Reacher show is based on the Jack Reacher books, though.
Yeah.
So same
concept.
story, different actor.
So I guess
Correct.
are the books
what I
called
said.
the Murder Floors or Floor or whatever?
just- yep,
Because
stop
that's the book it's based.
If you
off
don't know
of.
any more than that, just be
Well,
quiet.
I kind of half looked at it. I mean, I'm trying to because that's the book it's based off of, or the series of books.
Okay.
So, but
But it's
Tom
a Jack
Cru-
Reacher series.
Yeah, Tom Cruise was a movie, right?
Yeah.
And so this is a series about it.
Yeah.
So they're basically doing the same, I guess.
What I was saying is, isn't this the same character? They just got a different actor because now they're doing a series on it.
I think
Yes.
so.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
You know, that happens a lot.
Okay,
I
I see what y'all are
played this
saying.
character in a movie.
Right.
Now y'all
Right.
going to do a whole series. You
Correct.
keep the character, but you get a different actor.
Okay, so it's the
Bingo.
same. I get you what you're saying. So
Yeah.
the movie Jack Reacher, now it's a series about the movie.
That's what I
based off the books.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was trying to say with knowing
Yeah.
very little about it.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. More phone calls coming up, and let's say, well, we got a couple of lines available if you're trying to get in. So you go now if you want to talk, and we'll continue chatting with all of you when we come back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They're also using plasma from people who have recovered. This is basically poor man's vaccine. It is fairly safe, and they are having some luck with it until a real vaccine is ready. There's anywhere from
well, Bubba, today, our little buddy,
See that bright brain full of activity? That's a healthy 18-year-old brain. Mine is the other one.
What do we do about your birthday cake? Because we can't have you spit now on the cake.
Yeah, I'm just going to fan them out.
All right, is that what, just fan them out? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Don't sing on it. Happy birthday to you. Oh, you're going to fan out.
Oh, there it goes.
Bubba, is that a new term? We're going to have fan out your candles?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're going to have to go to fan out and no handshaking. I think it'll help the flu season.
All right, so
I did.
Edgar's Bakery made this cake.
I was hoping you could cut it really quick.
It has Bubba. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see it. If not, we're getting a picture out on social media.
It's out there now.
It's out there now.
Yeah.
Look at this. It has Bubba as the birthday boy with a surgeon's mask on and coronavirus quarantine sign up behind his head.
Please
and look at the little
viruses. They even did the viruses floating around in the air.
There's little viruses floating around in the air.
You look good.
I'm
look
not
good on the cake.
Yeah, you can tell I've lost.
You've
a little
lost
weight.
some weight.
You have. You know what, Bubba? You know what Bubba and I are finding out during this, since the golden ticket seats can't come by. And man, I know this may blow some people's mind that when we eat less, we lose weight.
Yeah.
So
Isn't that amazing?
It is.
I've lost 6 pounds in the last 2 weeks.
Just the golden ticket seats are.
You're not grazing.
Can I tell you this? When we get to the end of this period, I want to know how much your weight loss is, and we can now know with these numbers. Because remember, data and models are not always the same thing.
I know.
We will have the facts of how much weight the golden ticket seats put on average.
Yeah.
Isn't that something?
Over this period of time, the golden ticket seats undoubtedly put on this amount of weight.
That's a great.
And right now, what? It's 2 weeks, 6 pounds.
Yeah.
So we're tracking right now 3 pounds a week.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
I
How about this?
thought I was just dehydrated the other day. I
Yeah.
double checked it this morning.
Today is not gonna help because
Right.
I'm about
No.
to cut you a piece as big as a tire.
No,
okay?
don't do that. I don't need that much. I
and
don't want
after
to go into
after talking
anaphylactic shock.
After talking to Brent with Edgar's, he said, "Look,
Hey, I
if
said that word, by the
if
way.
you've got
I
a
did.
quarantine birthday during this time like Bubba, we do deliver. So don't think you can't have a birthday cake.
right.
So contact
You can
them.
have something.
You can.
Easy.
I'm gonna go cut you a big old
That's
piece,
what-
Bubba.
Speedy's gonna trip now because I said
I
that.
know.
didn't I?
You thought you could have something.
Be careful, Walker.
Seriously,
I'm afraid I
it's
jinxed
gonna be
you.
as big as a hubcap.
No,
I'm
you
telling
don't have to do that. Just
Yeah.
maybe a shoe.
Don't even get him a piece. He didn't.
What? Yeah.
He's on a roll right now.
Do you want to eat some of the virus?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. is
You
that
know,
good?
you know what I'm worried about is that Bubba's system has been eating so healthy lately and so little. Can he even take a birthday cake?
Well, I don't know.
You're not
We'll
in eating
see.
shape,
We'll
Little
see.
sliver.
huh?
We'll see.
How big are our paper plates, Greg? Because I'm gonna see if it can. I don't know. Mine might
Speedy,
hang
just
over.
just a normal little piece. is fine.
Okay, I'll get it.
Well, that's a
not
good
gonna
looking
crack.
cake right there.
It is. But it
And
smells
you
good
gotta,
too.
You got to cut it and get back because we're about to talk about you.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh no, I can stay here. We only got 2 minutes.
No,
left.
go ahead and cut it.
Imagine this. You're sitting on the couch, and your wife sits next to you. She looks at you nervously and says, "I'm sorry. I should have listened to you and realized that it's not your fault." She explains that she shouldn't have blamed you for all the problems in your marriage and that she was at fault too. As she comes close to you and kisses you, hoping you'd accept her.
I was thinking starting this, we just heard, Kirk Herbstreit says he's not sure. He doesn't think we're going to have college football, no matter what happens. And, then now panic has broke out. That'll get us to a cure pretty quickly. And for people to think that might be taken away, if it could be the end of soccer, maybe this coronavirus has done some good. Well, you have to look for positives.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're going to wipe out sports, but I want you to think about this for a minute. Okay, so let's look at the world we're living in now. Zoom is huge. Everybody's learned how to do things. Church is online. People even figure out how to do their Bible studies online and interact with each other. All that's happening. I thought to myself, like Bubba and I were talking about, we've worked with and have a good relationship with the Premier Speakers Bureau. So was just checking on them, saying, we're praying about it. And they said, yeah, we've had over 400 cancellations and
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We have 2 lines available, 8 lines engaged as we continue to talk to the people. So if you want to try to get in, it's possible, especially if you have a really good topic, that we might be able to get to you before we're done in this segment. So continue with phone calls. Let's go to Sean out of Huntsville. Sean's got us on 100.3 The River. Sean, go right ahead. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, guys, man, I haven't heard if y'all look. I'm out of the loop apparently because every time I try to catch sports radio, they're talking about Auburn football and Brian Harsin and what's going on there. But I don't know exactly what is going on, and I haven't heard y'all talk about it. Could y'all enlighten me on that? And one thing to Bubba on a sour note, how you feel about John Harbaugh not getting a job at the Vikings?
Has the Vikings hired?
Jim Harbaugh, not
Has the
John.
Vikings hired anybody?
Nobody
Nobody
they have. It's a no-name guy that I've never heard of.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know.
that's fitting.
The thing with Brian Harsin at Auburn is so convoluted and confusing, and it doesn't help when people who nobody knows who they are on Twitter keep announcing he's been fired, and then and then all the Bama fans start texting out, "Hup, they fired Harsin," and then Auburn fans start the same thing. So
there's a lot of rumors, Rick.
Yeah.
But the president put out a statement and said they're going to review his performance, and that's going on right now.
Yeah, obviously there's something weird going on there because, I think one of the most bizarre things is, the offensive coordinator's not being able to stay, and then one comes and stays a few weeks and leaves, and all that's just weird. I do not know. I have no idea what's going on there, but I do know this. Anybody that says Auburn's already fired them, that is incorrect information.
Yeah, they're reviewing it right now, and I think the president has agreed to hear some players who are leaving and some who are coming back next year. So he's doing his due diligence on it. That's what he ought to do.
Well, there's some things that have been alleged that you would say, okay, that's problematic. But I will tell you, some of the whining of the players, that part of it, I'm not talking about the other stuff, but that part of it, only the things that I have been sent and read look like a bunch of modern-day players that are spoiled brats that are whiners, that they want somebody to be their best buddy, as opposed to being an authoritative coach that says we're going to put the best players on the field and the rest of y'all can get in the transfer portal and go somewhere else. So that part of it. Now, the other stuff.
There's some bizarre things, but I think that's why the president's looking into it, and he's going to make a pretty quick decision.
I'm only talking about the whining of the players. I'm not talking about the rest of it because the rest of it I don't know.
Bubba, do you know the name Kevin O'Connell?
No, I don't think so.
That's your new Vikings head coach.
Yeah, I didn't
Never
know
heard
that.
of him.
He is the
where's
and I think they're working through the details, but he is the Rams offensive coordinator.
Okay, all right.
That has some validity to it. You're playing in the Super Bowl.
Mike in Huntsville. Mike, go ahead.
Hey guys, it's Mike.
Yes, it is. Mike, glad
What's
you're here.
up?
Thank you, buddy.
I just want to tell you what I think's really going on with Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan, okay.
I think the issue with Joe Rogan is that he is a liberal by his own admission, but he's moved out of California, he's moved to Texas, and he's had people on his show that talk about. Well, he talks about the way the liberals are in California and the liberal policies that are not working, and he talks about. He brings in people like Crenshaw, and they talk conservative talk, and I think it's just eating the liberals up. That one of their own is out there talking about the liberal policies not working.
Yeah, you think they'll go get Bill Maher? You think they'll ever go after Bill Maher?
Oh, I think they'll go after anybody.
Bill Maher doesn't have as big of a following as Joe Rogan.
So you think a lot of the mean part of it is, hey, you were one of us and you betrayed us, and we don't respond kindly to that. Some of that.
Well, Rick, how about this? I don't know that Joe Rogan moved his politics.
I don't know.
I think the left has gone further to the left, so people who were standing still like Joe Rogan looks like they're a moderate now.
Well, and then you look at what Bill Maher's doing. Look, talking about the lunacy of some of the failed, incorrect approaches to this pandemic, there's nothing political about that. I mean, there shouldn't be. And, you
You'd
know,
think.
Bill Maher hasn't stopped being a liberal.
No.
He just thinks that these things are outrageous.
Plus, the size of Rogan's audience threatens so many people. And he kind of symbolizes this shift from mainstream media to alternative media personalities, and now he's making the money that most people on mainstream media aren't even making.
Yeah, he was free to do that as long as he wasn't successful.
And his audience is it's not the fact that Rogan's saying it, it's that people are listening to him.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
You're all over that
that's
ad.
good. Let's go to Greg in Mississippi. Greg, go ahead.
Greg.
Hey, good morning. Hey, Rick, have you had a chance to see the Kurt Warner movie?
I did.
Underdog Gap?
I did see it.
Man, I wanted to run it for you.
No, I did see it.
You know what? We saw it live. We saw him win the Super Bowl.
Right, yeah. By the way, I thought there was a missed opportunity on the screenplay I want to tell you about in the movie. On that note right there. And I thought they were setting it up, and I thought that's how they were going to end the movie, and I think they missed an opportunity.
You know,
it would have been awesome to end the movie that way.
Listening to an interview with Kevin Carter, who was with the Rams at the time, if I'm not mistaken, he said that if the Titans had not called a timeout, that they would have scored. He said they were absolutely give out, so they could not even stand up. So that they got a little win there. I think the Titans called a timeout. I'm not sure, but man, what a great finish! I mean, you come down to 1 yard.
Yeah.
And we were right there watching it. I mean, it was great. It was a great game, other than the team we were pulling for lost.
Dutch in Dothan, where we'll be next weekend with the Pursuit Conference, News Talk 103.9. Dutch, go ahead.
The Dothan Eagle said this morning that the Supreme Court ruled for the thing to stay like it was because there wasn't enough time to do it with the election coming up.
You talking about the redistricting? I can't say that word.
The redistricting, the Dothan Eagle this morning gave the reason why they voted whatever. Anyway, they voted over the local judges. The Supreme Court did because it wasn't enough time to redistrict.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go.
So you had the plan that came out of the legislature. You had a federal judge try to change that. Supreme Court has said not enough time.
That's what
is that
according to the
following?
Golden Eagle.
Okay.
According to the Golden Eagle.
Right.
That'd be the Dothan Eagle.
Is that what he said? I kept thinking he was saying Golden Eagle. I thought Golden Eagle.
He was saying that, but I thought he said that the first time.
So it's Dothan Eagle. Okay.
Now
No,
you've
you're
got
right.
me thinking it was the
has to
Golden
be.
Eagle.
He
No, it
called
was
from
Dothan.
Dothan.
Yeah, I know.
He called from Dothan.
I think it was the Dothan Golden Eagle.
I kept hearing Golden Eagle, and I thought, well, he's got the Jacksonville newspaper. You know, what'd y'all call your? Did y'all call it the Golden Eagle? What was it called?
Rick, I've told you this.
What was it called?
Cellgate.
What? Say it again.
Cellgate.
What are you saying?
What are you saying?
Eagle spelled backwards.
Oh, okay. Look at you. Clever.
Look at us.
I didn't make it up. I'm just giving you the facts.
Ours was pretty straightforward. We were the Yellow Jackets, and it was called the Stinger.
There you go.
All right, top of the hour. Dothan Eagle. I got it.
Rick and Bubba.
Postponements of events.
Hello.
I mean, that's their business. Is speakers going out and doing events and all that. Could we possibly move? Because everybody has to adapt. I mean, could we get to a point where you said, okay, would premier speakers like shift? You would go and say, hey, I want John Maxwell to speak, but I know we can't gather in big gatherings.
It's all electronic.
For whatever. Yeah. My bunch is all going to be on here, and I know he's doing that right now.
I was going to say he did that last week. He had like 4 summits coming up, and he just decided, well, I'm just going to do this online for everybody.
We're doing the Wednesday Bible study online. Is there going to come a time if you have a speaker coming, that speaker just streams to you?
Yeah.
And then people watch
so.
watch it at home, just like we're doing church. And premier speakers, all they do now is book you the speaker you want.
Yeah.
I think it's very possible short term.
And like you're talking about watching a football game, but nobody's there.
Yeah.
But you're all watching at home. Watching what are the musicians doing right now? Because they can't stand it.
No, they're going to perform.
They're picking up their guitars and pianos and everything. What are they doing? They singing to us from their house, and we're all watching if we want to. I mean, there's tons of that going on.
No, I said this last segment, and I'm not fear by any means. I'm just saying we're going to have to adapt to it. Life, I know this is a statement that people wear. Life as we knew it is over completely.
April 30th, it's not going to be back to normal. August 30th, it's not going to be back to normal. We're going to have to be realistic on. I mean, LeBron James is still kind of wearing the flag that I'm not playing in front of somebody. I want to play in front of crowds. Well, LeBron, I hate to break to you, buddy. For a while, if you want to get on the court and play basketball, you're going to have to do it without an audience watching you, unless it's on TV.
Bubba has it. I have it. Speedy, you have it. I'm sitting here watching my kids. I mean, I come home. You know what they say? Where are the kids? Oh, they're in their room at school. What?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're doing the class right now. They're doing this. They're just sitting there on the computer. So now, for some of y'all don't know how to act, I got bad news for y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Your parents are learning that if you don't know how to act, but they still want you to get a college degree, you can get it from home.
Yes. Yeah.
So, and you're like, well, man, I want to go down. Yeah, but if you don't know how to act, now your parents have got another thing they can hold over your head.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you say, well, you want me to have a college degree, don't you? Well, yeah, you just get it home because you don't know how to act.
We talked a little bit about
I'm talking about even return back to normal. You don't know how to act, so you're getting it at home.
Rick, we talked a little bit about this in the kickoff hour. We're developing behaviors right now.
Yeah.
We're forced to do things that have been out there that many people wouldn't do just because they didn't want to change their ways. Well, now they're having to, and this is one of them. There's going to be many of kids decide through this process and their parents, you know what, I don't really want to go back to campus. I can do it right here.
Right.
Boy, I just had a bad thought, too. What if God is teaching us this to prepare us for something worse?
I know. We're learning right
What's
now.
a bad feeling? I'm
He's
sorry
always
I said
teaching.
that.
Yeah. I hope it's just a spiritual thing.
Yeah,
But
yeah. You know, back to your comment on football, Rick and Helms.
Greg, I'm learning how to get Denver hooked up. I would have done that any other way.
1, 2, 3. That's it.
The
Greg
big,
is concerned now.
Playing to an empty stadium is one thing, but when you get to these sports that are real physical that require multiple people, the problem is going to be screening those that are actually in the game.
There's still a lot of
You know
people
what I mean?
involved in team sports,
Yep.
even
Right.
if you don't have a crowd.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people.
Right. I mean, I think there's some sports that you could work around it. It won't be easy, but like golf, for instance, I mean, there could be no gallery, and the caddy have to be.
By the way, I'm watching. We went by.
How you doing?
Can't touch the flag.
I'm really surprised that they haven't done that yet. I'm really surprised that we haven't seen a live tennis match between two people that we know that are not positive with the virus. Just watching it on TV.
But aren't they touching the same ball?
Well, they are, but if they're not positive, what's it matter?
Right, you're saying them tested.
I'm talking about, if you get everybody tested that's going that does not have it, and they go to this event, you could do it with golf. You could do Tiger and Phil against each other.
Now, to Bubba's point, even to the team sport, because Bubba made the point, very big undertaking to have to screen 110,000 people.
Correct.
And 2 teams.
Yes. Right.
And 2 staffs.
Yes.
Yeah. But it's not that big of a thing to say, get your team lined up. You remember when you used to do Little League? And they used to have where everybody had to weigh in every game.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, people would cheat. You'd see players walking out of the woods with their stuff on. But I'm talking about they would line up the team and screen them to play the game. You could do that and it not be that big of an undertaking.
Right.
You could take a team and say, all right, your DB just tested positive, so your team can't play.
Yeah.
You know, or something like that. Or if everybody tests negative, then this team comes on the field, and here's the ones that tested negative. They come on the field, and then you don't have to worry about the stadium. I mean, could we find ourselves, and I hate to go Hunger Games here, I mean, could we find ourselves, seriously, sitting around saying, well, let me tell you how it used to be. We used to have these big stadiums, and we would pack out and watch these games. It wasn't like y'all do it. The way we did it, we'd actually go to a game. That what?
Yeah.
How dangerous is that? Well, it wasn't dangerous until, the pandemic of 2020.
2020.
And then the pandemic of 2020 taught us all to watch things virtually, and that's y'all's norm. But your granddaddy remembers I used to actually go to a stadium, and we'd stay outside, and we'd eat, and we'd do what?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's not like right now where you just got nachos you made in there in the kitchen. We used to actually go to these stadiums and hang out in big crowds. Big crowds, Granddaddy? Big crowds.
And, Rick, people walked around and sold peanuts.
Right.
All right, let me ask you a question.
And y'all would touch them? We would.
So
We'd say, right here.
There you go. So TV could get their advertising dollars, kind of like NASCAR's doing with their virtual races and stuff.
Right.
Could there be like a Madden type setup where in the NFL or college you tune in to watch 2 teams play with current rosters, but somebody's playing for them?
Well, Speedy,
you know what I'm saying?
Well, think about it.
But no players.
Hey, what about the Jetsons, where they played with robots?
Yeah.
No.
That's
and I will say
we just
this.
had virtual racing, guys.
And I'm going to tell you,
really had
guys,
virtual
because
racing.
we've been fasting sports.
Granddaddy, did y'all have like human beings playing? We did. It wasn't robots. They were real people out there.
We had real cars.
But how did they keep from getting sick, Granddaddy? It was different then. That's before the pandemic of 2020.
Yeah. Well, and to Bubba's point, I thought this whole iRacing thing was silly and stupid, and I got caught up in it this weekend because it was the only thing out there.
Yeah.
It looked realistic. You had guys actually driving video games in their living rooms and bedrooms, It was a very, very.
How funny was it that
interesting
Jimmy
concept.
Johnson couldn't get online?
I know. I know.
But let me say, and then they said he kept
too many.
And then they said he kept crashing everybody. He couldn't do it real good. But you go back to this. Did you hear Denny Hamlin say that he did just as many interviews winning the virtual race as he did when he won a real race?
Yeah.
People are still doing interviews and everything. Tell me how you won it. What was your strategy?
They better look out, because think about it. It's better for the environment doing it this way. So, hey, we may just do it all the time.
Now we're going green, Gregory.
We're really green on that.
Paul, tell us about the SEC. Granddad. It is 7 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready to go for a brand new hour, and we're thankful that you're here. Welcome back. There he sits. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the Rick and Bubba Experience.
So I've been watching it, and I heard Speedy in the kickoff hour. And Bubba, I'm fine. And I know it bothers Greg, but he said he's learned to live with it. It's just the way things are. Yeah. The Super Bowl is Sunday.
It is.
We're not as intrigued with the matchup as we want to be.
Game. You know, it's growing on me a little bit. I think it's good to get some new.
Yeah.
New blood
Yeah. But the Rams, they're not really new, but the Bengals, having somebody like them in there is,
Well, they've both been there before, but
it's been a while for the Bengals.
The Bengals have never won. The Rams never won, did they?
I don't think so. The Bengals have been there twice.
Kurt Warner, we just talked about it.
The Rams win.
That's right.
I fell for that myself.
Yeah. I was thinking post.
And they had been in that little run.
To me, that was St. Louis.
Well, yeah, it's still the Rams, though.
Well, kind of.
And the Patriots beat the Rams.
You never gave into it. You hung on to the LA thing.
But the 49ers beat Cincinnati both times.
No, you're still talking.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, I know. You
drive.
You start bringing up the Bengals. I'm a little knowledgeable on that.
Who's the quarterback?
But yeah, the Bengals haven't been to the Super Bowl since then, right?
Here's the good news for me. The Vikings cannot get beat Sunday.
Right.
But it always comes back to them.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I'm glad you don't care.
But let's be honest.
Doesn't.
But we don't really have that feeling of there's two. I'm talking about monoliths. They're going head to head. Man, who knows how this is going to go?
I know. Yeah.
But there's a lot of good
But
stories.
how many times have we seen that setup and it's not a very good game? Maybe this will be a good game.
There was a run when all the Super Bowls were blowouts. You remember that?
I remember that.
Back in the 49ers.
I'm knowledgeable on the Super Bowls. I'll have the floor.
Every time Denver was in it. Every time before they finally won it late. But remember, they win. I don't know how many times.
Well, if you remember, we had a run
hammered.
where the AFC was dominant, so their team would destroy. And then the NFC took over dominance in the 80s. And in the 90s. And then they would blow out whoever. And now, honestly, we've had a good run. It's been a long time since we've had a blowout in the Super Bowl.
It has.
Yeah.
Thanks for the mojo.
Well, I know. I'm not saying
But you got some, you got some good storylines with Joe Burrow and the startup Bengals.
Sure.
And, their change over the last 2 years. And then the Rams with Matthew Stafford and, what he was going through.
Yeah, good for him.
NFL hell in Detroit,
Are you kind of hoping that Stafford will win it, honestly, just on that alone?
I don't.
That alone, just that.
Yeah. I don't really have a dog in this fight. So I'll be able to enjoy it and watch the commercials. Yeah, maybe it's a good game.
So Bubba wants to watch the commercials. That's the bottom line.
So there's 4 minutes.
Well, you can do that today and be done with it.
There's 4 minutes left. It's tied.
Mm-hmm.
You're not pulling for either one?
I would probably pull for whoever's behind at that one moment.
I just said it was
close.
tied. It was tied.
Well, if it's tied, who scored last?
Oh my gracious!
Never mind.
Never mind.
Somebody
get to the
I'm
commercials.
just saying, I don't have a.
Now I want to see the commercials.
I don't have a favorite in it. I don't care who wins.
Yeah, I don't.
It don't matter either way.
All righty then.
You know how you never know how you're going to act, and I know this is going to sound weird because sometimes you just don't know how you're going to act. For some reason, I want the Bengals to win, and I don't know why.
I kind of do too.
I've never liked the Rams.
Mine is Stafford related.
Yeah.
And Cooper Kupp. I like Cooper Kupp a lot.
And I admit Stafford, there's just a little pull there, but I don't give a rip whether Stafford wins the Super Bowl.
Well, I don't either.
You're right,
but I probably watched about half of it.
The Rams in general, there's never been a time I'm like, man, come on Rams. I mean, I just never. Well,
Yeah.
I haven't done it for the Bengals either.
Right. I
But
found
there's
myself
something about Joe Burrow I like. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Pulling for
Swag.
Matthew Stafford, but yet I kind of want the Bengals to win. I'm kind of split. I'm torn.
There's something odd about Stafford with me. I don't know what it is. He just looks odd.
He looks odd.
That's usually a comment your brother would say.
Inside, I don't like how he looks inside his helmet.
I know where you're coming from. Let me tell you
Here we
another
go.
one. The worst.
Here we go.
The worst looking helmet is Mahomes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's like
for
this.
sure.
Why can you be so cool and be Patrick Mahomes and look so goofy in your uniform?
He really does. His helmet looks ridiculous.
Well, don't get caught up too that he's got some kind of weird. The way his uniforms look. Yeah, he's got a little bit of. He almost looks like he's got mama hips a little bit.
Okay.
That is all.
But his helmet though, Rick, it looks like those.
The helmet
remember
looks too small. It looks too small.
The suspension helmets we had.
Yeah.
They look like a light bulb on your head.
Yeah.
Hated the suspension helmet.
Do y'all remember how wonderful it was? And I'm having to educate my kids on this. How sad. And now he's dead. The All Madden team. Do you remember that was the in between weekend?
Yeah.
When Madden would get on there,
He would announce his team.
Oh yeah,
I completely.
We would have had that
it.
last weekend. God. And
somebody should have picked that up and run with it.
And one of my favorite John Madden All Madden teams moments, because he would put people on there by his own opinion. It didn't even matter if you were a star.
Yeah. He just liked the way you played the game.
And so he was locked in on this one guy. And he said, "Now, I got this guy. I want him on my team." And a guy comes in, remember, out of nowhere and drills somebody. He goes, "Who is that? I'll take him too." Like that. Look, and he just put some obscure guy on the team. Who is that? What? No, I'll tell you what. Put him. And all of a sudden,
him.
And all of a sudden, that guy he pops up there and he's on the team. I'll tell you what. I'll take him too. I like that.
Forgot about the All Madden team.
I love the All Madden team.
Yep.
Miss John Madden.
Yep.
Where are those kind of guys? Have we got any? I hadn't watched the NFL enough. Have we got any colorful characters? Because Terry Bradshaw gets on my nerves just a little bit.
Does he?
Not as much as Terry Bowden, but definitely Terry Bradshaw. But
yeah, he's too over the top.
What you're saying in the NFL now, we've got a little bit of a youth movement going.
Yeah,
and you've got a lot of these guys that got the tight cut hair, and they're kind of GQ looking. Are you saying do we have any of those old school guys? Well, I think
Andy Reid.
Andy Reid is one of them. Yeah, with the Chiefs.
Yeah. What about announcers? We got any good announcers?
Romo.
You got Al Michaels.
I like
Chris
Romo. Never eat a vegetable.
There he comes again.
I know.
Screaming Romo, drinking coffee.
It's a good matchup, Scoop.
And there you go.
Who's got the game? I know
Al Michaels.
Buddy.
Al Michaels.
NBC.
Helmsley's told us that three times.
I was about
no one
to say.
listens. I don't think. I think everybody's listening.
Who's with Al?
I think their memory's gone.
I'm worried about
I really
everybody
do.
here.
Who's with
I think
Al?
that's it. I think
Chris
if
Collins
we
was.
are listening.
Okay.
You just don't remember it.
I like that.
Talked about that too.
I do remember that now.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, what am I going to find out about Chris Collinsworth?
Where
now?
you at on Bruce Arians?
No, I like Chris Collinsworth.
Bruce Arians is one that's an old school
he's
guy.
old school guy. Yeah.
Of course,
Looking at the list.
Well, I can't find anybody else. That's it.
There's a little
What
bit
about
of youth movement going on.
what about Seattle
Harbaugh?
Seahawks?
I don't know that I include.
I will say
Pete Carroll.
Pete Carroll. Thank you.
Is he still in the
But
list?
he's not a roughneck. Carroll's just he's just old. But
It's okay not to watch, but you still got to know what's going on.
But you understand, you don't understand.
Steelers
I
coach,
don't know
think, is
anything about that.
Tomlin.
And I love
Tomlin.
last week when I threw up my
Tomlin.
predictions. What about when I threw up my predictions a few weeks ago? I hadn't watched one game. Tell you, I think he's going to win this one.
Tomlin is one of those guys that will go into the press conference and he'll tell you exactly how he feels. He can't hide his emotion, and if he's mad at a player, you're going to know it.
And we hadn't
he's
mentioned
not
Belichick.
He's not going to sugarcoat it.
and you love the time
Belichick's old
he
school.
tripped the guy on the kickoff.
Yeah.
That was awesome. And then act like he didn't do it.
Yeah, I love
And
it.
you can see him grinning.
I've always wanted to run off the field in the Steelers black and it's actually yellow, but they call it black and gold. I've always wanted to come off the field and see Tomlin coming at me looking hip as ever with his headphones on and like take him in his arms and just jumping up and down and him just hit me on the helmet.
Yeah,
and me being like his favorite player.
Oh yeah.
I hate to even ask what I'm about to
I
ask.
would like, if
loves
you were picking, I would like to play for a Tomlin. I like him. I like his attitude.
Mike McCarthy's been around a long time. He's with Dallas.
So
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, he was
the old Packers coach.
You know
right?
Packers.
Rick, my
what are you
gracious.
talking about?
This is what I'm talking about, Speedy.
I watched him on Hard Knocks.
So back to announcers. Do you consider Joe Buck and Troy Aikman that old school?
I wish
like
they
him.
were calling the game.
They do a good job.
I would if I had my choice. I want them.
Not
to call
necessarily a preference thing, but old school as we're talking.
Yeah.
Would they fit into that mold?
Yeah, I like the way they handle themselves.
Yeah.
I do.
But I don't mind Collinsworth and Al Michaels. That'll be good.
Yeah.
Collinsworth watched
As long as it ain't Romo.
I'm a call and tell him that, Greg.
We'll be right back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess?
How about it, Bubba?
Okay, I can't hear the music, so I can't really walk. Rick, good morning to you, friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, coming to you from the pandemic bunker. Glad to be with you again today. How do you copy?
Well, you know what? You sound good for being at home. I'll tell you that. And you also, I know you were not able to come in normal. The only thing was awkward was your intro today. That didn't go. That felt weird. That didn't work.
Well, we'll have to work through it. There's a lot of things that you can't plan for in this kind of setup. So we'll see how it goes.
Bubba, I see that baby brother has been potted up in here. We checking baby brother at home here?
What's up?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, look, y'all having your fun on me this morning.
Yeah.
Look, all I did was bring information to a meeting that y'all said Friday we were going to have. That's all I did. And now Joe Diffie did spook me, Rick, because, Joe's a classic. And
I know.
I seen an announcement, Joe's got a little coronavirus, and then you expect to just get updates. And then all of a sudden, within 2 or 3 days, boom.
That Joe Diffie story did a number on you. Now, I don't know if I told you, I'm getting texts now from guys who still work for the power company, and they're saying they're not allowed to go home, and they just wanted you to know that. They can't self-quarantine.
I hear about them now. They're a bunch of candies nowadays anyway. It ain't like them old rough cobs I used to work with. They can't even talk to each other. They can't have nicknames. Can't make fun of nobody.
All right, so guys, I don't know how to tell you this, but Speedy and I just got our breakfast.
Oh, it's delicious.
From next door, as we're trying to keep this restaurant alive. And I've got scrambled eggs, and I've got your your potatoes and your bacon and your toast
I went sausage with mine. Rick.
Yeah,
It's very good.
Are y'all enjoying? I know this is y'all enjoy this every day at the Broadcast Plaza. We're just loving it.
Yeah, it's good.
That hurts a little bit.
Yeah, can you see me eating it, Bubba?
Oh yeah, it looks good. Looks good as always.
It's that pancake.
Man, that's good.
Yeah,
yeah. Stretch is eating your pancake, Greg.
Yeah.
When
I called them and I said, "Sir, I'm sorry, we've only got 3 orders," I could hear the disappointment in his voice.
All right, let me ask Adler. Adler, you there if we need you?
Yeah, I'm on hold if you need me, but y'all better not be eating my avocado toast.
Don't worry, that's safe.
Okay, it better be, buddy.
How's your lovely wife doing? All just full of child and ready to go?
She's good. She is. She's not eating for 2, but at this point, she is sleeping for 2.
Okay, good. Let her sleep. Let her sleep on, buddy. Okay, everything's
Yes,
good.
sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, have you changed your mind on a baby prediction, or are you still standing with you don't want one?
Okay, we would want a baby prediction if it gets down to it, and I'm not allowed in the hospital.
Okay.
Then we would go for baby prediction, just so that Aaron and I can find out together at least what it is.
Okay. All right. So we won't think like that. Thank you, buddy.
All right.
Love you, buddy.
Okay.
Helms, are you with us now, buddy?
I am live from the International Space Station.
There he is.
Please look at him.
Look, they're messing around with their backgrounds
that is
now.
so funny.
I told y'all that my son that's in college said that the professor's trying to do class online. Got really upset with his buddies and him because they would ask a question, which mean they would become prominent on the screen, and they kept changing their backgrounds to all kinds of different scenes, and he was really getting tired of it. And we got a story about online classes today, too, that's really shocking. So, Helms, how's life at home, buddy?
It's good. It's fine. It's just distracting, obviously, when you got 3 kids, and of course I didn't help matters any this morning when I woke up. My wife with barking like a dog at a dare from Greg and Speedy.
Yeah, I heard that.
Came out after the kickoff hour and said, "At least I'm not going crazy." Thought there was a dog barking in the house. So.
She's kind of got an important job right now.
She really does.
Yeah, let her sleep.
How's she doing?
She's really frustrated at me right now because y'all were talking about breakfast a minute ago. She has made about a pound of bacon for the kids, and I have been grazing on it since about, I don't know, 5:30. And there's not much left.
Yeah.
So-
Well, I mean, look, does she know how early we start eating?
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
Bubba,
come
can
on.
you see this?
Yeah, you're kind of behind the mic, but I can see it.
Can you see that bacon?
Bubba, I know how
Yeah,
you like. I know how
That's
you like
good.
sausage.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Pass the gravy, please.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number.
Day without 'em, brother.
Thank you for being with us today. So we continue to talk about, and after we'll probably do video 2 here as well. Video 2. James Carville, who I think is pretty is quite the character. But
He's a funny guy.
But I don't understand this. I mean, the anger and it seems it doesn't really make any sense. This is the world of the vaccinated and the unvaccinated, which I kind of thought that run should kind of be over at this point. And I'm not saying people shouldn't get it if you want to, and if you get it for health reasons and trying to minimize. We've talked about that, but I believe it's been pretty well established. It really is not playing much of a role, or as big a role as it once played on the catching and passing. But I don't understand these kind of comments. James Carville says that he wants to punch the piece of the word for feces that starts with an S, unvaccinated people in the face. Is this James Carville's way of saying we're a BIP? Is that what it? I mean,
it is.
Yeah,
I guess
he
don't know that term.
He said that he cussed out all unvaccinated individuals on his podcast last week, and said anyone without a vaccine is a piece of the word I just told you, and I want to punch them in the face.
Okay, lizard man.
All righty then.
I don't.
Rick, it goes on. Did you see?
Somebody help me with that logic.
He was on Politics War Room, and he said, let's see, Carville Hunt took a listener a question that they asked on the show why President Biden would not pass a bill that bars unvaccinated citizens from interstate travel. Can you believe that was even mentioned?
You guys, I just saw the story. Was it last week? We might have mentioned it, but I don't know if we did it. And I wasn't sure whether I had it right or not, and maybe we can go back and check because I thought well, that can't be right. That Great Britain is lifting all of their travel restrictions. That is right, and you can come. You don't have to be vaccinated to come approved vaccination. You don't have to take a test.
Yeah, most of the
they're going back to look. It's out there. You could get sick. It's part of our lives now. You make your own decisions. But as far as you traveling in and out of Great Britain, we're open for business.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, most of those countries, Denmark and all of them, they're doing away with all their restrictions.
I knew Denmark did the same thing, and I'm kind of hoping that we'll see more of that. But it's almost like the left wants, or a lot of people, I guess it would include others, not just the left. They want us to kind of remain in the past, like we don't have any updates and nothing's changed. And I would. This is one of those situations like that time that you and I didn't go after Keith Olbermann like we should have when we saw him live in New York. Mm-hmm. We should have got, because he was popping off about stuff then. But I would love to see James Carville, just see him on the street, say, "James, how you doing? Nice to meet you. My name's Rick Burgess, and I'm not vaccinated. Let me take my glasses off. You take one at me, and I get one on you." Yeah. Okay,
take a poke at me there, lizard man.
Yeah. So,
Rick, I just don't think violence is the way we saw.
Well, he wants to punch me, so I was just going to let him because I don't think he could break an egg.
Yeah,
I would let James Carville punch me in the face, and then I'd move on to lunch. I mean, I don't even think it would have. I mean, I might even hit back because I'd be like, "Oh, that's not even worth it." I mean, what do you mean? But guys, listen. This is once again.
He's just trying to get some headlines.
But look, the hypocrisy of it all. They're supposed to be the nonviolent, all-loving. We accept all people of all views and all. You live you. You live you. Yeah. We're the party. We're the party. We're the party of you live you. And it's those evil right wing camo wearing gun loving violent people on the right, and then here's a guy saying, I want to punch people in the face and aren't vaccinated, and I think they're a piece of whatever. Well, that's not very nice.
All right, so
does anybody find that loving?
Listen
Not
to this,
very loving.
Rick,
Not very loving.
Not very loving.
Take exactly what he said and take out unvaccinated and put in any other group.
That's so good.
And they would be such
so true
HE double hockey stick to pay for it that you couldn't imagine.
And
what if Joe Rogan said it?
Oh, so California is in the news too today as far as COVID's concerned. The indoor mask mandate will end next week, but only for vaccinated individuals, according to Governor Newsom. And I don't understand that because haven't we moved past the fact that you can pass and all
if it's
that?
to stop the spread, then you're not doing a very good job.
It seems like we're still making rulings on old.
Let California do what California wants to do. Let them live with the results of it.
Right, then.
New Zealand.
Have a nice day.
The Prime Minister of New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern, I guess is how you say the name.
No, I can't tackle
There's, there are people. I know we don't like to talk about this. There have been people that experience side effects from the vaccine, and that's not that's not Joe Rogan. That's not it's
Well, go to the CDC website.
Right,
you can see
it's science. The New Zealand Prime Minister wants everyone to know that if you're having side effects from the vaccine, that just means it's working. So here we go.
We heard Dr. Bloomfield at the beginning of the week mentioned the side effects that people experience with vaccines, which we all have come to expect, a sign that the vaccine's doing what it should.
Yeah, I understand what she's saying, Rick. I think she's saying that people that, feel a little fatigued or maybe run a fever the day after they get it is just a sign you're getting an immune response to it. I think that's what she's saying. That's the only thing that makes sense.
She's not talking about blood clots.
No,
and,
I don't think so.
And what is it?
Not the negative side effects.
What's the cardio? Can anybody say that? What it is?
Myocarditis.
Thank you. Is she talking about myocarditis as well, or is she just talking about I feel a little dizzy?
That sounds like a disease where you're scared of automobiles.
Yeah,
I'm sorry I can't go out there.
I don't think if it's damage. Somehow I'm going to think that damaging my heart is not a sign that it's working.
No, I think she's talking about just the run of the mill everyday side.
When you feel like crap for a day.
Yeah, arms sore.
I sure would like to have a clarification on that.
Wouldn't y'all like to speak for politicians sometimes, or like after they
them out.
speak, y'all step in and go, now here's what they meant.
Right. Yeah.
We seem to have to do that a lot, don't we?
Yeah. That's the.
But here's what they meant.
So can I ask you though, if we're talking about podcasts that are we're so upset Joe Rogan, oh no Joe Rogan, he's going to get us all. We've sold our soul to Joe Rogan, according to Neil Young. Mm-hmm. So James Carville being on the podcast saying let's punch people in the face that aren't vaccinated, is that?
Yeah, I know. It's
is that dangerous? I mean, is that is Neil Young going to not let James Carville listen to his music anymore? I mean, probably not. I mean, I'm just this is.
It's just Neil Young also launched a ad campaign right after all this craziness with Amazon Music. The pure as the driven snow Amazon. Amazon, who's never hurt anybody or done anything ever.
He's got his principles.
All right, did y'all say there's a 3-second workout? Did I hear y'all talking about this?
I'm ready for that one.
Yes, it's a great thing.
That's up my alley.
That's right up your alley, buddy.
That's right.
All right, we'll be back. We'll talk about that bottom of the hour and watch a few Super Bowl commercials. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here you go, Bubba. I know how you like the sausage. Mm-hmm. I cut one up for you.
Oh, there it is. Boy, it looks good. Helms and Greg are not using the same setup as Bubba, and theirs is a little bit of a downgrade. But overall, I listened to the kickoff coming in today. It's really much better than I thought it would be with the group on there.
Well, we're going to fix that.
Are you really?
Yep.
You're going to get them set up? You're going to get them set up? But how you going to interact with Greg? He won't let you near it.
Yeah, you can't.
I'll mail it to.
Yeah, you'll have to.
I'm not being that weird about it.
Yes, you are. Yesterday, Greg, I didn't even know who you were yesterday. You know what? If you get around Greg, instead of screaming unclean, you just scream Joe Diffie.
Excuse me for doing research. I'm sorry for being informed.
You think about that, Greg. Think about how weird that is for you to do research and be informed.
I don't think it was the turn that got me. It went from 0 to 60.
Yeah.
Everybody's getting that edge.
I got to tell you, Greg, I didn't like it.
Well, I'm like that. I don't change my mind much, but when I do, I change it hard.
Yeah. Well, by the way,
this is a bank 9 right there.
Greg, for a minute, I thought I was
Greg dragging on y'all like he was on me. Yeah, I don't change it much, but what I do,
that's something wrong with audio.
Let me listen.
That's audio.
Let me listen to Greg again.
But I'm gonna pan down after it does it.
I change it hard.
Let me say this, Bubba. I don't know what's happened to y'all. I don't know. I would have thought y'all being on Zoom would have been less stressful.
Right.
But y'all seem to be exhausted right here at the end. I mean,
everybody's got an edge. They're done.
Is it? Are y'all too relaxed there? Is it too homey?
No,
Is that what it is?
I think it's just the fact that our life has changed so much. What to do?
If I could add,
is it because of the lights in here? Y'all seem kind of low lit. You know how when we get into when we do the podcast, so you and I get sleepy.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Rain is outside the window right here.
Yeah. Everybody's back's hurting.
Greg, for the love of God, get you my pillow out.
I mean, I don't know why I've got a problem. I go back to bed in about 15 minutes.
Right. Oh, it will. Does Bubba have some kind of filter on his video? Because his face sure does look like wrinkleless.
He might have put one of them things on there that he might have Caitlin and Betty might have taught him how to do it.
Greg, you got an option on yours to make it look better too.
God, I need to.
Did you do that,
Bubba? Did you clean your face up like Instagram?
Yeah, sure I did.
Bubba.
By the way, Greg, you're right.
Oh my God.
You're younger.
Who does that?
We continue. Tyler, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
What's going on, Biggin and Speedy?
Buddy.
I can't take this no more. Y'all gonna have to fix something because I've never seen like Greg and Helmsy and Bubba like straight up straight face to face on like YouTube. You can see them from the side, but man, they look weird. And Helmsy, boy, you got a sniffer on you, man. And Greg,
mine too. Look how wide that is.
Now listen. I got
like Fred Durst off a Lip Biscuit.
Hey, won't we put a camera on this dumbass and see what he looks like?
There it is, Ron. There it is.
Don't do that.
Ron was waiting for that. Ron was waiting for that.
I guarantee you that sun gun's probably the ugliest thing you've ever seen. I guarantee you.
Oh, Greg. That's it. That was so good. Everybody knows that. Don't ask Burgess to come to a meeting on Friday. Don't say we need to talk and it be Friday. So
especially if you're quarantining. Quarantining.
So let's say you have.
So now our little we have Speedy, we have me, we have Stretch here in the studio at the award-winning and nice studio here, Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. But then out across our state where our show is located, we now have Bubba, Greg, we have Helms. We just talked to Gary, and now I understand that Adler has joined the Zoom and Bubba's wife, Betty Lou. So we got them all. There we go. All right, so Betty, welcome to the Zoom.
Hey.
You doing okay in your quarantine?
I'm doing good.
You know,
Gracie's over here. She wanted to talk to Chloe.
Oh well, that's something I would just really enjoy is two house dogs talking to each other.
Yeah, a little unhappy there.
Yeah, they're
Gracie's got corona. Yeah.
Betty, I have to put you in the category like I did Gary. People I'm having a difficult time feeling bad for. You're at the lake house. Bubba is not even there. You're getting up, doing whatever you want to do without Bubba being in the way, and Bubba is off at another. Rick and Bubba's show, 866 we be big as a number. This is a great suggestion from a friend. Says when you do the Joe Rogan update, this should be the theme song because of the hypocrisy. Because Joe Rogan is living out what Neil Young is singing about in his own song, and we should use this to play him. Well, Neil's not big on freedom if you don't agree with it, is he?
That's right.
He's not rocking in the free world. I'm rocking in Neil's world. Keep on rocking in Neil's world. MyPillow.com. That's a good idea for our theme song, by the way. MyPillow.com/Bubba, unless until Neil calls and tells us we're not allowed to play his music. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Go there right now. Look at the savings. Look at the savings. All right, so right now, if you go to MyPillow.com/Bubba, here's some things you're going to see here. Got to buy one, get one free on the Giza Dream bed sheets and the flannel sheets. Bathrobes, sleepwear, quilts. Got some great colors there and styles. All made from 100% U.S. upland cotton, 30% off. Big discounts of up to 75% off on bed pillows, too. Outstanding luxury hotel quality towel sets, $39.99, $70 savings there. MyPillow slippers, whatever size, style, or color you want, 50% off. And, of course, you can, no matter how big or small the order is, every order that you place, you're going to get Mike Lindell's best-selling book, What Are the Odds, for free. So make a move now to MyPillow.com/Bubba or go to RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so what is this 3-second workout y'all were talking about? What is this all about?
Oh, man.
So
I like the time it requires, I'll tell you that.
I'm coming into this blind. I have not even heard y'all talking about this. What is this all about?
Well, the headline says, and Speedy's been studying this, he can tell us more details, lifting weights for just 3 seconds a day.
3 seconds.
Can improve muscle strength.
Mm-hmm. Well, and it came up earlier. First of all, the headline jumped out at me because I thought of Bubba, and then I was thinking of Greg in the kickoff hour, so I brought it up because I know with his drive and the move, sometimes going to a place or facility, he feels like he's getting behind on his day. He needs to get back over across the wall and get things done. So I was like, I was like, maybe a 3-second workout will be beneficial.
So, Rick, there is a study. It has been done in Australia and Japan, researchers in both places, that found that performing a single bicep curl at maximum effort can lead up to a 10% increase in muscle strength in just 1 month if you do it for 3 seconds a day.
Which means you probably don't have a lot of muscle strength to begin with, so that 10% is really not that impressive, I bet.
Yeah, 10%.
If all you can do is 3 seconds.
And guess what, Rick? The people in the study that didn't work out, they didn't get any stronger.
I bet they didn't, Rick.
I'm just saying. I bet they didn't.
I think what they're saying
what am I lifting?
Is anything you do helps.
Well, yeah.
I mean, could we just break it down
And if you
to
turn 3 seconds into 10 minutes, 10 minutes into 20, then you're going to get somewhere.
Yeah, well, it goes back to the other day when we did the deal where they're saying, look, if you just walk for 10 minutes a day, 10 minutes, it will make a world of difference on your health. 10 minutes.
But 3 seconds?
3 seconds at that.
At maximum.
But as far as the muscle itself, when you're studying the muscle, not necessarily us, yeah.
Hey, can I ask y'all?
Is there anything? We got anything laying around here?
Bubba's got a medicine ball in his office.
Yeah, but don't we need something heavy?
Let me ask y'all something. Have you seen that?
Oh, here
ad?
we go.
Now that is heavier than you want it to be.
How heavy is that one, Adam?
That's a 30-pounder.
30. Yeah, don't drop that one on you, Toe.
You're telling me
you have a pancake.
If I have
drop
this
it on the board.
No.
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh no, Papa! All right, so one.
That's it.
Two. That's it.
You're done. 3 seconds. That's one Mississippi, two Mississippi, three Mississippi.
Just do 3. Just say 3.
So you're telling me if every day I do this,
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi.
That's
All right,
it.
that's
I'm
it.
done.
Put
There's
it
my
down.
work. I'm done.
They're saying after a month.
If you do nothing for all,
well, my God, if I scratch my back once a day, it's better than nothing.
Right.
I mean,
So I think
the key is they're comparing you to nothing.
If you tested your max for
that's
doing
the
that
point.
exercise you just did, and you lifted it 3 times a day for a month, you would have 10% more strength. I mean, I think really that's not all that
No,
shocking.
in this meaningless study, they had 39 healthy college students perform one muscle contraction at max effort for 3 seconds a day for 5 days a week over 4 weeks.
Bubba, you want to work out?
Yeah, pass it around.
I think the main point here is it doesn't take a whole lot of time and effort to make some difference. It really doesn't.
That's heavy.
And I'm not saying big difference, okay? I'm just saying make a difference.
Lifting as opposed to not lifting, it will be different.
Yeah, absolutely.
But 3 seconds, you're not going to.
Right.
You may be better than you were, but you're not going to be very.
This research consisted of bicep curls.
I feel better. I've got a rush from that. Do you?
You have a rush from that.
Can I? Yeah,
I would go in there and try to cool down.
The lifting high.
Somebody get him a towel.
Somebody cool him down.
I need some recovery drink.
Ooh, man, listen, Bubba, drink a protein shake real quick.
Yeah. Chase, hey, if you had
let me ask you.
If you had a banana or broccoli, you'd be set for the week.
I'll try to get that in at lunch today. Have
And
y'all
then you do that
seen?
thing when you breathe and you lose calories.
Well, you do sleep.
Yeah.
You burn calories. Just
You do, but
just
the
living.
amount of calories you
Again.
said that day that you were burning was crazy.
No, I burned 2,500 a day sitting still. That's what Health South said. They came and tested us with the breathing
They either
machine.
A, read it wrong or y'all heard it wrong.
That or you're breathing harder.
So,
now there you go. That's a good one.
There's Greg
that is
working
good.
out. We found pictures of Greg working out.
Have y'all seen the little bitty workout thing like the guy that's
Yes.
hiking carries with
What
it?
that little
It looks like two little triangles put together,
that's
and it shows all these exercises he could do with it.
Well,
that thing was tiny.
How about yesterday? I was a little bit called out because I'm have to drive Sherry to for her to do the PT on the shoulder. She can't drive yet. Well, it's a long it's a long time. So all of a sudden she was like trying to get attention, and she looks and they're all over there with and I've got my shot. I said, everybody here. She goes, wait a minute. Are you doing PT?
Well, you're in
Like
there.
that, and I said, well, I'm in here. I got something kind of bothering me. She goes, I think they probably need to be working with me. And I'm like, yeah, but I really got a knot back here.
While I'm here.
Yeah, while I'm here. And
I'm here.
she looks over at like I'm hooking myself up to the stimming machine. She's like, no. I said, I got to do something in here because I'm not getting to go do better right now because it's a lot of PT. But you got to get on the front end to get out and behind it.
Oh yeah,
You do, Rick.
So
As
Greg,
you talk to yourself.
just for your science
She
here,
looks over and
because
she goes, Are you doing PT? I said, well, I'm in here. My shoulder's bleeding.
buddy.
I know science is supreme right now.
Thank you.
And there's several stories and charts about calories burned doing nothing. It depends on your sex, age, how much you weigh, all that. But
Now,
just
sex will burn
sitting-
calories.
Yeah, sitting in a chair, you
they
can
claim.
burn 60 to 130 calories an hour. So on a 24-hour day, it would be.
Well, I tell
That's
you
not
what,
2,500.
you must be
Huh?
taking a lot in on top of that.
45 calories to 75 calories per hour on average. Okay,
Well, there's
that
some-
means that according to this, and I'm looking at different health magazines. One of them says 45 calories per hour. One of them says a max of 75 per hour. Now, that's think about that a minute. Are you think you're average?
Oh, I would
Or you
burn
think you
more.
below?
I would burn more because I weigh more.
Really?
Yeah, you do. You burn more if you weigh more.
Okay.
To move everything around.
Your body's trying so hard.
It is. But let's just say,
But if
so
you're
for
we all
round
hear about
figures,
that. If you're eating 5,000 to 8,000 calories, it doesn't matter.
yeah, it doesn't.
No,
That's
I
not going
get
to help.
that.
That's not going to help. But see, to from your numbers to mine, 60 to 130. If we say 100, and there's 24 hours in a day, that gets you
Yeah, simple
2,400.
math. Yeah. I'm not seeing that though. I'm seeing 45 to 75.
Well, we all
I'm
hear
seeing
about that diet
1,800.
that you just sit and breathe. We always hear about that diet and that workout.
Well, we just did.
Well, it gives you.
What about our
if you're-
3-second workout, Greg?
Yeah,
if you're going to calculate what you burn in a day versus what's coming in, you have to know what the baseline is. Then any exercise above that adds to that.
Right. Yeah.
Well, you struggle with that mic, don't you?
Yeah, that little cover.
Really, since you're burning 2,500 a day, if you could just get down to a 1,500 calorie a day thing,
it'd be
that-
life changing.
It'll fall off.
That's it. That's it.
It really will.
It will.
But I don't get there every day.
Every day or at all?
I said I don't get there.
Hey,
every day.
1,500 gets there quick. Hey,
Yeah.
that's a small number.
Yep.
I've done it. It's a small one.
500 a meal. That's well, you'll get there real quick.
Well, you burn a lot while you're chewing.
It is. You do.
You gotta count that.
Yeah.
And if your mouth's bigger,
Yeah,
you actually burn more.
You burn more. Right. You got a big bucket mouth.
There it is. 10 minutes. Really, you walk 10 minutes a day.
You know what? You still ain't gonna be very healthy.
Yeah, but 10 minutes a day. At least that's cardio, moving your heart, pumping.
A little bit.
It's better than not doing
Rick
it.
and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the location and you're hanging out at the lake house, I'm sorry. I'm just having a hard time feeling bad for you.
Somebody's got to suffer through this. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Betty, thank you for.
Somebody's got to do it. I have been here cleaning the house, and the teenagers are here with me. So, well, I say teenagers; they're 20 and 22 now, so they're not exactly teenagers. So,
and
not all it's cracked up to be.
And aren't they thrilled with quarantine? Isn't that a blast?
Oh yeah. I may just send one of them back.
They can get to the point where you go, well, good luck to you out there.
Yeah.
I know it. Yeah. Go ahead. Just don't come back till all this is over.
So anyway, I guess that this is one of those things you check in. There's not a lot to update.
Mm-hmm.
Here I am at a location. And so what are you doing, Betty? Because I really do believe, all kidding aside, and certainly this can still be lighthearted, but all kidding aside, people got to come up with something to do with themselves.
Yeah.
So what's the Betty Lou Bussey plan to try to take on this once very hectic life? And I need to be here, and I got to go there, and I got to do this. To here I am, and everything that I normally would do, I'm not allowed to do anymore.
Well, I know. Yeah. I mean, you go to the grocery store, and if you don't have gloves and a mask on, everybody looks at you like you got leprosy. So I try to stay in unless I've got my gloves and mask with me,
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I went to a store yesterday, and they actually had X's marking where you should stand, not to get too close to anybody. That was a new one.
Oh.
But I was thankful for that. So anyway, no, I've been cleaning a lot. How about that? And been doing a lot of Bible study, a lot of time for that now, a lot of TV, a lot of playing with Gracie.
Betty told me the other day, and she said, and I think this is a good statement. She said, if you take away the pandemic, the suffering, the death, quarantine's not all that bad.
No, you're right.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, the kids are not enjoying it, though, as much as I am.
Yeah, let's admit, though, there is a time now when there's those things that, let's just be honest, we don't want to do, but we feel obligated to do. And now you've got like a straight up legit, well, I'd love to, man, but we're quarantined.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. How about that?
Well, you know what? I'd be all over that if we weren't quarantined.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, can't do it.
But then there's the simple things. I found out with me, what helps me the most is to go outside.
Mm-hmm.
To go outside, because the house can just get, you just can't. I gotta go out, and I gotta have the sun. I have actually, and I know it's mindless, and it's stupid, and it even violates the principles that I usually have about things that are just stupid. I realize that every day now, that until we get through this transition of spring, that the trees that are near our pool, they're going to blow leaves and seedlings and everything into the pool every single day.
Mm-hmm.
But to have something to do that kind of keeps my mind moving and thinking, I literally go home and take all that stuff, knowing that as I'm removing it from the pool, it's falling in the other end.
Oh yeah.
But I'm still doing it like a chore, just because it for something about it, it's therapeutic.
Mm-hmm.
It's something, to go, let me go out here and fiddle. You remember how you look around, like, and I hate to say this, your granddad or whatever, or your dad, they just like to piddle.
Yeah.
And but piddling is a man's way to keep his mind sharp and not go crazy.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it right now. I think I found the single biggest productivity hack of 2021. It's this Google Chrome extension called Speechify, and it literally does my reading for me.
So let's say you have to read an incredibly long email from your boss that you have to finish before the big meeting starts in 10 minutes. Or you're cramming for an exam the night before, but can't bear to keep your eyes open to read one more textbook chapter. Or you're reviewing a dense legal document that...
Yeah, Rick, I caught myself cleaning the boat yesterday. Not yesterday. It rained yesterday. I'm losing track of my days too.
Sure. Yeah. Right.
I think that people are going to find that God does some incredible things that they didn't see coming in this time. When I was 9 years old, I went through this in a different way. I was isolated for the entire summer. I got mono when I was 9, and the doctor said, Chris, you can't play. I was into baseball, Little League baseball, just like any boy growing up in Texas would be. And and the doctor said, you have to be at home all summer. You can't be with your friends. You're very contagious. You're in the house. You're isolated to the house for 6 weeks.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The old Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up shortly. You can join us. And while you might be dialing that number right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, all 10 lines are available. I do want to point you to the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. And we got them happening. So let's take a look-see. Going to be active next week in Rick and Bubba land. So next weekend, boy, there's a number of opportunities. We have the Pursuit Men's Conference coming up. This is our third year to do that in Dothan, Alabama, the land of News Talk 103.9. That's where you hear us on the Rick and Bubba Show. And we will be there. Jonathan Evans will be speaking. Charles Billingsley will be leading worship. Andy Blanks will be speaking. I'll be speaking as well. So that's Dothan, Alabama, next weekend. I mentioned earlier there'll be no tickets available at the door, so you need to go ahead and register and get that done. Don't ask me, it's complicated, but go ahead and get it done, and that way when you get there, they'll give you an armband, and you'll go. So that's next weekend. Tickets are still available. You need to move on that. Helmsy will be representing the show in Hoax Bluff, Alabama, the Men of Iron Conference, same weekend. Cross Creek Community Church. Sid Bream will be speaking. Lance Ingram from the Rick and Bubba Show that does the character Dr. Lou. Tyler Stovall will be speaking, and Helmsy will be there. That link is at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. And then you go to themanchurch.com that same weekend, coming up on the 18th, Scottsboro, Alabama, First Baptist Church, Scottsboro. They're doing it kind of unique. They're going to do 2 man churches in one weekend to kind of kick off the discipleship strategy. So from the man church team, Mark Garnett will be speaking on Friday night at a man church, and then Saturday morning, Brian Gunn will be there. So they put together kind of a little man church conference of their own there in Scottsboro, Alabama. So all that is going to be happening all next weekend. So if you want to get all the details on that, you can by going to rickandbubba.com or themanchurch.com. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices, excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Phone call standing by. Jake from State Farm is checking in. Jake, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hey, doing great, guys. Hope you guys are doing well.
We are.
I had shared with Speedy that I've had to take a nerve pill or two this morning. You guys have a tendency to all talk at the same time.
Yeah, but Jake,
over each other.
We don't do that near as bad as we used to. There's been huge improvement in that. It's a rarity now. It used to be every show, but there's been improvement on that. The only time it really happens now if a topic comes up that everybody's excited about, and everybody has something they want to say. That's the really only time we do it now. So I think there's been huge improvement on that.
Could we improve more? Sure.
Yeah, you'd like to see it never happen, but I'd also like to see you stop wearing khakis. So there's certain things that take longer, Jake. But I'd like for you to be more encouraging and say we're doing better, but there's still improvement to be made. Could you do that, Jake?
Okay.
Could you do that, Jake?
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want you to be mean to us like Coach Harsin was to his players. All right. So thank you, Jake. Appreciate you, buddy. Frank in Pell City. Frank, go ahead. Frank.
Hello.
Earl.
Hey.
What's your name?
Frank.
Okay. Frank in Pell City. Frank, go ahead. Thought it might be on us.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you're talking about the Super Bowl. I was just going to say that whether you got a dog in the hunt or whatever, you can tune in next week when you'll hear Dale Waltrip say, "Let's go racing, boys. Boogity, boogity, boogity."
So does NASCAR start next week, Greg? Is that what that is?
Yes.
This is
Daytona
your bunch.
500 is coming in.
Yeah, this is your gang here. So are you fired up
Got
about
new
that?
cars this year, different looks.
Really?
They got they all how they have develop a car tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, they've got another one.
Bubba, could you name 5 NASCAR drivers currently driving?
Currently now?
driving.
It's a lot of youngsters.
Kurt, somebody.
Yeah, just a simple no would have been fine. Huh?
Is Darryl Waltrip?
No, I really don't.
If you had named 5, I would let you watch Super Bowl commercial.
I mean, the bunch I knew a whole lot better have mostly retired.
All right, I'm going to see if I can do 5.
The ones we've had on the show.
I don't think I can. I'm going to see if I can do 5. Joey Logano.
Yes.
Is that one?
Ding, ding, ding.
Bill Elliott's son.
Right, he has
Chase
a name.
Elliott.
Yeah.
It'd be Chase Elliott.
I don't know if that's really.
Ding, ding, ding. We'll give you that.
Did I get that one?
Yes, you get that one.
And then I'm going to try what Bubba tried. One of Kurt Busch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he doing it?
See,
He's
I
still
have
out
one.
there. Yeah.
So you should have
Guess who
another
else is
easy
out
one.
there?
His brother.
Yeah.
What's his name?
We had him on the show.
Potty
Kyle.
mouth.
Kyle Busch.
Yeah, there you go. That's 4.
Yeah,
that's 4.
You're giving him credit.
Yeah,
for
that's a lot of
Yeah.
charity. It is. A
Well,
lot.
can you name 2 more and we'll
2 more. Wow.
Yeah. Well, you've got 4 if we give them to you.
Richard Petty.
Yeah, well.
All right. What about Donnie Allison? No,
Donnie's not driving this year.
I don't think I can.
Bubba.
Yeah, Bubba, the guy Bubba.
Kevin Harvick.
Kevin Harvick still driving?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bubba, you're on to something.
Bubba Watson.
You're close.
Bubba Wallace.
You named the golfer,
Right.
but that's fine.
I knew it was close.
Right. So we yeah.
And then they got a whole bunch of young ones, like you say. That I'm not
I
sure.
think we didn't do great.
I don't think anybody but Greg could name them.
No.
I'm in the same category
It's
as y'all.
a turnover
I
of
could
talent.
not.
But how about this? If you asked me,
different world now.
asked me to name 5 NBA players, I probably can't do that either.
Yeah,
That'd be hard.
5 NFL players would be hard for me.
No.
No.
All right, so let me say this.
I'd have to think.
Stop.
5 starting quarterbacks in the NFL.
Oh, that. Yeah.
Well, 2 in the Super Bowls, so I'm getting 2. I've got Joe Burrow,
Right.
and then I've got Stafford. I don't know his first name. Matthew Stafford.
No, you got 2.
Can I have Tom Brady, or is he retired?
No, he's retired now.
So I can't have him anymore.
No.
Uh,
You could a month ago.
Big Ben's out too.
um.
Rick, we just talked about him. He has a funny helmet on.
Not.
Kevin Mahomes.
Be Patrick.
Patrick Mahomes. Okay.
Just forget it.
What I was going to
your
say.
point. You made your point.
Bubba, when you said that, I thought that was too easy. So my question was going to be, can you name 5 players that are playing this weekend? And after that, I don't think you can.
No, I can't. No,
I don't
way.
think I can either.
Yeah, no, I can't. And it just
the Icky Shuffle for the Bengals.
Yeah, I mean, I used to be.
Did y'all see Icky?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I did.
He's large.
Yeah,
I
and he
used to
still do the
be.
shuffle.
Yes, and he is large.
I used to be anywhere from an 8 to a 9 on sports. I'm about a 5 on sports.
Rick,
now.
maybe Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback
4.
of your favorite team.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, I never can remember his name. I keep calling him Adrian Rodgers, but that's the fastest. You know how many times I saw the Packers play? One quarter.
I'm with you. I didn't watch any NFL this year.
I probably could
I
come
did the
closer to
playoffs.
naming 5 golfers than I could 5 quarterbacks.
Dennis in Alabama. Dennis, go ahead.
I told you I didn't want to be on the radio.
You did?
I was on top of, yeah. But anyway, I was on top of Bubba about his allergies. I'm 65 years old, and I've had a lot of trouble with mine for years and years and years.
Well,
But I've got a friend of a friend told me about grapefruit seed extract.
That's what you
And
need,
he
Bubba.
uses it, and that
I really don't know anything about it.
Grapefruit seed extract.
I know if you take blood pressure medicine like many of us do, you've got to be careful with grapefruit because it'll interact with it.
I didn't know that, by the way.
Yeah.
Dennis, if you'll just email Bubba, but not his show email because he can't see those.
Hey, Dennis, and back to you, Topaz.
Thank you, Dennis. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Summer. I just gotten out of school. I was looking forward to baseball. I was like, are you kidding me? And I just like something that's going on in so many homes right now. My parents came home. There, my dad worked at pharmacy, and he's like, son, you are driving us crazy. We got to find something for you to do. You got to find something. And he said, you want to learn to play the guitar?
How about that?
I was like, okay. And he put a guitar in my hand, started every morning. Said, I taught me a few chords. It was all Willie Nelson, of course. That's all he knew. And he said he would teach me these songs, and then he would go to work and come back, and I'd learn them all day. Little did I know that what I thought was the worst thing in my life put me on a trajectory that changed my life forever. And that what I thought was the end was the beginning of something. And I think for a lot of people, that's going to happen. And maybe you don't see it right now. And maybe you're just pulling your hair out like my kids are going crazy and driving me crazy. Or maybe you're a kid sitting at home and you're like, man, what is this? I want to be with my friends. You have no idea. I mean, I was so bummed, but now looking back, it's like, wow, how God he sees things and he sees the whole picture.
Yeah, that's why we got to trust he knows what he's doing.
How is
All right, so this has spawned some phone calls about uncomfortable prayer request stories. An anonymous caller is calling in. Go right ahead. You're on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, am I on?
Yes, you are. Uh-huh.
All right, good deal. So we had in our Sunday school class, we got a great class, great church, love it.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a new couple join, and they were always had some, crazy prayer requests. And 1 week, I remember we had 2 people in our Sunday school class, and that were there, and their mothers were undergoing chemotherapy and radiation and all that for some aggressive cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And the very next prayer request after those 2 was we needed prayers for our neighbor because she picked up a stray cat and the cat died, and it was just really traumatic. And we had a 10-minute conversation on a neighbor's stray cat right after 2 cancer prayer requests, and that just
you can't give it to the floor. I'm sorry, the floor can't handle it. I mean, you think people will be able to do this on their own and police themselves, but they can't.
Heck no.
You also get into there's 3 people that are going to make a prayer request every single week of some kind. Yeah. And so just keep it, again, there's a way to still do prayer requests. There's a way to say today we have a couple of prayer requests that meet the criteria of the room right now, but let the teacher, or I know some classes have the teacher, then they have kind of a leader of the department or leader of the class or something. You need to have one person that dictates all that. You cannot pitch it to the floor because, first of all, you don't know when you're going to get it back. And suddenly you got the teacher, and I've been in this place before. You've worked all week to prepare the message. You've spent countless hours getting it ready. You normally have 25 to 30 minutes to do your message, and when the prayer request roundup ends, you have 10 minutes.
Yeah,
and you're like, so it just is bad. There's nothing good about it. And so let's go to Ken in Tennessee. Ken, go ahead.
Tennessee.
Hey, man, appreciate you taking my call.
Sure.
Man, I've got one, I guess you'd call it a pet peeve with praise reports. It's kind of funny. You'll have in the same group.
Oh, yeah.
One family will go pray for us, man. I just contracted coronavirus, and my husband passed away with it. And then you'll have somebody in the same room go, hey, praise God for his protection because he delivered me from the coronavirus.
Yes.
And it's just really puts a bad light in God's sovereignty and control. But anyway, just comments on that.
Well, again, all these things can be resolved if people would just listen to what everybody else is saying and not say something that the whole wide world would deem inappropriate. I mean, the whole world would. I mean, no one would say that was the right thing to do. And it's just, I think there's a way to do it. That's all I'm saying. There's just a way to do it.
And all this goes back originally to the White House reporters not knowing how to cull themselves.
You can't give up the floor
because they make the rounds, and because of the social distancing, they're already spread out, and so there's not a ton of them, and so they keep getting asked questions. They keep getting fed questions from producers back at their studio, whatever, and it just never ends.
Yeah, you have the person that doesn't understand if somebody's child didn't get better, the fact that your dog has made a turn.
Yeah,
not the time to share that.
No.
Let's go to Ohio where Dwayne is standing by. Dwayne, welcome to the program.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey.
Kind of an open mic situation at a church where testimonies were given.
Oh, boy, testimonies.
We had a guy that's a truck driver that shared that because he was in Las Vegas and he did not want to be unholy, he had to hold it and not go to the bathroom in Las Vegas. And all I could think of is constipated in Vegas. That's all I could think of.
Tell it all.
Every bit of it.
Share it, brother. Let's go to Pat in Trustful. Pat, go ahead.
Yes, we had a couple in our church, and the lady got up to mention a prayer request, and it was for a couple on General Hospital soap opera that they would get back together.
Are you serious?
Really?
Pat?
Are
you serious?
I'm not kidding you. I'm not.
You're going for the laugh. That didn't really happen.
Is this the real life? Or is this just radio? Caught up in the landslide they call the Rick and Bubba Show. Open your ears, conquer all your fears and see. They're just two big boys, always on my radio. Make sure you're always up, never bored. They love to laugh, love the Lord. Anywhere the ratings go doesn't really matter to me. To me.
It is 7 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We thank you for being with us. It is a brand new hour from the No Name Studio. And we got it just like we like it as we start this hour, and we hope you'll join us. Will of Meat is still in play. Hasn't spun yet this week. So that could happen at any time. Welcome back. 28 years, Rockin' Mike number 2. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
He was a mere babe when he started.
He
Rick,
was a
and
tiny
look at
little
him today.
fella. Tiny. I've been looking at some old pictures.
Look at him today.
Of you and me and all these years. And I got to tell you something, buddy. Hey, some of the looks we had. And, hey, we're like, hey, buddy, we like this.
Oh, yeah. I know. You look back, you go, what was I thinking?
Hey, be sure and get your green shorts with these shirts. I saw that of us standing in front of the statue in Birmingham, the Vulcan.
Yeah.
We've got on this, I'm talking about blazing yellow T-shirts and green shorts. We thought we were the age, didn't we? But anyway, we start this hour, and Bubba, I know you like watching Super Bowl commercials before the air because it's available to you. I mean, you can.
Right.
And Greg isn't a fan of it, but he's given in over the years. He's fine with it. So we're going to watch a few. I think we can all agree that the quality, as far as like I'm laughing so hard or whatever, they haven't been that great lately.
Yeah, since Puppy Monkey Baby, there's nothing.
But guys, there's a reason for that. I don't think we're allowed to have fun anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody's afraid that their funny commercial will get them canceled.
Right.
So.
I mean, I can't believe that. I mean, so how do we have fun anymore if everything we do could be the end of our career? Do you see?
It makes it a little difficult. Rick, it has a chilling effect on creativity.
Chilling effect. All right, so Speedy has not desired job of trying to pick a few that we won't go, hey, man, that's stupid.
Right,
you know what I mean?
One that's just in 60 seconds of, like, music and stuff.
Right, because the listening audience is just going to hear music if we're not careful what we pick.
All right, one of them, and I'm communicating into the TV room with Adler, the 2022 Planet Fitness one with Lindsay Lohan is kind of funny. I emailed that to you. Can't play it?
It didn't come through.
Oh, okay, what the email I sent earlier with the link to all of them, you can get it from there if you want.
He told you, pal.
Yeah,
well, I mean,
I wasn't, Greg.
No, we just hey, look, buddy. Hey, right here. Look, keep looking at me, Adler.
Right.
Don't look over there to the right.
I tell you what. Hey, he wouldn't talk to me like that.
Yeah. Well,
let him.
Who's he? James Carvin.
There's let me.
You're gonna take a poke at somebody.
Let me run a list here. Lindsay is a good one. Sam's Club with Kevin Hart. He thinks he's a VIP, but he doesn't realize everybody.
Well, don't
gets
tell
what
us
he's
about it.
doing.
Let us see it.
All right, I got.
They're copying
It's
State
called
Farm.
Killing
then.
Time, Rick.
I got Planet Fitness if you want it or whatever. What do you want?
Yeah, Planet. Let's go Planet.
All right, here it is. All right, here we go. All right, let's see if we think this.
I don't know.
Wait a second, I have music going still. That's my copyright-free music. Hold on 1 second. I'm so
Okay.
sorry.
It's okay.
everybody. There's just a lot of stuff going on in this.
We
room.
don't have to get on your tippy
And
toes.
go. I'm not on my. Well, I am on one tippy toe.
Okay.
Right.
And go.
And
yeah, and a lot of buttons here.
yeah, it's okay.
And
people are wondering.
What's gotten into Lindsay?
She's never been sharper.
This basketball star married himself in 1996.
Who is Dennis Rodman?
Correct.
Son of a...
She's sleeping better than ever, which the paparazzi aren't thrilled about.
I miss Lindsay!
She's even more productive, trading DUIs for DIY.
The verdict is...
Gorgeous. Maybe it's not what's gotten into Lindsay. It's what Lindsay's gotten into.
Hey, William.
Planet Fitness. Get glowing and feel spectacular.
Okay.
Ain't bad.
That was a
kind
safe
of stupid.
I'm going safe.
Well,
Anything with Captain Kirk in it, I like.
Did you say that quick?
Right.
How
I
about
had a
this?
feeling that was coming.
Lindsay's, not the train wreck she once was, and Planet Fitness is taking credit.
All right, so
Not bad.
How about
what about Hellman's Adler? The
What about Captain Kirk?
They
in there,
tackling
really?
food waste here. Now we all remember Terry Tate, the office linebacker, where he would come in and take somebody out.
I see where this
It's
is.
a
Love that.
play off that. But
Hope it ain't stupid.
they don't like you to waste food from a Super Bowl party. It can be reused and added to something else. Here it is.
Hellman's wants to tackle food waste, so naturally they hired this legend.
Don't toss that. You can make grilled cheese with that bread. Not on my watch. You can make potato salad.
Grandma? Don't throw away that spinach!
Make a frittata.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Mom's already tackling food waste, Mayo. What's a big guy?
Sorry, man. Had to.
I get it. I'm very hittable.
Make taste, not waste, baby!
Now
I like it, but they've copied.
Right.
Yeah.
Now that last guy,
it's
he
not
just
the same
he
guy.
just
Pete
sent out
Davidson.
he just
Pete Davidson.
he just sent out he's dating Kim Kardashian.
Yeah,
He's dated a lot of people you would think.
So he's
how did he pull that off?
I refer to him as the comedian that looks like he's on heroin.
And that would
Right.
be him.
There you go.
He's pale and got bags under his
Now the guys probably won't like this one here. Are you looking off the link or the email?
Am I the only one that's...
Which one?
It's a ripoff of Terry Tate.
It is a ripoff.
Cheetos 2022.
Let me look for it.
Stupid.
All right. I don't know. It's a flaming hot Cheetos one. That's pretty good. I'm thinking Bubba would like this one just because of the music.
Adler,
I can hear you.
Try to get a
Helmsley.
few pictures of Greg's grandkids too. We're gonna flash them up there.
Right,
between
right.
commercials.
Speedy, when you're going through them, find one that's not stupid.
Okay, that's good. That's good. That's what he'll say anything. Just feed it to him.
It's like a parrot.
So
It really is.
The Terry Tate copy that bothers you?
I love the commercial.
Yeah.
I like anything like that.
Yeah.
But guys, if I'm the people that came up with Terry Tate, I don't even remember the product, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Office linebacker.
we've already done that.
Yeah.
All right, so the flaming hot Cheetos deal. The play off this is there's a lady. This is for radio.
These would be great if I
she
was
drops
watching during the
she
game.
drops some in the woods or whatever, and some animals start eating them, and they're making noise because they're hot, and it
Right.
turns into some music.
Drop bird
Cheetos.
watching and drops her snack.
Drop
Oh.
your Cheetos.
Sloth.
Now a deer's like, whoa, what's going on? Now a bear's eating Cheetos. That fox is beatboxing.
Maybe the water buffalo.
Ooh, baby, baby. But baby, baby. Ooh, baby, baby. But baby, baby.
Nope.
Now it's moving fast.
Ooh, baby, baby. Baby, baby.
No.
You know, sloth humor.
I'd have loved
has
that
been
Sunday.
pretty big. You know,
I'd have loved that Sunday.
See,
Yeah.
I mean,
Just
watching a game in there, that's going to cost you. I've already seen that.
Mhm.
It's funny.
Car-
I'm a little stupid, but it's funny.
A little bit stupid, but it's funny.
The
hey, is that a picture of Alice?
You got Pepsi in there. You got Bud Light in there. You got Budweiser and the Clydesdales. You got Nissan. You got see, Amazon's got a mind reader one that's pretty good. Kevin Hart's in the Sam's Club one that's pretty good. Rocket Mortgage. There's just a ton of them. I don't know if y'all are done with them or not.
Greg's
there,
done.
there it is.
Greg's
right there.
done. Greg is just absolutely done.
No, I actually enjoy them. Hey, there he is.
That's good, Greg. That's good.
I'm calm now.
Right, that's it. That's all you needed.
I would like to just watch them during the Super Bowl. I just don't understand why they release them now. That's all.
Well,
right.
Why don't you go out while we're watching?
I mean, I don't understand why they would do that. I don't want anybody to get to watch them.
Right. It
does mess with the experience.
They just want more views so you can see their spot.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
It did. It really happened. We all just sit there and said, "What?"
You know, I mean, what were they hoping? Luke and Laura would finally get married?
I can't remember the couple that they wanted it to get back together with.
Well, you know,
we all just looked around and said, "What?"
Let me tell you this: if I had been the teacher or the leader of that class, I would have said, "Now the prayer request shifts to you.
Yeah,
we're going to pray for you.
Right?
Because
we might get up and lay hands on you,
right.
Anoint your head with oil at that point."
Frank in Alabama. Frank, go ahead.
Yes, sir. This is a true story. Just the names have been changed to save embarrassment. My daughter, one night during Wednesday night Bible class, the pastor asked for prayer requests, and she says, "I want everybody to pray for my dog." Well, that would have been okay.
Mm-hmm.
But then she proceeded to say, "My dog has worms." And it was really embarrassing, but the pastor handled it real well. He said, "Well, Dad, you've heard this. Let's get this fixed."
Right. Yeah, remember, and Greg played it back the last on our spring break. My son actually prayed that the people on his team would stop breaking wind.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yes, I do.
That's important.
We continue. Brittany in Oxford. Brittany, go ahead.
Yes, my mother stood up in front of the entire congregation, and she said, "Y'all, I just want to ask y'all to pray for Brittany. She's been battling a real bad UTI for about a week now, and she just can't get over it." And the entire church began to laugh at me.
Yeah, that's not good.
Imagine this.
Speaking of making a difference, Bubba, Mike Lindell is on the horn. Mike, welcome back to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. How you doing? How you doing, guys?
Well, Mike, look, I'll tell you this. We love what you're doing. We thank you for your investment in what we do. And, you know, the Rick and Bubba audience and My Pillow, that has been a relationship that continues to thrive. Our audience loves your product. And you guys continue to support what we do, and it continues to be a win-win. First of all, tell us again what you're doing at My Pillow that's helping with the pandemic.
Well, what we're doing a couple things. One of them is we're making masks, the cloth masks. We're getting upwards. I think we're around 30,000 now a day. We're getting upwards. So I want to get to about 50 or more. I just got off the phone with another company. They're reaching out to us, and we're teaching them how to fish. We're one place we're providing the fabric and showing the patterns, and we've gotten about 5 other companies involved with that. So our total keeps increasing. And then we also have we went to a second shift, and one of the things I want to say is I'm losing my voice. I've been on so much media.
I know. Mike, I'm worried about your.
That's not a dry cough.
Listen, I'm worried about your voice. Every time that I hear you sounds like your voice is hoarse. You're going to have to stop talking at some point, but not for long.
Yeah, right on. But we're making all these masks, and then we set up a task force, and the task force is because we're learning about so many things that are needed in this footprint, and one of the things we're trying to get the other kind of masks too, the N95s and the other kind, to get them in the right places. There's so much. Everybody blocking. There's people gouging. There's people hoarding, or these are businesses that if one place might have a stockpile of masks and the other ones don't, and then there's businesses that are open that are deemed essential businesses, but they don't have any protection. One of them was I was at a Whole Foods store, and they said, "Oh, we're waiting on masks from Amazon." Well, Jeff Bezos owns Whole Food stores. Amazon owns the Whole Foods. I was appalled. I'm going, "Are you kidding me?" So we're doing a lot. I'm finding out we have a 24-hour sanitizer that we've been working on with this other company, and it just got. I think it gets approved today or tomorrow, and if that gets approved, that'll be a game changer too, where you can put sanitizer in as we get back to work, where you're 24 hours, you put it on your hands and you're protected. So there's so many things we're doing, but I just, to have the platform, even to be able to do this for me, is I give the glory to God, and it's.
"21 minutes past the hour." Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so thank you for being with us today. All right, so we got a wacky world that I think definitely meets the criteria for that theme music. Yeah,
Yep.
So it's just, wow, this.
How bizarre.
So there's a little look around the wacky world here.
Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Go with it.
Rick, a New Mexico man was arrested after he allegedly broke into a home, ate some shrimp, took a bath, and then fled the scene and committed a carjacking, according to police.
So did he cook the shrimp? Was it already cooked?
I don't know. On Sunday, the man, 34, entered the residence through a window, which he allegedly smashed open.
Okay.
And was still inside drinking beer and eating shrimp when the homeowner returned, according to court documents.
Okay.
The homeowner then called the police. The assailant apologized, left the homeowner $200 to repair the window, and fled the scene.
Okay, so $200 that he left behind.
I guess so.
Ate shrimp, took a bath,
drank some beer,
okay,
and then left. The homeowner said that the intruder told him that he broke in needing a warm place to sleep, according to deputies who filed the report. The intruder, he said that the male, he was male, was extremely embarrassed and apologetic about the situation. Now, he said that the intruder had a rifle with him at the time of the invasion, but there was no indication that he used it or threatened to use it on the homeowner.
What was it? Good.
But the next day, the Santa Fe police arrested the man after he allegedly held a woman at gunpoint at a Church's Chicken location in an attempt to steal her car.
When's the last time y'all have had Church's Chicken?
I have not had Church's Chicken since I was a boy. I don't think.
Man, it's good.
Yeah, it's.
I don't even know where one is.
Church's Chicken for me was nothing but my grandparents.
Yeah.
They would get it, after church. No pun intended. But it really was.
It's been a while since I've had it.
Yeah, they had a location near their house, but
I think they're the ones that used to have that dirty rice. It was so good. It was the rice with the meat.
You sure
in it.
that's not?
Was that Church?
Bojangles.
That's Bojangles.
No, Church has had it.
Did they really?
I think a lot of them.
Popeyes
has it now. Yeah.
Popeyes has it too.
Popeyes had it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will.
Dirty rice.
Can I tell you something? Only we could do this story and break out in discussion of fried chicken. But I will say, if you have not tried Cracker Barrel's new fried chicken they're offering up.
Good stuff.
Oh yeah. I actually saw a friend of mine order as a side the other day. I thought that was the most incredible thing I'd ever seen. He literally had country fried steak for his main meal and ordered the fried chicken as a side.
That's a little much.
Now they charged him, but
Well, I hope he sat down a lot that day and burnt some of them calories.
yeah,
Sat down.
Well, he said that he'd
Say, I ain't your only friend that overeats from time to time.
Oh, buddy, look.
You got some eaters you're friends with.
Well, Bubba, that used to be, Bubba. That was the people that it.
I don't know that makes it right.
Well, no, but that was just one of those people I was drawn to that circle because I was one as well. You know what I mean?
I don't think I've ever ordered fried chicken as a side.
It's like when I stopped.
That's usually the meal.
Yeah. When I stopped drinking, I had to get away from my drinking friends.
You went over to the eating crew.
And then I went over this eating bunch. I hadn't left them yet. I'm still clinging to them a little bit.
Best piece of fried chicken. Where do you go?
You talking about restaurant?
No, just like I
breast.
Okay.
Oh, you talking about the part of the chicken?
Yeah.
That's all I eat now. I won't even order the other part.
Yeah, I like a fried white
Fried
meat.
chicken snob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chicken,
I like a drumstick.
I like chicken breast.
Drumstick too, bro.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
I'm a thighs guy.
Oh, everybody
Yeah.
talks about how great this thigh. Look at it. They're gross.
I'm sorry, Adler.
The only way I like chicken thighs is my wife does this meal in the oven.
Oh, everybody says they're really good.
Where she bakes them, but I don't like them. I mean, if I've got a pile of fried chicken, the last thing I'm going to eat is the thigh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I'm gonna eat.
What about the neck?
And then that's the second thing.
All right, so I got a question, and let me get through it, okay? And I'm
No
talking
way.
about, I'm talking
No
about
way.
fried chicken here.
Okay.
Boneless or on the bone?
On your favorite piece that you just discussed, Greg, do you tear it
afraid
apart, or do you try to get that mouth around it and
Tear it
eat it?
apart.
You do. Okay.
If
Get a
it,
fork.
Because there's
rip
no
it.
way.
I get a fork.
I mean, there's no way to be neat at all. It's just going to go everywhere.
I go in with my hand first, and I reach into the
to burn your hand a little bit. If
Yes.
it's hot. Yeah.
And if it burns my hand, I come back and do the fork.
Okay.
And then once I get to where it's cooled down, I pick it up and finish it off by picking
Have
up
you
a
ever
fork.
tried to get it where you're forking, as you're pulling it, the fork comes loose and it all you got crumbs
Oh, yeah.
flying your
Oh,
face?
yeah, sure.
Yeah,
We've
that
all
happens
had
a
that.
lot.
But it still feels great
Chicken
because
blowback.
they're still fried chicken.
Every
Yeah.
chicken,
Still smell
every
it.
chicken place is lined up on the road, and I'm talking about it's like just. I mean, it's a kiosk of chicken.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Which place do you go to? I mean, it's got everything.
Which one's open?
They all are.
Okay.
You talking about like I'm going out to eat?
I'm just checking the
KFC still.
detail.
KFC still hard. To
I'm
beat.
going out to eat and I'm getting fried chicken.
Yeah, you're. I'm gonna say this: you're by yourself, and you just can go through the drive-through or go in, and you've got every selection.
No,
there.
I really think Popeyes. That's my pick.
Really?
You go really.
Interesting.
That is very
Is
interesting.
it because of the extra crust and stuff?
Yeah,
Or-
I just
okay.
like it.
Ooh.
I like.
I know one thing. I am hungry
I am
right
too.
now.
Yeah.
Bojangles
Thinking
ain't bad.
about it.
Yeah.
I like Kentucky Fried Chicken first,
Okay.
even though I know it's kind of going downhill some. But I just cling to it. I just like it. My number 2 slot is Bojangles.
Yes, that's pretty good.
That's a good fried chicken.
Wow, it's surprising.
And you know who's in my fights for
Which one's closest?
the one that fights for the number 2 spot, and I will give them the number 2 spot over Bojangles. They kind of rotate. It's almost like I got 2 A and B. Is Jack's.
Yeah.
Jack's fried chicken,
they do a good
and
job.
I eat Jack's fried chicken more than any of them because it's close to the farm.
And
I eat it a lot
I know it's immature of it.
with a
but
milkshake.
I don't do the milkshake, but I do the fried
Greg,
chicken.
I am so intrigued with what your opening line
I know
there.
it's immature of me, but when I go to Bojangles, it's on the menu. When I order the 2-breast dinner, I get to laughing. I want the 2-breast dinner.
Can you even say
But that's
that
what it's
drive-thru?
called. It's
They
really
shouldn't put it up there
I
like
know.
that. Bubba, what about you?
You know, I'm not that picky.
I knew you
like-
weren't gonna
I like
answer.
them all.
I
like
knew
them
it.
all.
I knew you weren't going to
he'll
answer.
go to
He
chicken.
wanted to know which ones were open.
Right.
In your scenario.
Hey, Bubba, which one you going
Popeyes
to?
is
Chicken.
good. Churches is good. KFC's good.
Yeah, but
They're
you can
all-
only
they're
pick.
all
You
good.
can only pick one though.
Well, I don't know. I don't really have a favorite. I don't.
Right.
Johnson's
I like them
Deli.
all.
Your
Johnson's
your
Giant
family
Foods
was
Deli.
home starving, and you could only get one.
But then if they starving, it really doesn't matter.
I've got some good chicken out of them grocery store delis.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Publix has
We
got
do
some
that a
great
lot.
fried chicken.
I tell you what,
They do.
Publix, their chicken fingers. If you go chicken fingers, may be the best.
Johnson's
good.
got some good ones.
Zaxby's, y'all got to back off salt a little bit now.
Hey, Rick.
Those are too salty. Back off salt a
I
little
like
bit.
Zaxby's.
Yeah, but I'm thinking, you know,
You're
just-
talking about real chicken, not just chicken.
Not chicken
fingers.
fingers.
I left and went off on chicken fingers. I'm sorry.
yeah.
I probably was eating sushi anyway.
Okay. So Bubba, you're not eating, I guess.
Oh, all of them sound good. Look, well, I'll say churches. Will it make you feel better?
Yeah.
If that's your choice.
Well, the other drive-thrus were all filled up with these guys. That's the one that was open.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's just a blessing. I always like helping.
Mike, I was going to tell you when you headed up to the mic at the press conference the other day, I got the whole family. I said, "Y'all come around. This is going to be good. This is going to be good." And it was. You always deliver. But we love the fact that you mention God and you put things in perspective. And I know some of the media just lost their mind because you invoked the name of God Almighty. What kind of feedback did you get directly? Did you get a lot of blowback too?
You're ready to start your own business.
Continue the social distancing format. So we've kind of updated you on the some of the latest. There's some things we may have forgotten. We'll get to a little bit later on. But I know, Bubba, we've been wanting to play a little bit with with some of the various options available to us from those of you that are social distancing from homemade studios in various locations. And Adler, I know toward the end yesterday, I think he's got it where he can get outside and we can look at his backyard pretty good.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I want to see that fence he's been working on.
Yeah, Adler, can
do y'all want the update?
Can we see your fence? What you've been working on?
Yeah.
Yes.
I want a test run. Hey, I want the dog to go down the path and take a dump.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I want all
Awesome. Hey, Armstrong, jump in here, buddy. Armstrong, I need you to switch. Okay, I'm not going to be at my computer anymore. You got? Is he saying yeah?
He's got you.
Yeah, he's got you.
Awesome.
He's got it.
And for some reason, there's two Greg Burgesses on here. I think he might be about to do something too.
Yeah, Greg looks like he's working. He didn't spell his last name right for some reason.
I know. I'm trying to get out of that. I had to do that. I don't know.
You want me to end it for you?
Greg, end me on that, and I'll try later.
Okay.
All right. There goes Adler.
Look at him walking.
Yeah, he's. I don't know.
I'm putting on my shoes, guys. Putting on my shoes here.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So I got to. Can y'all hear me still?
We got you loud and clear.
Okay. So my place is kind of a mess, y'all. I got to clean up all my tools and stuff. I got my motorcycle. I got all my tools everywhere here. It's a train wreck out here. But let me show you all the fence. Y'all ready?
Yes.
Adler, can you go horizontal? There you go.
Yeah.
No. Okay, y'all got me still?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Perfect.
Yeah. Much better.
Okay. Awesome. So this is the fence area here. So I put up this whole back fence up.
Oh wow, that's nice.
That's a lot of fence.
Yeah,
we need you down on the border, man.
Yeah, well, let's face it, Bubba. You know what happens at the end of work every day? We got a lot of time.
Yeah. Look at you.
So this is that brick path, y'all. I'm gonna have to relay. Hopefully, I keep signal. I'm gonna have to relay this brick path here, y'all. It's just not
straight.
Going over there, let's have a close look at it. Adler.
Yeah.
Fade out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're fine right now. It's just really good.
Okay, cool. I put my
Give
router.
us a close up of it.
Outdoor lighting's better than all this indoor stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it is.
The beginning, I tried to do that bread basket where I go 3 and 3 and 3 and 3, and it works when you're going straight, but it does not work when you're doing a curve. So what I think I'm gonna do is just do like parallel, straight, and then right around here go with the bread basket.
Okay.
I like it, Adler, like it is. It looks good.
Yeah, it does look good.
They're not supposed to be perfect. That's the whole.
Yeah.
Looks a little messy for me. Looks like people threw down a bunch of bricks and walked off.
Yeah. This thing looks like you have little arms.
So here's the dog poop zone, right?
Oh.
And you can see I've got.
You put all that up?
Look at him.
Yeah, buddy.
Look at Adler.
I put this whole fence up here.
Oh, so your obnoxious neighbors that are.
Do you want us to go full screen on Adler? So we can see it better.
If y'all can,
yes,
yeah. All right, Speedy said he can. There it is.
How about that?
We got it. Bubba did it.
Boom.
Oh, Adler, that's really good. Now, of course, the rest, everybody else is right in the middle of the screen now. Our on deck circle's now in the middle of the screen. Speedy's going to try to move that. I'm just talking about my view. Well, no, it's that way on YouTube too. Okay.
Is it normal for someone to build a fence around an area for dogs to poop in?
Yes.
Well.
I'm legitimately asking. I didn't know that.
Well, I think it's a good idea because I remember when at one point our peak at our house one time, Helms, you worked so hard to get all this backyard put together, and we had 3 dogs and a cat, and you know what you didn't think about? You now don't have a backyard anymore. Because it is nothing but a
no, you have an obstacle course.
It's just minefields everywhere. You can't even enjoy it.
Right.
And so it's a good idea.
So Adler, did you buy? Here come the dogs. Did you buy did you buy the fence in sections or something and then put it together, or did you buy the whole?
Who put
piece?
it up for you?
I put it up, Bubba. I put it up. I pulled a muscle in my back, y'all. I pulled a muscle so hard in my back on Sunday. But yeah, so these are fence panels.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So the fence panels are like 6 feet tall by 8 feet long. And so I just did the math as far as what I needed to do to get this done here.
We're back 35 minutes past the hour. And I know I'm not the only one. No. Feel this way. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. Nothing about nothing but the good love. Say it. What you get? Tesla brings us back. Hey, goodrx.com/Bubba. I didn't even know this. I mean, you got so many prescriptions. They're coming at you. We're going to put you on this. You got that. Here we go. What about this? Over here, some more. And you're like, well, I'm running down to the drugstore that's near me. That's where I'm headed. But then you started finding out, did you know that what you're paying for that prescription could vary by as much as $100 if you had gone to another drugstore? So goodrx.com/Bubba says, let's help. At no charge to you, they will shop around on the prescription that you need, and they'll find you the pharmacy in your area that'll give you the best deal. And we're talking about you could save up to 80%. And it's completely free to use. And it's accepted at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide, like CVS, Kroger, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Walmart, Bonds, and more. Look, it is a great tool, simple, smart savings on the prescriptions that you need. So check it out now by going to goodrx.com/Bubba. That's goodrx.com/Bubba. It is free to use. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find it there under the sponsors button. Now, you remember we played back the time that President Biden was being mean, and then he was saying that if anybody in his new cabinet, if any of these people right here disrespect anybody, they got to go. Well, it's been discovered that he has a disrespectful person on his own cabinet.
Not a mean person.
Eric Lander, former member of the cabinet, he served as director of the White House Office of Science and Technology. He's your guy, policy. He's resigned yesterday. There was an internal White House investigation, and they found credible evidence that he had spoken. Are you ready for this? Stand by. Harshly and disrespectfully to colleagues. And Bubba, that. And then stand by in front of other colleagues. Oh, buddy. So he has resigned, and he said, I'm sorry that I caused hurt, past and present, to any colleagues by the way that I have spoken to them. So now Psaki gets pressed on this a little bit because they're like, well, I thought Biden was saying we're not going to have this kind of behavior.
Yeah,
and his cabinet and his administration, and why didn't y'all deal with this sooner?
Yeah, Alex Thompson is asking Psaki what the White House's message is to White House and federal employees who took Biden at his word that he would fire people on the spot, as you just said. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Yeah, that was his speech. There'd be no ifs, ands, or buts.
So after this,
unless I'm talking.
You mean no due process?
Right. Yeah. So after this investigation showed he bullied and demeaned subordinates, he later resigned. He wasn't fired on the spot, and Psaki was asked about that from Alex Thompson.
China. Go ahead.
Just to reiterate, on Inauguration Day, President Biden said he would fire anyone that treated other colleagues with disrespect, talked down to someone, and he would fire them on the spot. No ifs, ands, or buts. So what is the White House's message to people that work in this building and throughout the federal government that took the president at his word and don't understand why Dr. Lander has not been fired?
Our message, and thank you for your question, is that the president has crystal clear expectations with all of us about how we are to treat our colleagues, treat people who work for us, and that is what he expects for people across the building. It is because of those comments that he made early on, in part, that we put in place a safe and respectful workplace policy, that it was the mechanism for which this thorough investigation went forward. And it is based on that thorough investigation. From that came the meeting that Dr. Olander had with senior White House officials, where it was made clear what steps he was required to take, and that we will be complying and watching for compliance with those steps. And our objective is, of course, to prevent any of this behavior from happening again in the future. That's the overarching objective.
Yeah, so he's
Good luck with
since
that, by the way.
resigned, but they want to know, well, why'd y'all give him a chance to resign? He should have been fired, according to Biden's words.
Well, I'll go back to what Bubba was kind of alluding here a minute ago. First of all, what Biden said was reckless, insincere, and stupid. You really can't live in a world where, without due process, somebody said that somebody was mean to them and you fire them on the spot.
Yeah, it kind of goes against our whole setup.
Yeah. Well, by the way, what he said that day was completely insincere. Now, this guy, I appreciate the person bringing it up, saying, "Well, he did say it," and you're right, he did say it. But when he said it, it was to sound tough and some kind of soundbite. But you really can't run a cabinet, an administration, a business that way. Somebody, hey, I didn't like what they said to me. I hurt my feelings. You're fired on the spot. No ifs, ands, and buts. That really is not the way the real world works. And I hate to break it to the
He's hurt my feelings several times.
Yeah, and I hate to break it to the Sakis of the world. You're never going to establish an environment that no one ever gets their feelings hurt.
Yeah.
That is never going to happen.
Good luck.
Really, a lot of getting your feelings hurt, and I hate to be the person to say this, and I don't want to hurt your feelings by saying it, but a lot of the responsibility of getting your feelings hurt relies on you, the person, not walking around, with just waiting for somebody to say something that bothers you. And Biden got caught in his own little trap, which I enjoy when this happens to the left, where they say these outlandish things that are all about feelings, and they're not about facts. They're not about the real world and the in the unicorn world they claim to live in. The guy resigned probably because the people made complaints about him. They had to investigate the complaints, and then eventually they told him to resign. So really the joke is what President Biden said is a joke, and this is proof that it was a joke, and y'all got called on it. And what he said is you can't run anything like that. Anybody's disrespectful to anybody at any time, at any moment, you'll be fired on the spot, no ifs, ands, or buts. If you go too far, James Carville's going to punch you.
You can say it's not going to be tolerated. We're not going to have that kind of thing and do what you have to do to get rid of it, but you can't fire people on the spot like that.
No, that's just not even the real world. And he got called on it. Well, I thought the president said he was going to, no ifs, ands, or buts. He's going to fire him on the spot. Here's somebody getting to resign. He didn't even get fired.
Just a reckless comment.
Yeah, and
there's one story here that I know that Greg is going to love. Did you know that Mel Gibson is going to come back, direct, and star in Lethal Weapon 5?
Oh, no.
23 years after the last
Greg.
installment.
Are you being funny?
No, I'm serious.
Who? Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson.
You said Mel Brooks.
No, he said
He didn't say. I
No,
thought he said Mel Brooks.
No, he said Mel Gibson. Yeah,
he said.
God, I was hoping he said Mel Brooks.
Yeah, because can I tell you this,
Greg? Hello.
That's what I thought I heard.
Yeah, with the fact that you heard Mel Brooks, what it did to
How many? Is this 5?
By the way, what it did to my
Weapon
mind,
5.
what it did to my mind just then.
I thought there were only 2.
Yeah,
It says 5.
Don't change the subject, Greg.
I thought there were. I knew there were 3.
listening, to be
I knew
honest.
there were 3. I never knew about the 4. But
I didn't know about.
Now,
Yeah, maybe 3.
He
I
has
didn't know.
revealed that longtime co-star Danny Glover will make an appearance in the film, but he will not be the co-star.
Is Danny not in good health or something?
He's 75 years old.
Wow.
He also asked Danny's blessings to direct the movie following the death of Richard Donner, who was the original director of the first 4.
Any chance whatsoever that you would see this Lethal Weapon 5?
I don't know if I ever saw 2.
Yeah, you saw 2.
I saw
Did I?
2, but I didn't see 3, and I didn't even know 4.
The first one was really good.
I remember the first 2. I don't really remember 3 or 4.
I don't either.
I have to go look that up.
4,
now.
I have no memory of whatsoever.
No, I mean not
Was
even
he
like
in all of
the
them?
number.
I don't think
yes.
so. Was
yes.
he?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
1992, Lethal Weapon 3, both of them were in it, and then the same Lethal Weapon 4, 1998.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Is that Chris Rock?
Which one
It'll be
had,
out before Maverick.
What's Chris Rock doing it for?
Joe Pesci, that was Lethal Weapon 4?
Yeah.
Well, I remember that
Wait a
one.
minute.
Do you really?
Was he?
Yeah.
I think he might have been.
That's
he might
where
have been
they had
into
the big house on the hill, and it was the South Africans running some kind of operation, and they pulled the.
But I think Pesci was in at least a couple.
Okay,
of them.
was he? Okay,
I'm not sure, but you're right. I know what you're talking about. I remember that.
Rene Russo
okay.
was in that too.
Okay, I remember one of them. Tell me this: which one was it where Mel Gibson had a trailer on the beach?
2.
Was that 2?
I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
He lived in a boat on the first one, right? Or am I wrong?
I remember the trailer on the beach.
It's been a long time.
I think he
ago.
lived in a boat on the first one.
I remember the trailer on the beach. I want to say that's 2.
That was the one with the South Africans because he had a short blonde hair.
I remember that.
I'm just throwing things out like crazy.
I think that was 3.
Right. And then there was the one that had Mel Brooks in it.
Mel Brooks was in
Right.
for the fifth one. Y'all don't act like the Bubba can't.
No. That's not the
But
point.
there's enough going on over here. You don't have to
I
make
guess
stuff
when
up.
I heard Mel, I thought I don't know where my mind.
Well, let me tell you this. No.
You're in the same boat with me.
You don't know
I
what
know it.
you
I
don't know what
actually
the two of y'all did to our minds, though.
I know.
Because my mind was like, "Wow, did Bubba say Mel Brooks?" And I missed it. You know,
I think he did.
Boy.
Somebody's going to send us the podcast today, and he said Mel Brooks.
If he didn't, my mind won't be able to take it.
I won't come back tomorrow.
Me neither. I'm gonna take a day off.
Bubba.
Yeah.
And yes, Speedy, it is because of my neighbors. It is because of my obnoxious neighbors. That's right.
Hey,
Don't tell anybody.
Adler, the digging the holes for the post that had to be the hardest. Did you use post hole or an auger or what?
I just used. Well, I'm not going to go into the. I'm not going to go into the specifics of it.
Why?
I'm not going to go into the specifics of it.
Why?
Here, let's see.
Just how did you put it up? We're trying. It's about the.
We got
fence.
HGTV going here. How are we supposed to know what to do?
Did you mix your concrete and all that?
Well, I did a kind of a cheap, quick, and easy way of doing this. So
it's not going to last.
Oh,
You
no.
didn't put up posts, did you?
Oh, no. Did you lean it on something?
I used U-bolts and just attached it to the chain link fence that was already there. I got to be honest, guys. That's
Okay.
what I did.
All right. Well, yeah, there it is. A little shame there. A little shame. A little shame.
Okay.
Hey, come here, Kevin. Come here.
So
Come
you
here. Let's
didn't
see
put
if
up a fence. You covered one.
I covered up the fence. Yes, yes.
There you go.
That's exactly right.
You
It does
had a
look
chain
better.
link Fence.
It does look
I mean,
better.
you already had everybody hemmed up. Why did you need that?
Well, Bubba, back to the other.
Potty.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Go
y'all.
potty, buddy.
If Kevin hunkers down
There you
here.
go.
He,
There
Oh,
you go.
yeah.
Oh, there you go.
what are we watching? Oh my God! That's awful. Oh man! Oh, he's about to hunker.
Oh my gosh!
He's about to hunker.
What happened to your fence back there?
This is my other neighbor, and I like them. They're 2 deaf ladies.
Right. They're not obnoxious. Please don't come off, Kevin.
They don't.
If he doesn't hunker,
They don't make any
Nobody
noise.
wants to watch
He's
that.
about to arch his back.
Nobody wants to see that.
We don't want to see him bow up.
Nobody wants to see that.
Hey, y'all want to see my climbing wall while I'm out here? Y'all
Yeah,
wanna see my
hurry up!
climbing
Hurry up!
wall?
We got 30 seconds.
Hurry, Adler! Hurry!
Okay, here we go.
I wish
hey,
you'd
y'all,
fall.
y'all count my push. Y'all count my pull-ups. Count my pull-ups.
What did he just say?
Okay. Okay. He's gonna go. He's going up. It's above.
He's got a pull-up bar.
There he is. Yeah.
One,
2,
He can do some
3,
Oh, I know.
4,
He's like a.
He's
5,
like a little monkey.
6,
Yes. Look at him.
7,
Look at him.
8,
He's
9,
wow.
10, 11,
Don't stop! Don't
12,
stop!
13, 14, 15,
Come on, kip it!
16, 17,
Get to 20!
18, 19, 20! He lost his Did we count 21? I don't know. 20. I don't know about 21. I don't know about 21. He's gone.
What do we got?
So 20.
This is a new thing every day. Speedy and I are always intrigued about what you guys are doing wherever you're coming to the show from. And you're now setting up.
Check.
Are you showing us? I got you. Are you showing us the
Check.
clock?
No, check 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. I got you so loud and so clear.
Yep.
So you are perfectly fine, Bubba. What in the world is this you're showing us? Is this your broadcast?
I'm showing you what the I'm talking in the phone now.
Yeah.
I'm showing you what the broadcast closet looks like. I mean, it literally is a closet. Okay.
Yeah.
And it was a part-time ham room before it became a broadcast closet. There's my TV while I keep looking up.
Now tell us what that doctor's name is again.
Fauci.
No, just keep on plugging at it, buddy. Keep on plugging.
Fauci, isn't that it?
There you go. Yeah.
And then,
there's those fingers.
You see my new lights I got up here. So that's helping to brighten things up a little bit. There's my paper towel over my other light.
Yeah, I see that.
I have my UTC clock up here.
Right. Yeah. If everybody could get on that, we'd be fine.
My broadcast microphone and laptop, and then I've got some ham gear here, and got my drinking glass. Got the Comrex here ready to go at a moment's notice. See, all I have to do is push connect, and then I'm hooked up with you guys there. So I got that ready.
Right. Okay.
Okay. I like it.
Well, how about that?
See, I'm literally in a closet. I mean, I have some soundproofing.
Do you have a vent in there, or does it get real hot?
I do have a vent. It's
okay.
right.
There it is.
Okay. Good.
Ooh, we got to have that.
Boy, do we.
You got to have that.
Do y'all remember when we were with that one radio station and they put us in a closet?
Yes, yeah. Bubba and I did the show from a closet.
I'm used to it.
I think you had to stand in the hall.
I did.
Yeah.
At times.
So the closet is off of the mechanical room, which is like a storage room.
Don't you stop.
Is that a washer and dryer right there?
Don't you stop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
So, and here's my pandemic office I set up.
This is your pandemic office? This is where you operate from?
Yeah, that's where I keep all my paper and junk at.
Okay, right. So I noticed you keep it very similar to the one up here.
Pass the gravy, please.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us, and we'll wrap up another hour here. If you want to try it again, and we might get the phones, might not. We got a discussion we're going to talk about, so that's not a given. And you, Bubba, were saying that Major League Baseball has made a statement about testing for steroids. Is that what you said?
Major League Baseball has stopped testing players for steroids for the first time in nearly 20 years due to the I can't say that word.
Expiration
of the sports drug agreement, according to two people familiar with the joint drug program, according to AP.
There was an expiration date on drug testing.
Apparently.
Yeah, it says that it should be a major concern to all of those who value fair play. Chief Executive Officer for the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency. Major League Baseball and the Players Union have declined comment so far. But you do see in the Hall of Fame voting that people who were tied to these are not getting in the Hall of Fame. Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, Manny Ramirez, Alex Rodriguez, all fell short in the voting.
Right.
So I guess when this was implemented, they had to put an end date on it. And the end date has come, and no one has moved to carry it forward.
I still have something to do with the lockout. We're in a lockout.
We
right
sure
now,
are.
By the
Yeah.
way.
Yep.
At this point,
could affect spring
we do
training
not.
and everything.
Right. We
Yeah.
do not have a baseball season coming at this point.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
And I see here,
Rick, that doesn't shock me.
Bubba,
Right.
related to Bubba's story, the Giants have actually signed Barry Bonds.
Right.
He'll be back.
All right, that explains some guy that was making a big thing. Hey, man, come to minor league games. They're not on strike. I didn't even know what he was talking about.
Well, last time this happened, it hurt baseball for a while.
Yeah, it did.
I heard Banana Ball was on strike.
Yes, and they sold out the Birmingham and Montgomery shows quick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Banana Ball coming to those markets.
Oh, yeah. A lot of fun.
I need to be sure to get the dates on those.
Are you going? You're going to?
I'd like to see it.
Yeah.
Well,
downtown
tickets are.
Tickets.
We know Jesse Cole though.
Yeah, it's just sold out. You'd have to call the Banana guy.
He's done wearing that yellow hat.
Right.
Let's face it.
Yeah.
No, I think
he thought it was a good idea at first.
I think he's enjoying wearing that yellow hat.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. This is odd that they're not good, but I get. You know what I think it is? I think they're like, look, like I think Helms, you guys may be on it. Hey, guys, look, how about no more testing steroids? All right. I still have not understood why we're punishing players that played in an era that did not require – it was different rules. And they played in that era under those rules. You just pretty much have to judge Hall of Fame on what era did you play in, and did we have the rules we have now? And if the answer is no, then I don't know why you're punishing them under – what were the current rules up till today. You know, and if they were allowed to do these things and they were never tested for it and they were doing it, then that's the way the game was played during their era.
Well, and you can even make an argument that it was promoted to some extent. We had commercials that chicks dig the long ball.
Yeah.
And you saw home runs galore, and everybody was turning a blind eye to these guys getting humongous. I mean, everybody looked at Mark McGwire when he was in an A's uniform with the Bash Brothers, and then saw what he looked like towards the end of that run into the Cardinals run. Completely different animal. And nobody said anything. Nobody cared because of the ratings and the home runs. And, guys, that was awesome when he was chasing Roger Maris's record.
Yeah.
And Sosa was in on that. Phenomenal to follow.
Yeah.
That was so much fun for all of us. I'd like to see it come back.
Well,
frankly.
did it end because their whole work agreement ended and it was just piggyback?
I don't know the answer to that, Bubba. That's a good question, but I'm sure that it'll be. I don't think this will stand. I think they'll eventually get in and talk. You can't go, hey, we're just going to allow this stuff to happen now, right?
So, well, let me ask you this.
Well, you can tell them not to do it. Just don't ever test them.
Yeah, on play in general, why is there a lockout now? Who wants what?
Well, there's a number of things. It's a lot of.
Everybody's wanting more money.
It's a lot of selfish. You could say it's selfish on both sides. Depends on where you fall.
But if they don't play, nobody's going to get any.
Correct. Yeah,
I've done it
and
before.
and to Speedy's point, it's
Cost the
we're a
Braves, I
few
think,
days away from this impacting spring training.
So, it says here there's 3 reasons the current system keeps small market teams from competing when it comes to the. Well,
I thought they had a luxury tax.
The current system also works against large market spending, and then revenue sharing is costing players money. That's the main one, and not improving the game. Those are the 3 biggies as far as the lockout goes.
And like improving the game, what's that mean? I mean that's a broad statement, and I know you're just reading it, but what are the details of that? I don't know.
But it sounds like what you said contradicted some of it, because if you have small markets that cannot compete with big markets, they have the luxury tax, right? Or they share in the profits to pour some down to the smaller markets. But it sounded like they were against that too. I'm not following it exactly, and I'm uneducated on it. I'll give you that.
Too. I don't know.
Ken, do you think baseball will ever go as far as football did that time and put replacement players out there, or just play? So really, this is all just. They're going to give in.
You may see you'll see an agreement. You may see a shortened season because of it, but you'll see an agreement eventually.
Of all the sports, it seems like baseball could handle that because they already have minor league teams, and you just put them up on the big field, right?
Yep. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know anything about that.
I don't think their contracts allow that, though.
Are they part of the union?
But
I don't think they
don't have one.
Yeah.
Well, look, I've seen some of these markets. They could just go to the minor league stadium and finally fill one up.
Yeah.
Some of these teams, boy, them empty stadiums, it looks so bad.
I don't see how they're paying the salaries they're paying. Some of them being empty,
Yeah,
on a big league level or a minor league level.
Big league.
Yeah, I don't either. I guess at TV.
Yeah,
those TV contracts
must be worth
a lot of games.
Let me tell you who hopes that Major League Baseball does not happen this year. That's the USFL.
Yeah, that's
it'd be great for them.
Yeah,
yep. USFL.
Yep,
another spring thing. I bet it works.
You're not going to lose anybody to baseball. Doesn't look
like. This here really explains a little bit of the small market, big market because of revenue sharing. The larger markets are saying I've got to share just about half of my local revenue sharing, so therefore I have less money from my roster. And then the smaller markets are saying, well, there's no incentive to spend anything on the players because we get so much from the incentives from the larger markets to the smaller markets. So it's just it's really when it comes down to it. And then the players are saying that the market and the profit sharing and all of that takes money away from them because they have less money to spend on the players because they're sharing so much. So it's just a big mess. And they can't agree on anything.
And here comes spring training. I mean, it's just around the corner.
I mean, they're pitchers and catchers. They're
report
supposed to
very
report
soon.
like the middle of February.
Special time for a lot of people to do that every year. And now they may not even get to do it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.